That includes leveraging on technology to enhance access to financial assets. We also talked about enhancing the readiness for information and markets access, enabling infrastructure, both physical and technological, as well as barriers faced by youth, women, and people living with disabilities. Those are some of the areas that we had deliberation yesterday. So I wish you a fruitful discussion for today as we deliberate things and issues around economic transformation in our country. May you have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aldrin. Let's give him another warm round of applause. So our first plenary session.
My name is Dr. Ezekiel Mutua. I am the CEO of the Music Corporate Society of Kenya. We protect the rights of musicians, first of all, by empowering them. When we collect and distribute, we do that for our members. So by sensitizing them even to become members of the MCSK, we are playing a role of ensuring that there is a structured ecosystem that enables artists in Kenya, right from the young age, when they discover that they have a talent in music, to know that they can exploit that talent to make money and earn a living. Music is powerful. Music shapes our culture. It's a powerful vehicle for shaping culture values. And so part of our job is actually to ensure that we also engage with our artists to produce quality music, high standards, but also music that has substance, that tells the story of Kenya, that tells our narrative, so that our music is not just promoting foreign cultures that are not in line with our values. I think my coming to MCSK is a very timely move to ensure that first and foremost, we create awareness. We bring conversations about music to the front, you know, to the limelight. We want them to dominate the headlines. My parting shot is that this is the time to focus on music industry as a source of jobs, employment, and as a source of wealth. And that music is not just for entertainment. It's now recognized globally as a career where many people can live comfortably just out of their music.
And that video by the Music Copyright Society of Kenya, featuring Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, sets the stage for our first plenary session this morning, which will be focusing on the status of the creative economy in Kenya. And to moderate and chair this session, I'd like to call Anne Gitonga. Anne is a senior policy analyst at KIPPRA. Let's give a warm round of applause to Anne as she comes to lead us through the session.
Good morning. Welcome to a very creative and very entertaining session on the creative economy. I'm seeing the people who are going to be in the front here, and they are happy and ready to support our agenda. So thank you already in advance, because I know it's going to be very engaging. So maybe just to set the stage is to acknowledge, as you can see in the concept, that from research perspective, the creative economy is something that we need to delve in further, because as you can see, that it's a sector that is thriving, growing, and that can transform the economy. But yet, in terms of policy and data or networks and dialogues, the discussions are limited. So this conference obviously provides that opportunity. And we also acknowledge, and I want to see this in the start, that we recognize the creative economy includes a number of creative industries, which could not be fit in 2 hours in terms of discussion. So this discussion will continue. Just continue monitoring our website and see how we will engage. This is definitely something that is a priority in the Institute, because obviously our mandate is to support policy through evidence. So that's the other caveat I wanted to bring. So quickly, let me introduce our first speaker. We are going to touch on one of the several sectors of the creative economy, one of which is film. And our honored speaker is Mr. Timothy Owase, the Chief Executive Officer for Kenya Film Commission. On top of that already important docket, he's also a chartered and marketing fellow. He's a creative and screen industry specialist. He's a communication professional with experience in various sectors, various industries over various years. I know you already know the mandate of Kenya Film Commission, but he'll clarify because it has a leading role in marketing Kenya as a leading destination for the film industry. So I think it's clear that you're passionate about the industry, Mr. Timothy, and we appreciate that what we will receive here will not have sufficient time to cover what we need, but get the dialogue started and then we'll build on that. So with that, I know we have a lot to discuss, so I'll hold all his accolades and you'll find them in our website so that we can start the discussion. So I'd like to invite you, Mr. Owase. The presentation that we're expecting is on film industry and youth employment. It's also another passion area for the Institute and research areas, and you can see we've invited a number of youth, so we look forward to this. Typically, we were having the panelists in front, but I think now we'll just adjust a bit. We'll deal with it towards the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Presentation will be projected there.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm excited to be here this morning, especially when we are discussing matters creative economy. I represent Kenya Film Commission as the Chief Executive Officer, and I'm delighted to be here to discuss and have a perspective of the screen sector in Kenya and at the globe. To start with, allow me to tell you briefly who Kenya Film Commission is. We are a state corporation under the Ministry of ICT with an overriding role to create a vibrant film industry in Kenya. The Commission, basically when I talk about a vibrant film industry in Kenya, we as Kenya Film Commission, we are interested to see that we have build capacity in terms of skills, advise government on legal frameworks. We also champion a screening culture in the country. We talk about technology. We promote and develop the local film industry. We attract foreign productions into our country and also see to it that we undertake research so that we are able to provide information that is critical for key decision makers to provide necessary decisions that are geared towards moving the film industry forward. So when we talk about the screen sector, I want to give you a brief perspective. Just before the onset of COVID-19, the global spend in the screen sector was $177 billion. So when you talk of those figures, I'm referring to the money that was being spent, that was spent during that particular period in animation, film, and gaming. So what has led to this increase? We talk about the significant increase or rise to this particular sector is as a result of various factors. There is high demand for content by consumers. The inflow in terms of activation of internet services and broadband. And we also talk about the streaming services which are now on high demand. You find organizations like Netflix, Amazon, among others, demanding for content. And content, of course, it's available all over, Africa being one of the source. Out of that, I must also add that there is an opportunity by governments yearning to create opportunities for young people. And because of that, that has also driven demand for the products in the screen sector. So when we talk about the screen sector, what am I talking about? First of all, think about the chain of the screen sector, which involves production. We talk about distribution and exhibition. On production, this is basically the pipeline where the creative work is undertaken, the pre-production, the actual production of filming, and also being able to come up with the specific products that you'll be able to consume as a consumer. Under distribution, this is purely marketing, how we distribute content from the production pipeline to the consumers end, which means that you actually consume content that has been produced by an artist from one level to another. On exhibition, we talk about cinemas, we talk about television or broadcast, among others. And as we progress, I would like to highlight why this sector is critical. When you talk about screen products, we are talking about products that are developed by creatives and more so young people. I would like to jog your mind a bit by saying most of young people today do not want to have a job like mine, where I have to report at 8 and go home at 5. They would like to work the other way around with all freedom for them to be creative and to tell stories. So at Kenya Film Commission, we are all about storytelling. And when we talk about storytelling, we are saying this because storytelling provides you an avenue for you to be able to create wealth, create jobs, and also provide an avenue for you to brand your country. Kenya is a beautiful country, but how do we brand it? We can be able to do this and achieve through film. The other component is return on investment. Most products from the screen sector are very productive and profitable. I want to give you a very simple example. Just before the onset of COVID-19, Kenya hosted a French film to be shot on location in Kenya. This film was shot between February 1st and 30th, and 29th of February. This film spent 400 million shillings in the country in 30 days. What are we saying? That when we attract more production in our country, we are able to employ more Kenyans, and we are able to also tell stories that are so critical to our well-being. This film spent money in hotels, transport, telecommunication, employment, among others. So this is just one of the key areas that we actually undertake to promote so that we are able to pump more money into our economy. Another critical example is in the year 2015, I was still working at Kenya Film Commission. I was able to support one young man for training in a film school. This young man, who is today 29 years old, he actually employs 300 people in Kwale. How is this done? This is done by way of production. You've all watched programs on Maisha Magic, Pete, among others. The young man who actually produces this particular content is age 29 years old, and out of the training that Kenya Film Commission provided, was able to create such an opportunity. So if one man can create 300 job opportunities, what if we are able to train 1,000 young Kenyans to be able to set up businesses like this one particular person? So I encourage each one of us to really look forward and champion this sector so that we are able to move together. Why is this sector so critical? It is sector because it is important because it generates inbound jobs on location. We talk about distribution, ground crew. When you are on location, you need to hire equipment. And we also talk about services where you rent equipment. Think about expenditure in hotels, restaurants. You need caterers, you need lawyers, among others. Allow me also to mention that when you have film taking place on your location, you actually transfer skills, meaning you have an opportunity for you to train and also attract more tourists to your location because they are able to watch your products. Film tourism is big today, and I would like to challenge all of us Today we market Kenya as a tourist destination, but we have a tool that we can actually utilize by coming up with 47 films every year. We have 47 counties that are unique. So if each county was to produce one film product so that we utilize these products to champion our locations and our heritage, we'll be able to create wealth and provide opportunity for our young people. Our culture is rich. In film, you are able to sell merchandise, T-shirts that are branded, your product, and so on. Think about international trade in general. We also talk about inward investment. When you have I'll give an example of South Africa. In Africa, we only have one studio, that is the Cape Town studios. And when you go to Cape Town studios, you'll find that these studios are always booked 365 days a year. In East Africa, we do not have mega studios like that one. So this is an opportunity for us to be able to invest. And for us to do this, of course, I'm calling on each one of us to be able to focus on this sector so that we are able to champion this. I won't be able to go into detail as far as the benefits of the screen sectors are concerned, but allow me to talk about more opportunities that are available in this sector. As I mentioned earlier, when we talk about the screen sector is able to turn billions of dollars at any given time, as long as you have an enabling environment, which challenges us to actually ask ourselves, the private sector and government, what role are we playing to be able to ensure that the screen sector is actually achieving the aspirations of all of us? The screen sector needs incentives so that we are able to provide the necessary infrastructure. We also need to provide the sector with the necessary skills. We need to create an enabling environment in terms of, if I have a big budget film being shot on location in Kenya and they have to import equipment, how do we subject these producers when they arrive at our international airports? Do we harass them? Do we have to skin their equipment through the magnetic fields and all that? Or do we have special arrangement to enable producers from other parts of the world to come and shoot their films on location in Kenya? What kind of security and support do we provide as a country? Other opportunities when we talk about the screen sector, we talk about broadcast, video platforms, and when I talk about video platforms, most of us here grew up in villages, and I'll give my own example. When I was growing up, I used to play a lot with clay. I would build an aeroplane out of a clay and play with my fellow youngsters. Today, the same games that we used to play in villages have been actually moved to the software development, which means that we can actually champion the same stories and take these stories to the globe and sell these stories for billions of shillings. Branding our country, there is no better way to do that if not through a screen sector. So storytelling is critical to provide us an opportunity to be able to champion the well-being of our sectors. Think about, I've talked about video games, film tourism. I've also talked about television and broadcast, animation programming, infrastructure in terms of facilities. I would like to ask ourselves to think about, you all watch programs, TV series on our local TVs, and maybe the question would be, for you to be able to watch a 15-minute TV series, what does it take for this production to take place? At any given time, you are watching a TV series, be guaranteed that you have a musician, you have a script writer, you have a director, you've got an actor, you have support crew, among others. For any series to be complete, you employ at least 60 people. So the question would be, if we were able to create an environment where we can be able to open and produce at least 20 series per year or 40 series per year, how many people are we able to employ per day and, or let's say per year? Other than that, allow me to also say that the screen sector is an evolving sector, and we continue to see changes coming up every day. And as this happens, remember that the impact that will arise from the screen sector cannot be compared to any, and this comes in different forms. There is direct impact, which comes from jobs that we actually create out of production. The indirect, which comes from supplies. I mentioned about the foreign film that was shot on location in Kenya and gave us about 400 million shillings in 30 days. When this film was on the ground, it had suppliers, which meant that there were people who were supplying this particular production. There were artists, local crew who were employed, and we also had advising lawyers, among others. So whenever you have a production happening, when we talk about indirect benefits, there are so many. Hotels providing food, accommodation, among others. Then we have what we call the induced impact. The induced impact comes out of, for example, I'll give an example of tourism. When you go to, sorry. When we talk about induced benefits, whenever a film is shot on location, and I'll give a very classic example of films that were done in Kenya in the 80s, out of Africa. To date, that film is still driving tourists into our country. So if we were able to drive more stories to the rest of the globe, we are actually marketing Kenya the very best way. There is a filmmaker who said, unfortunately, I'm not able to read from there. Sorry. There is a filmmaker by the name of Jagger who said, an award-winning filmmaker, that is James Jagger, in his article titled A Radical Upside View. A movie is the best investment one can make for upside-down potential versus risk. They are better than real estate, blue-chip stocks, gold, and silver. Basically, what Mr. Jagger was saying is that you have an opportunity to tell your stories and create a wealth of wealth within our structure. What are the futuristic potential of this sector? In this sector, we have a potential of creating job opportunities for our young people through distribution and marketing, publishing, broadcasting, transport and communication, post-production services, hospitality, among others. And as we talk about this, what is it that Kenya Film Commission is doing to enhance the screen sector? We are undertaking various programs that are bordering on capacity building, investment, film marketing, film hubs at counties. We are undertaking more residency programs to enhance storytelling in our country. So as we progress with this, my rallying call today is just to emphasize how great and creative the creative sector is, and it has an immense opportunity for each one of us to support. So I have slides that have examples of how film has supported a number of countries to achieve various objectives. When you look at Halloween, which was done in, well, my eyes have issues, I think. You are able to see? Okay, if you're able to see, oh, good. Yeah, so when you look at Halloween, you can see the kind of investment. This was $320,000. The return on investment was $75 million. That is about 2,000% in terms of return. These are just examples of what the screen sector can do. I've had to put that because by doing the following, we'll be able to achieve all this. One of them, we need to focus on policy, legislation, and the strategies that we apply. And when I talk about strategy, Kenya needs a master plan for the creative sector. We need to have a structured way on how we undertake the screen sector programs. We need to build capacity in terms of physical skills, as well as infrastructure that will be able to provide us with an opportunity to attract mega productions in the country. When we attract mega productions into Kenya, then we'll be guaranteed to actually employ most of our Kenyan young people who are interested to be in this space of creativity. Then think about the film-friendly environment for production. We need this because if you have a chaotic environment, then there won't be any structure. We need to do that. Provide incentives and tax rebates. Think about taxation dynamics. Today, filmmakers would like to import filming equipment, but they have to undergo a mega taxation, which actually inhibits equipment buying by these creatives. Think about a film fund as well as a credit guarantee scheme, which will enable private sector banking institutions to provide funding to the filmmakers or the screen sector operators. And as we do this, this will give us room to move to the next stage. That basically marks my conclusion. The rest is just to show the importance of the screen sector to branding our country and branding our structures and everything else. And also a few of the programs that Kenya Film Commission is currently undertaking, which will require intervention by each one of us to add value. I talked about film hubs. We talk about the film industry satellite account, which is a research-oriented component that we are undertaking with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to provide statistics or data that will enable decision makers to be able to tell how much we are contributing per year, how many women are employed in the screen sector. We talk about how many graduates are coming out of universities and joining the sector, among others. We are also we've just concluded what we call locations mapping. All our locations are now mapped, and any producer who wants to go and film at any given point in Kenya can be able to access these locations online at Kenya Film Commission website. And we are also undertaking key programs in schools because we know if we nurture young talents, then we are sure the creative sector will grow to the next level. Of course, capacity building doesn't end. We continue working with other partners to be able to undertake this. Distribution and audience development is also critical, and that marks my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We acknowledge that Mr. Owase had a lot of content, so we will provide the slides on the KIPPRA conference website. Please access it hopefully by early next week. So he brought out a lot, and like I said, we did what we can manage, we'll manage within the 2 hours, but you can already see there's infrastructure challenges. We could see that there's capacity constraints. The next presenter is from Technical University of Kenya, so we will get at least a bit about that. We can see policy is an issue. We also took note of that as KIPPRA. At least film sector has a draft policy with some of the incentives that you brought out, so we look forward to seeing that getting passed. But I think of importance is the potential and the multiplier effect of the film sector. We established the same when we were talking to someone at Kenya National Theatre, that with one theatrical production, especially when compared to the developed world, but in Kenya, the same. So you need a designer, you need a Kini right there to do the design, you need legal. So even that also can motivate the participants about the session. That's why we try to touch on capacity, legal, fashion, because we know that they're all intertwined. However, it's not comprehensive. So on that note, Prof, please come to the stage. We have the next presentation is on the role of design and creative media. So how to start leveraging on what we have heard earlier in terms of how, Kenya's economic transformation. Our presenter is Professor Oduch Pido, although he can clarify how to pronounce. He's head of creative art and media in Technical University of Kenya. His academic qualifications are in the same line. He's got a PhD in design, master's and bachelor degrees also in art and design. So you can see that when we're talking about capacity gaps, we have some that are not gaps. So we look forward to hearing your presentation. It will run as you go through. So go ahead. let you know. Karibu sana.
Thank you. To move forward is the green one.
Yes.
I have 15 minutes, and I don't know how much I can do in the 15 minutes. But before I lose time and lose my steps, I want us to think about why we are invited here and my struggle to get in touch with what we came to do here. I think we came to discuss economic transformation, but since I've been here, I've not heard the goals we need to set in order to achieve economic transformation. And I don't want to make that my business right now. So what I did is I just simply assumed that what I'm thinking in creative economy may also apply to the entire meaning of this conference. My colleagues have already spoken. One spoke on the film type of thing. The other one spoke in person. I know that somebody is going to talk about fashion, and I concur with what they have said. All I can say is that we in creative economy need to collaborate in order to push our agenda forward. For example, I know about music. Music is one of the departments in my school. So it would be nice to connect more firmly with my colleague who spoke before I started. Creative economy is about standard of living. Creative economy is about quality of life. And creative economy is about happiness. If I were to stand here and define each one of these, it would take me a very long time. So this is what I want to maybe put in your head, have it in the background of your mind as I continue. Did you say that I pressed the green? This one? Oops. Okay. I want to start with art. And when I start with art, I'm going to, in fact, almost speak about the entire creative economy, including other aspects that I will speak about later. Generally, we understand art as skill, and by skill, I refer to the tools, materials, and technique required to craft something. I also know that in general, we all think that creative economy is about talent. I might want to challenge you because I do not know this animal talent. But for now, and for the purpose of this meeting, I'll say talent is a gift you may have. It can be latent, it can be active, but some sort of a gift. I don't believe that talent is God-given. I believe that we all have talent which we can develop. And that's my business at the university. And I believe that is the business of my colleagues who spoke before me. Talent can be developed as it were. Beyond the ordinary understanding, I believe that art, like any other parts of creative economy, is about transformation, and we are meeting here to speak about transformation. Art is about innovation, and we are here to speak about innovation. Art is about curiosity. Art is about critical thinking required to make it work. Before you, I have a big image of a lady who is painting, and that was my introduction to art, about scale, learning the scale. On my extreme left, which is your extreme right, oh yeah, it is still your extreme left, we have the Mona Lisa painted by Leonardo. That, for me, is an example of giving life to otherwise a dead surface. So that is transformation. At the bottom of Leonardo, I have a local example. I will not get into details of names, of painting to transform a surface that would be dead into something that makes sense, as it were. Now, right at the bottom, I eliminated many other artists of great importance. You will accuse me of bringing artists from Europe. You will accuse me all over the place. But those were examples I could find that would make sense out of my delivery today. At the bottom, I have Picasso. Picasso is in the main line now. People are accusing Picasso of stealing from African art and becoming famous. I wanted to say this in this meeting. Picasso gives me the idea of innovation. He took the idea of expression in African art and ran with it. So I don't want to condemn Picasso now. In any case, if you know the history of Spain, the home of Picasso, you would probably know that Europe, that part of Europe, was colonized by Africa for over close to 800 years. I do not know who is more African than the other. Maybe Picasso is even more African than we who are saying that Picasso stole from us. Whoops. This side, this side. Oh, wow. Technology, creativity, I can tell you that again. On my extreme left, I am now going to speak about craft. I'm going to speak about music, not now, because somebody already spoke about music. I'm going to talk about theater. I'm going to talk about ceramics, and I'm going to talk about sculpture. All these are aspects of creative economy. The Lamo door is very famous, not only in Kenya, but elsewhere in the world. In the Lamo door, I talk about architecture, because I think architecture is a part of creative economy. I know that up to now, maybe architecture has been taught as a craft. It was established as a kind of craft, and it is still taught as a kind of craft. But I hope it will become more creative. I also know that architecture has been introduced as a part of industrial design. Maybe we could now speak about architecture as a kind of creative economy. Within the Lamo door, I infer interior design with all the lifestyles. Remember I told you that creative economy is about standard of living, is about happiness. I know that when you left your house, you came here, you were feeling good about yourself. Perhaps you looked at yourself in the mirror and you felt good. You slept on a nice bed. A part of interior design, a part of architecture is to do with that as well. Furniture design, all of those are included in that. On the top is a colors, which has been highly modified. Tire shoes have been with us for many years. I believe that many of us have used it at one time or another. It speaks a language of the poor. It speaks the language of the underrated group of people. But it is now receiving a lot of attention. The only place that you can get quality akara is to go to Kariako. How many of us have been in Kariako? I believe all of us have been in Kariako for one reason or another. It used to be a meat-eating place. Now it is a craft production kind of place. I will not talk about music. The Kyondo was very, very popular and for a long time providing work, providing money, and providing all of these. But right now, I don't know how much the Kyondo is doing. At the very bottom is a representation of theater. We had a small meeting, was it 2 days ago, where somebody talked about theater as it were. I remember a long time ago when I was young, we used to go to the National Theater almost every week. I don't know how many times we go to the National Theater today every week. There was a Browning place under the tree. To go to the National Theater, you had to present your play under the tree for several times before you could get to the National Theater. I don't know whether that still happens, as it were. I will spend a few more minutes on the last two, which I did not speak about. On the top right is a piece of work which is being done in Europe by one of our own, Magdalene Odundo. It's a representation of ceramics. But I want you to ask yourself one question. Why did Odundo leave Kenya to go to Europe and become very, very successful? One of the pots that she has made, similar to that one, is it about $50,000? I do not know mathematics. I think economists have some sense of mathematics. How much money is that? And then it is not the money, it is the quality of life, and it is the happiness that has to do with that. Okay, so we need to ask ourselves, and when we come to recommendation, I'll probably say that. At the bottom of that is a famous artist's work. Gregory Maloba, I don't know how many of you know him. Maloba was my professor. So this is why I brought his work here. But it's a little more than that. Professor Maloba reminds me of the way education used to take place. Education was about the arts, where philosophy was the most important part. It was also about mechanical arts with engineering and the sciences in that part. Then the third arm was the fine art, where I belong, where we belong. I struggled with Professor Maloba to go to where I wanted to go, which was in the sciences. And he told me, you are very good for the arts. You are very good for design, so stay. So here I am. That's why I brought this. This is additional introduction to myself. Thank you. Okay. But I want to remember the teaching of Maloba. There were three important strands. Today we are emphasizing science at the expense of the arts. Whether social sciences or the hard sciences, we are doing it at the expense of the arts. This is why I brought this here. I know that we talked a little bit about interactive media. My colleague in film industry spoke about it, so I think I'll be very, very quick about this. The important thing that I don't want to lose is the one in the middle, mobile apps as a part of interactive media. I did not come here to sell Safaricom, but I cannot avoid mentioning Safaricom with its apps, especially M-Pesa. All of us use M-Pesa, either to take money from the bank or to disperse money where we want to disperse it. It has become very, very convenient. I believe it makes us happy. The question I wanted to ask at this time is, what do you do with the happiness? Number two, you save a lot of time. What do you do with the time? I came through a system where I would go to the bank, with my little book, fill it in. You know, the teller would then disburse me the money. He would put a stamp, and I go home with my book in my pocket. It was very difficult to steal. It is now very easy, I can tell you that. So for every good thing, there's a maggot in it. Thank you. Otherwise, the rest of it was covered with my colleagues. I'm talking about artificial intelligence. I'm talking about VR and so on. My time is finished. Thank you. As parting shots, and I'll spend just, is back this way? Oops. Is back this way? Hello? Is the red one? I probably don't need the screen. In the short time I have, and I will make it exactly 1 minute. Yes, creative economy is helping, but we do not know what we are doing or what we should do in order to make it do more. Creative economy is already transforming or using that technique, but we did not consult creative economists in order to actually get to the bottom of this transformation. We have huge deposits of talents in the country, but we rather go underground and mine the oil in Turkana than mine this kind of talent. This is the kind of recommendation I have. I'm sorry to spend your time. I understand that time is a resource, but somebody once said that in Africa, we have time. In Europe, they have the watch. And I think in this meeting, we have the watch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. I think we might need to interrogate some of the ideas that you have. I think the idea that transformation is already giving life to a dead surface is something that scientists may not have considered, but makes a lot of sense. So thank you for that. I would like to inform the meeting that Prof had said he used to go to Kenya National Theatre to watch plays. To date, I'm not saying he's old, but to date, we still have the single Kenya National Theatre to watch plays. And apparently, they are booked in advance. So they open their calendar in July, the calendar gets full because obviously it's one infrastructure to undertake the cultural expression that we have. So we already again start seeing some of the challenges, building on also the ones on film. I do appreciate obviously though that the two discussants already are recognizant of the emerging sectors. Both have talked of animation, gaming. We'll talk more about it in the afternoon. So that's excellent. That's also in line with the concept thinking. So on that note, I wish to invite our next presenter, still building on the theme of creative media, but this time in fashion and design. We are talking to somebody or the presentation is from somebody who has been in the industry for a number of years. You will not be able to tell from looking at her. She has a brand that is successful, and she's utilized intellectual property, which is our next presenter, to trademark her brand. She's also the first chairperson for the Kenya Fashion Council, and which obviously we know their mandate is to support the fashion industry and collate ideas. She's other than a designer, she's got a brand, she's got a business, she does coaching, speaking, mentoring, business strategy, and I actually follow her and I realize that she's also established, clap, 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 Media Institute of Design, recognized as a TVET. So this is excellent so that we can start addressing some of the capacity gaps. Yes, I forgot to congratulate you on that, I noted, excellent. So on that, I'd like to invite Ms. Akini Adongo. She's the founder of Fashion Agenda Africa and head design of Akinyi Odongo Kenya, which is a local trademark. So we can consider it when we are looking for trademarks products from Kenya. Thank you.
Technology. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Energy. Some energy. I love energy. As you've all heard, my name is Akinyi Odongo. I am a passionate creative. And if you look at there now, I'm the president, founder, and chairlady of the Akinyi Odongo Group. And this is just to give somebody some courage as a creative, that creativity is us, is Africa. And we need to own it and be passionate and do not be afraid. Why the Akinyi Odongo Group? It's because as a child, I grew up, and some of you can relate. I was a creative child who my teachers and my parents could never understand me. Anybody like me? Oh, we are many. Because either you have to be very structured, and you are either brought up by teachers, our parents were either a teacher, a lawyer, you know, those things that are very straight. So even in school, I was never understood. At home, I was never understood. I created things, cutting clothes, throwing everything, playing with mud, you know, everything. And then you're like, mtoto akangi pole pole, what's wrong with you, you know? Even the teachers would say, she's stubborn. But that word creativity is stubborn. So I am here to encourage those of us who are here, and I'm very passionate about the young people. And that's why in the group we have 1 hour Tindo, where we build the talent of the children from ages 6 to 16. We have MEFA Institute of Design, where we build brands. We train, we offer diploma, certificate, and artisan courses. And it's about solutions, because at our institution, we do recognize that there are people who probably got an E or a D or a C. I know right now we are all talking about degrees. But the outfit you're wearing, who made it? And sometimes the education system can disqualify a number of many creative people. And that's why we are creating a solution at the Akinyi Odongo Group. So we are able to walk you through your D or C or E, you do the artisan course, then go to certificate, and go to diploma, and go to degree. So no one is a failure. And it happens that as I've done fashion in the last 20 years, I've met challenges. I have been able to create the solution to the challenges that I was able to have. And there was a time when I need to create a body in this country that was going to engage the government in regard to fashion industry. And thus, Kenya Fashion Council was formed. And I happen to be the first chair and founder, hoping that I'm building a platform for the next generation. The foundation has been laid. It's upon you to come and build it up. And out of my experiences as well, there comes Fashion Agenda Africa. And this is where I mentor and coach designers across Africa, currently in 9 African countries. And I must say, and I can testify, that I've handheld brands, and they have grown to the global standards. And that's what Africa is made of. And that's what our talents are made of. We can be able to build ourselves from the basics. I do recognize that the government provides a platform and an environment for us to prosper. It's upon us to step into those spaces and be able to take up our position and be firm and confident, so that You can create a brand with your name. If you're called Wanjiro, Wanjiro can be a brand. If you are an Kimutai, Kimutai is a brand. That's where Akinyi Odongo is equally a brand. So if I go to the slides, I'll use the green, like my... Oh, this one. Here, I'm telling you. This shows my age. You see, it's not just me. So, in the content, I try to, because of the time, I have the bigger presentation that has got deeper details. If anybody will want the deeper details, they can get it from, but this was very short. We have the scope of fashion, clothing and textile industry in Kenya, the technology, entrepreneurship, opportunity to exploit, role of fashion agenda Africa, and conclusion. And I love telling stories. So if you look at the world fashion industry is worth 380 billion by the year 2019. That's what is on the record. And if you look at the fashion in Africa is worth $31 billion, and it's still growing. And the population in Africa right now is 1.3 billion. And I think if we look at even Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Africa is now a focus. When I say Africa is a focus, is China is probably is not a favorite for production now as we are moving forward to other things. The environment is changing. People are looking into more conscious fashion or story-proofing kind of products. When I'm buying a necklace, I want to know where this necklace is coming from, who is making it, what is the story behind it. If I'm doing an outfit, then I need to know where is the fabric from. And if you look at that, you see the fashion industry is estimated at 1.5 trillion. And the value corresponds to the second 2% of the world GDP. The labor force of the industry is about 3,384 million. And this, if you look at that force, most of them are the younger people. The demand of clothing is definitely increasing. If I look at the room, nobody is here naked. We are all dressed up. The only question I can ask is that today is Fashion Friday in Kenya, and how many of us are wearing anything local? With a show of hands. Just a show of hands. If you've supported a brand today, if your neighbor is not raising up their hand, just whisper to them, shame on you. I didn't say anything. But again, it's for us to understand. What does it mean? Is it just an outfit? Probably you have the famous Kenyan bangle. So that's also a Kenyan brand. Oh, so I can see most men are. Now, anybody with a Kenyan bracelet? Oh my God. You see the power of branding. And that doesn't mean, you can imagine how many women are weaving this or making these bracelets. So you must be wearing an earring. So I'm just challenging all of us. Every Friday, iyo tulipitisha, Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. Every Friday, wear an earring or a shoe or a necklace, support a local brand. That is the only way we are going to grow. The African statistics, I want to believe all of you have seen this fabric map of Africa. Fashion is the second largest sector in Africa. Apparel industry in sub-Saharan is estimated at that, I'd already mentioned before. Africa's fashion industry includes production of cotton, spinning and twisting into yarn, weaving and knitting to the fabric. Ingo nimevaa, sorry for international viewers, I'm translating, this outfit I'm wearing is 100% Kenyan. You can clap. I know you don't believe, but do you know that there are some spinners still who are in Kenya? We have Rivertex, we have Bedi in Nakuru, we have Thika cloth mills here, and we have cotton farmers. Although we are not focusing on cotton right now, do you know that Kenya, there was no mitumba before? It's sad that we are having that discussion currently. But when I grew up, don't ask me my age, but the firstborn could wear an outfit and it was made longer. And then the secondborn would have it, and third and fourth and fifth. So we were actually very sustainable as Africa. So when people start telling us sustainability now, we were sustainable even before. And the cotton farmers were there. I've been able to interact with Cooperative Bank that supports cooperatives. And they do recognize that cotton industry was the biggest industry that actually supported the bank to be stable. So when that field closed or fell, the bank had to struggle. But the good news is the government is now taking that up, and cotton farming is being revived. Kisumu, all the cotton belts farmers are now reviving. So when you wear an outfit like what I'm wearing, you don't just look at it as an outfit. You have to vision it from the farmer to the designer, to the runway. There are farmers who are producing cotton in Kenya, and we are hopeful that they'll be able to, continue spinning this, and we can go back to having 100% Kenyan. What is the role of the creative industry in Africa? Because sometimes it's good to understand what is in the world than to Africa and to yourself. As the professor had just spoken before, I liked what I picked from his presentation was the happiness that creativity brings. Imagine a world without creativity. I wonder how that can be. The use of African culture and creativity is a unique selling point. And if I look at the world right now, in every aspect, whether it's architecture, every part of the world is oozing Africa. Hata kama ni technology, Africa, kuna mahali, kuna kakitu, Africa. Creation of jobs for women and youth, accelerating economic growth and industrialization, boosting productivity and structural transformation, fostering unity and togetherness amongst countries. Not only even among, there's a number of fashion shows, a number of collaborations, and a number of things that are going on around the world. If you Google right now about African culture and fashion, I think every designer in the world, the top designers, look at the runway, the current runways, the seasons, everybody has a bit of African in it. And the saddest part is that as the whole world is celebrating Africa and adding something to it, we are seated complaining like about Picasso and not taking up the position. And that's why I'm challenging all of us that we are the ones to own up that space and take the next step of where we are supposed to be. There's the FCFTA, the agreement that is was just passed the other day. I don't know how we are looking at it in terms of creativity and the creative sector. And again, I support my previous presenters who presented here. It's very clear that time has come that we cannot work in silos, but be able to know how do we work together as an industry, as a creative industry. Some call it the orange economy, which I think soon will start going orange economy. We had the blue economy, but orange economy will soon catch up with us. So in the whole world, we are going to call it orange economy, creative economy, whichever way. But if you hear orange economy, it's still the creative economy. We need to encourage more younger people. And I focus on younger people because I think there's a mind shift about the younger generation as opposed to, I don't know if I'll offend anybody, older generation. They are more creative. Right now, it's very okay for somebody to go and do their degree, finish 4 years, and then they keep that paper. I could see social media people bringing up their papers from where they kept them from, but they're doing some things that is totally different, either painting or drawing or doing fashion. So it's time that we start focusing on these things, and I'm glad that even with the education system in Kenya, we are now on CBC, which is a very good direction. as a country, and also to improve the future of our children, because a child can eventually be able to choose 3 paths, either STEM, sports, or art. The Kenya fashion industry, again, just with the pointers, is a very critical foreign exchange earner in this nation. And whatever is recorded, most of it that is recorded is at the EPZs, but there's a lot that is going on in the local. It's about 70, a report that Haver Fund did about 3 years ago, we had 70,000 tailors or designers in Kenya, but as of now, I think we are over 100,000, and these are recorded ones. It represents 0.6% of the GDP. Kenya exports about 35 billion shillings of export, and for Kenya markets, 95% of clothes supplied to the populations are imported. Sadly, I can hear the alarm. So this is an opportunity, and we need to look at how then do we have locally people starting to spend local. We are importing in, we are bringing in a lot. What we are consuming, if you look at the room, 99, that is always, is definitely right, because most of us here are not wearing Kenyan brands. Textile clothing industry in Kenya, it's made up of textile mills, textile production, apparel manufacturing. Cotton is a cash crop grown, so those are just points so that I rush over. The challenges which I believe that KIPPRA will be able to look at, and look at the opportunities that we have in the textile industry. Manufacturing of cotton produced locally, local manufacturer will reduce cost in exporting and spinning. Kenya is sitting on an industry potential worth 7.5 trillion. Surplus of goods will lead to better pricing, and enforcing of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya initiative, growth of the economy. So I would focus on the Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. And why would I focus on that? Because I've been part of the team that all came up with a strategy of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, and see how we as a nation are able to go back and start buying our own products. Yes, there's a complaint that locally produced products are more expensive, but they are expensive because of also cost of production. You cannot compare what a designer is doing, maybe 10 or 6 pieces, to someone who is doing millions and millions of pieces. So those are some of the areas that we need to look into. Technology, entrepreneurship in the fashion industry, apparel, and all that. I can see I'm being told to leave the stage. Kenya, we need to have spaces that can be able to support other younger designers. We need more focused workshops, enabling them to go international. Opportunities to exploit in Kenya fashion industry. We sensitize SMEs the importance of integration, preparation of proper collection of local retailers, improvement of product development with regard to local value training workshop on financial literacy, creating bankable business plans. I think creative economy, or the creatives, should understand that their businesses are equally serious and they need to take it seriously. Do your accounting, do your banking, and the bank will be able to support you. That's the strengthening of a national fiber. That's the recommendation that I'll do, that as we look into the fashion space, that is the whole link of the supply chain, the raw materials, the supplier, the manufacturer, distributor, retailer, and consumer. And we can do all that. I mean, collaborative synergy between the universities, the TVETs, the training centers, and I would like to hear when a film is a course, and you can get a degree out of that particular course, or then even pottery and all these things that are happening around us. Develop, create, I'm trying to rush. Encouraging African designs is using local materials, promote traditional and ethnic wear in national level design competition. And what is Fashion Agenda Africa? We're an initiative founded on paradigm of creativity, innovation, and sustainable impact in the farm to fashion value chain. FAR is spread across 9 African countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Botswana, South Sudan, Ethiopia, and South Africa. Fashion Agenda Africa seeks to build, support, and empower young, passionate fashion professionals to become the best in their expertise. So to all those young men and women who are in the fashion industry and you want to grow your brand to the international level, Fashion Agenda Africa is the place to be. God bless you.
Thank you, Akini Odongo, the brand. And it's actually on that note that our next speaker will touch on intellectual property I know that might be another area that is under considered, the role of intellectual property in attaching legal framework within which you can then market your good with the safety of that framework. So I think it'll be something that we would like to hear about. A lot of what Akinyi brought out also has a heavy policy influence. So I think the idea of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya starts with local production. So obviously, if the products are there, it's us to support, utilize, market, and acknowledge that they are worth our purchase. So anyway, I just want to jump to the next presenter. That's Liz. She's the founder and managing director of My IP Legal Studio. She specializes in intellectual property. That's why I was saying we can hear more about the trademark amongst the intellectual property mechanisms that are considered in the creative economy. She actually has a certificate in fashion law, Akinyi, you'll be happy to hear, from Fashion Law Institute. She also has a Master's of Law in Intellectual Property Law from University of Turin in Italy. A Bachelor's of Law from Catholic University, postgraduate diploma also in law. I think what is of importance is she's also a tutor with Copyright X by Harvard X, which is run in Kenya, and that she was recognized as amongst the Business Daily Top 40 Under 40 Women in 2018. So with that, because I cannot go over her entire profile, I wish to welcome her and look forward to hearing more about this and how it links to the creative economy and the larger picture. Thank you. Karibu Liz.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm not about to kill you with this PowerPoint. But first things first. Yes? Oh, you can just slide. So how many of us have heard the phrase intellectual property? By a show of hands. How many of us have ever registered any intellectual property? By a show of hands. How many of us have heard the word patent? By a show of hands. A majority of us have heard that word because it's the most misused word. And how many think that you just have to be a creative to be protected or have intellectual property? Do you think you only have to be a creative? All of us have a brain, sindio? We have all gone to school in some way, form, or shape. We're exposed to amazing things. We have ideas, yeah? So IP is also for everyone, not just the creative economy. However, the creative economy is actually like the basis. It's like the foundation of anything, yeah? So it's really important that we understand that. So just a brief primer on what intellectual property is and what intellectual property law is. Intellectual property are creations of the mind, and intellectual property law is the body of law that helps protect these ideas that we have. We convert them into assets under intellectual property law. And intellectual property law is also about a balance of rights, the innovator's rights, and the public good and public interest. So as we are creating, we're not just creating for ourselves, we're also creating for the community. And it's always important that we remember that. When we're talking about intellectual property, we have various regimes that protect these creations of the mind. So we have industrial property and copyright, which are mostly what we talk about. Under industrial property, we have patents. So we don't patent ideas, but we protect the expression of these ideas that we have. So patents are the highest form of protection in the body of IP law. And for you to get a patent, it has to be what we call novel, new, and industrially applicable. You have to have been the first person to have ever created it. And do you know you can destroy your own novelty by just posting on your social media if you've never protected it, if you've never gone to register it, yeah? So just by you posting and saying, oh my gosh, today I just created this amazing bulb that can dance, kaput, you have taken away your rights. Just FYI. So patents, highest form of protection, first time to have ever been done, experienced, and seen. You get exclusive rights for 20 years, after which they revert into the public domain. Like I said, it's about also public good. It's about the public good and the people. So when it reverts into now what we call the public domain, it means now myself as Liz, I can take this fabulous bulb and add something onto it, and now what I have added onto it will get protection, and then we move on to what is called a utility model. A utility model is the improvement of a patent. In some other language, or in the US, they call it a petty patent. And this improvement is protected for 10 years. You get exclusive rights for 10 years on this improvement that you have done. Then we have industrial designs that protect the aesthetics, the beautiful elements that you create. So for example, like the fabric I'm wearing would be protected as an industrial design. And you get exclusive rights over this design for 15 years. So 5 years, 5 years, 5 years. And then we have trademarks, which are the names we give to our brands, the logos that we create, and all these words and fanciful things that we use must not be descriptive. So the minute you describe your brand, you will not be eligible for a trademark. Trademarks are renewed every 10 years until you get bored of it, yeah? And then we have copyright. Copyright now is what, in strict terms, we can say protects the expression of ideas. So all those amazing things that Prof had shared on his slides, the artistic works, architectural works, sculptures, even garment designs can be protected, audiovisual works, like the video that's being recorded here today, literary works, the books that we create, the lectures that the professors in the house also create, the books, music, like all these things, copyright. In terms of protection, copyright would vary with the assets that I have mentioned, but the typical approach is that you're protected for the years that you're alive as an author, and then plus 50 years after death. It will vary if, say if it's a broadcast, for example. A broadcast is protected for 50 years from the day it's been broadcasted. Audiovisual works, 50 years from the day it has been put in the, it has actually been, put out there or displayed to the public. And also photography as well, unfortunately or fortunately, would be treated as audiovisual works as I have mentioned. And then we have the other unspoken of intellectual property regimes. We have plant breeder rights. So for those of us who are in agriculture, you can work on what we call a plant variety, a plant that can do something amazing, and or rather it can, like drought resistant and whatnot, and you get some rights over it. We have traditional knowledge and cultural expressions, really important when it comes to community rights over the property we create. And hopefully one day we'll have GIs, geographical indications, that protect our goods from where they come from, like champagne and cognac and whatnot. These are the current laws that we have that are in the Kenyan space as far as IP is concerned, strictly speaking, yeah? I would say this is the most underutilized system that we have when it comes to talking about protecting intellectual property. Our system is not broken, but because it is underutilized, we're never able to fix it, yeah? I'll tell you for a fact, it's not expensive to protect some of these works or your creations, but I think it's really about mindset. So we've been having discussions about having an intellectual property bill, and I thought it's important we have this conversation. As I've showed earlier, we have the laws, right? Already it's hard for us to read the laws as Kenyans, right? How many of us find it hard to go to Kenya law and read these statutes? By a show of hands. Do you know of the site Kenya Law? It's really important that you know this site because we have a legal maxim. Ignorance of the law is no defense. Where is the law? It's on Kenya Law. So you really need to make that website maybe your second best friend. So, but you can imagine the hard task we usually have as lawyers to read these statutes. So the IP bill is trying to put together now all those laws I have listed for you into one document. Now imagine how difficult it's going to be to try and read it. Imagine how difficult it is going to be to pass amendments. The creative economy, the creative sector is very dynamic. Things are always changing. Rights are always developing depending on what we are creating. So when you look at the process of changing laws, we have about 5 stages, including public participation. It can be tedious. So one law that has all these regimes could easily complicate things. So in my view, this would be an impractical approach, and it's something that we really need to think about. And like I said, all of us are impacted by IP. Each assets that I have mentioned are technical in nature. They have their own specific nuances. Like I mentioned, you've seen copyright, you've seen trademarks, patents. You've heard all how complicated they are, right? And I've not even delved into the subject matter of them. And then lastly, like I said, it would be very painful to read that legislation. So we came to understand that the need is to have a central intellectual property office more than anything. So we propose that perhaps what we want to have is an IP offices coordination bill to be tabled instead. Because we heard that the complaint is that I create a piece of art and I'm like, what do I need? How do I need to protect this? Where do I go? Oh, there's KECOBO, Kenya Copyright Board. Where are these guys? Oh, thank you. Thanks. So someone will be like, so where are these guys? I don't know where they are. Oh, I think I need a patent. Where am I going? Kenya Industrial Property Institute. Where are these guys? Oh, they're all the way on Popo Road in South Sea. KECOBO is at Upper Hill. Oh my goodness. This is fair I'm going to use to run around to figure out what I need. That is what we have had on the ground, that is a challenge. So why not have an IP offices coordination bill? I think it would be much easier. And then all these acts, the various offices that are enacted can fall under this bill, and then we can coordinate it much easier, but still let the different regimes stand independently. Under the bill, and we have seen also in the bill in its current form, it proposes a central office, the Director General's office, and then under which we'll have the Director of Copyright, Industrial Property, Trademarks, TK and TCEs, and anti-counterfeit. Anti-counterfeit is a really important part of intellectual property because it's the enforcement arm. What do you do when your music has been infringed, has been used without your authorization? Someone is duplicating your CDs. Your fashion designs or your bag designs, someone decided to copy them and distribute them everywhere, and they think, oh my gosh, this is Denry. And Dennis is like, no, this is not me, this is not my brand, yeah? Where do you go? Anti-counterfeit. Why would also want them under one office is because in the current infrastructure that we have, once I have registered my trademark, I have to go to anti-counterfeit and register again and record. So when we coordinate these offices, it's going to be so much easier. Anti-counterfeit has teeth. They can flex. They're really effective when it comes to arrests, when it comes to counterfeit. I feel like they would heavily support KECOBO as well when it comes to matters piracy. That is something we can achieve under this proposed bill. Again, one thing that we need to realize is that when we consolidate this bill, these laws that we have currently, it will really affect public participation, because in the different acts, we usually have provisions where, as Kenyans, we're able to apply to be board members and be part of the change that we want to see in our country. We want to be able to pass laws or amendments that impact our various industries, true or false. So when this bill comes into place in its current form, it's going to affect that. And remember, again, even as creatives, we are on very interesting, diverse spectrums, from design to music to film to science and innovation, from the mobile apps, AI. So the kind of input that we'd have could be restricted if we just have one approach or curtail this citizen participation. And then the other thing is that we need to review the issue of statutory fees. As it is, it can be quite heavy, especially on the industrial property side. The trademarks, especially, can be quite hefty, especially for a startup, for a young person trying to start a business. I think when we start having a conversation around statutory fees being reduced, then hopefully even the conversation around legal fees being reduced will be much easier. And I speak this as a practicing lawyer. And then we really need to emphasize on the issue of embracing professional services, embracing the professional system as any business. We have seen an approach where we want to self-lawyer. We want to self-help ourselves. It's good to self-help, yes, but there's only a limit, you know? You might not be an accountant by profession, so there's only so much you can do for your business effectively. When it comes to legal as well, it's the same approach. You have to find or seek these legal services because registration is only a fraction of what you do with your intellectual property. The rest lies with the strategy, it will lie with your business models, and all this will be advised by the professionals that are around you as a brand. And lastly, general observations towards making IP a more robust area of law and practice. We need to push for a national IP policy. We are yet to have one. We need to champion for IP education from a young age. We are seeing a lot of young Kenyans coming up with amazing things, amazing products. Our children are acting, our children are, you know, doing all these amazing things. But how are we also incentivizing them? How are we also protecting them? Yeah? We need to push IP as a course in higher learning institutions. And it has to be a compulsory unit outside communication skills, and I don't know what other common units we used to have, but I think it's one of those things that we really need to have now. And then also IP courses in the tertiary institutes, to be part of compliance system, IP to be part of compliance systems and having IP policies. Sorry, I'm from the coast, I'm freezing. And currently, right now in Malindi, it's like 26 degrees compared to what? 20. So I'm suffering. So like I said, IP policies need to be part of compliance systems, which means at our workplaces, we need to have IP policies. For example, Daktari, do you know what kind of stake you have in some of the amazing work that you do, in some of the reports that you do and create, insofar as outside the institution? How does it also help you as a professional, for example? Those are things that an IP policy will help. It will also help make sure that we retain our employees, because most of the time the high turnover is because they don't feel appreciated. IP policy is our answer internally. And this is a document that we negotiate. We talk to each other. It's a negotiation document. And lastly, we need to embrace the system of using professionals, making sure that we're not trying to self-help, self-lawyer, and do all these things. So I really hope that this presentation has been helpful as we are talking about the IP bill. When you hear it resurface again with the next government, please be part of the conversation, be part of the change. And if you want to know more, look me up online and look for me for trainings. One of the things I'm big about is capacity building for everyone. So last but not least, I'd like you to just say these words with me. My intellectual property is my shamba. Yes, because when you secure your IP, you'll make money, you'll be able to access government facilities, loans, whatever it is, you will make money. So protect it like you would protect your shamba. We're no longer just Africans, oh, shamba is wealth. Now we have our intangible assets, our intellectual property. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Liz traveled all the way from Malindi to honor our invitation, but unfortunately is suffering with a disastrous weather. Pole sana. Yes, so there's a lot that you've brought out. I hope, Dennis, you will be able to engage, or when we discuss as a panelist, how intellectual property is utilized in your business. So I'm hoping you have considered it, because that will help us contextualize from that. I think now we want to adjust a little bit to touch on more on culture. We've done a lot on interactive, creative media, but now we want to acknowledge that culture is also critical, and that also again came out in the concept. And it's in our constitution, so it's not something that we're overlooking or taking lightly. And with that, we have a presentation from Emily Jeru, who's the Deputy Director of Cultural Expressions and Creative Arts within the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, which in short we call NATCOM. So for those who don't know, we actually have a national representation of UNESCO here, which is the NATCOM, which is at the moment recognized under State Cooperative Act. And its main mandate is to promote Kenya's national interests in UNESCO, knowing that UNESCO promotes culture and education. I know also Emily was involved. I don't know if people here know that Kenya has one city that is considered a UNESCO creative city. Does anyone know which city that is? France? In Kenya? Sorry? Yeah? Nakuru, yes, correct. That was in November last year, if I'm not wrong. So I acknowledge that your insights with that was very good, because I think we are the first city in East Africa to be, although Africa is considered. So that's excellent. So those are some of the things that we are starting to appreciate now that we're interrogating the sector. Another thing that is of importance, sorry, before I introduce you, is last year was the UN International Year for Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. And this was the UN decided that 2021 would be that year in 2019. So that was pre-COVID, and you can see now, as Mr. Owase, you mentioned gaming. Statistics have improved with COVID in some creative media, including gaming, because obviously something had to happen to the time you're talking about. You're not going to the bank anymore physically, so people have time. So yeah, so it was interesting to establish that last year was the year of creative economy. Anyway, so with all that necessary background, let me invite Emily to give us a presentation on cultural expression and create cultural sites. I think she'll give clarity on the topic. Karibu sana, Emily.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, as you've heard, my name is Emily Njeru. I'm from the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, and I'm going to make a presentation on culture and heritage sites, contribution to sustainable development. My presentation has a content outline. You can see I'm going to give you an introduction of what UNESCO is, and then the guidelines that guide protection and promotion of culture. Those are the conventions. And then I'll tell you about World Heritage Sites, then frameworks for protection of cultural expressions, and relevance in the Kenyan context, and our role as NATCOM in protection and promotion of culture, and then governance issues. And then we look at the opportunities that are there in the sector, and then we have a conclusion. So to begin with, I would want to just introduce what UNESCO is. UNESCO is the United Nations Scientific and Cultural Organization, which seeks to build peace and international cooperation through education, sciences, and culture. And Kenya became a member state of UNESCO in 1964, and that is when the commission was established as a department in the Ministry of Education. But we became a state agency in 2013 through an act of parliament. And our role as NATCOM, we are actually the link between Kenya and UNESCO. We have a dual mandate where we represent Kenya at UNESCO and UNESCO in Kenya. And when you open UNESCO's website, the first slogan you see is that since wars begin in the minds of men and women, it is in the minds of men and women that defenses of peace can be constructed. What this says, how are we using education, sciences, and culture to bring peace and sustainable development. And we know many times conflict is about scarcity of resources, about inequalities. So if we can use culture and creativity to bring that equality and to ensure people earn livelihoods, we'll be contributing to their well-being and also reducing chances of conflict. And how UNESCO works. UNESCO realizes culture as a very important aspect of development. And what UNESCO has, it has a global platform for cooperation, international cooperation using culture. In terms of conventions, what are conventions? Conventions are international instruments. Our constitution in Article 2.6 says that any international convention or instrument that Kenya has ratified is part of our laws. So UNESCO being a member, Kenya being a member state of UNESCO is actually obliged to implement the conventions that it has ratified. And UNESCO, to promote culture, has almost 6 international conventions, and one is the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. This is ratified, and I'm going to explain this a bit in the presentation, so I don't need to go to that. And then we have the 2003 on protection, on the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage, which we have ratified. We have the 2001 Convention on the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage. We know we bought Indian Ocean, and there could be a lot of heritage that is under the sea that we need to protect. We have the 1972 Convention on Protection of World and Cultural and Natural Heritage, managed by the National Museums of Kenya, which we have ratified. We have the 1974 Convention on the Means of Prohibiting and Prevention of Illicit Trafficking of Cultural Property. Kenya has not ratified this convention, which is very important. Many of the times we are saying our Kiondo has been stolen, our Kikoi. Yet, if we ratify this is going to be one of the ways in which we can actually be able to fight and claim back what belongs to Kenya that is out there. But I'm happy to report that during, I think, 1 month ago, Cabinet actually approved. The process for ratification is long. It has to go through Cabinet and then Parliament. So we are somewhere. And then we have the 1954 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict. For instance, what is happening in Ukraine now, in terms of international cooperation, this cultural property cannot just be destroyed. Russia cannot, even if they bomb, they are supposed to safeguard because they are also member states of UNESCO. So these are actually the instruments that we should actually borrow from to be able to improve our policies. And then I'm also going to talk about World Heritage. I didn't want just to talk about sites. I want to talk from the UNESCO perspective. And when we talk about World Heritage, what is World Heritage? It actually belongs to the world. It is not just ours. So countries are actually encouraged to protect and promote their heritage and to ensure that communities benefit from use of their heritage resources. And this is in tandem with our constitution that talks of compensation of communities in terms of use of their heritage, and also to ensure in terms of intellectual property, people being fairly compensated. Right now there's an emerging issue about fair trade in culture. So one of the things that countries, once they ratify, they are required to actually recognize culture in their planning documents for reaching our Vision 2030 country development plans. We are also supposed to have policies that actually reflect that we have integrated. How are we promoting culture and heritage and fostering creativity? And then also in terms of our statistics at national level, do we have statistics that show how the sector is performing? And then how do we engage the civil society? UNESCO requires that we work with communities and civil society. And then also to report on progress made towards these conventions. And these conventions in the reporting formats, most of them actually require data. That is why data becomes very important. So that when we are talking about the measures taken by Kenya, how many policies, how many people are engaged in these creators, how much money is being generated. And currently we don't have official statistics that have actually been validated by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And today actually there's a meeting at KICC where Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is trying to see how they can validate and encourage sectors to validate this data so that is integrated into the national databases. So someone asked these UNESCO World Heritage sites in Kenya. Kuna mtu anasijua? Yeah, these are Fort Jesus, Lamu Old Town, Sacred Kaya Forest, Kenya Great Lake System, Lake Turkana, Mount Kenya, and the latest, Vimlich. So can anyone guess which one is which there? We need to know our sites. It is actually very sad because when you go to India, a site, one of their heritage sites, like the Taj Mahal, which is just a tomb for an emperor who created a tomb for the first wife. It attracts over 8 million visitors a year. When you go to France, Paris, why do people go to Paris? It is the creativity, the fashion, the beauty in the town. You can see the sculptures. Per year, they get almost 30 million visitors per year. What are we doing with our sites? These sites have potential to actually contribute to tourism, to ensure communities living around them have livelihood. They have potential to attract funding. They can be potential for producing unique cultural goods. Because right now, people who have money want to buy things that can be traced back to communities. And UNESCO has other frameworks, science frameworks, apart from the conventions, like the biosphere reserves. I'll not go into detail about this. And in Kenya, right now, we have several, about, there are 6. And these have actually also potential to do what heritage sites can do. We have the group of geoparks. I'll not also go to this. They are looking at how does man relate to nature in terms of managing our geo-resources. And then when we come to now, framework for protection of diversity of cultural expressions. I was told to talk about traditional culture. But in UNESCO, we talk about diversity of cultural expressions. And being a signatory to this 2005 convention, we are required to comply to ensure that we promote our own local cultural expressions at national level, and Kenya is doing very well. This is to ensure that as we consume others' cultural expressions, film, music, how many of other nations are consuming ours? Can citizens access and enjoy their cultural expressions? And today I can say Kenya has moved. We no longer listen to Sanduna. There's a lot of our music. There's a lot of our local films. And Kenya has made strides into improving. But how much of our expressions is being consumed in East Africa, in Africa, out there? This is where we need to improve the quality of cultural goods and services that we are doing to ensure that they are competitive globally. And this convention, why it is very important, it actually ensures that citizens can enjoy their own expressions, and also artists actually should be able to be provided enabling environment to create, produce, and disseminate their cultural products. And also, the convention actually promotes good governance for culture. And as we talk about statistics, like when we are measuring, how do we measure whether we have integrated culture into governance in terms of our laws? We'll be looking at the laws, the policies that Kenya has, all those things. And then when we talk about achieved balanced flow of cultural goods and increased mobile of artists, how much of exports of our creative, whether it is fashion, it is music, how much are we exporting in terms of numbers? Then integration of culture into sustainable development. When we look at counties in the like CIDPs, do we see culture reflected? In terms of infrastructure, how much of culture do we have? In terms of promotion of human rights, that is also another goal of the convention. And this is very, very, very important. The key message of this convention is that artists and cultural professions have a right to create and produce their own, the cultural goods and services. And then in terms of other frameworks, also for protection of cultural expressions, UNESCO has a framework called the 1980 Recommendation on Status of the Artist. Why it is called the 1980, it is because it came into being in 1980, and it was in recognition that artists all over the world actually suffer from the same predicament. In terms, unless the artists who make it are very, very few, whether it is in developing or developed world. And countries have been urged to ensure that they improve the professional, social, and economic status of artists. For instance, one of our speakers mentioned about the Maasai bracelets. The women who bid, under what conditions are they working? Where are they distributing in terms of policies? They are given a car park, there are no toilets, there are no. In terms of product development, who's ensuring at least they are making products? Who is marketing them? Who is actually benefiting? When you go to the people who are exporting, it is not those women. So the country is required to ensure we improve by ensuring we train, they have social security, and then also in terms of training, income, mobility, and freedom of expression. And this convention is actually, the recommendation is implemented and reported together with the 2005 convention. And then the other framework that we have for the promotion of creative industry and culture is a UNESCO Creative Cities Network. This is a network that encourages cities to join this UNESCO network to be able to share the best practices on actually integration of culture into development. We know currently majority of population who is living in cities. How are we protecting and promoting culture within cities? And to qualify to join these cities, the city has actually to show and to prove and commitment that they have the capacity to integrate and promote culture at that level. Nakuru applied, and the governor actually accepted, and they committed funds. They are doing a lot of things. They have employed a city manager. They are going to have a creative council. They are going to put up infrastructure. And they have committed to develop folklore and art, because Nakuru, we know, is one of the cities that are very diverse. So this is very good, and we are very happy because Nakuru is the youngest city, but it is the first city to join Creative Cities Network. Another framework that we have under UNESCO is the UNESCO Framework for Cultural Statistics. UNESCO has developed some framework to help countries to be able to compile data, to gather data, quality data that can be actually comparable both nationally and internationally. And NATCOM, what we are doing capacity building to counties, and we are working with relevant institutions to ensure that Kenya has data, and already KNBS has accepted to work with us. So our work as NATCOM, what we do is we capacity build, we create awareness, we support communities where the heritage sites are, like you can see photos there, planting trees in some of the heritage sites, supporting Lamu, cleanup of the ocean, and we raise awareness among communities on their rights, among public holders, and then we promote engagement of civil society in policy making, and also we encourage, where there are these, like the heritage sites, we encourage management plans, inclusive management plans, where the community, the government, and the civil society work together to ensure communities are not use of their resources is actually benefiting communities. And you can see communities are now very aware of their rights. And we also disseminate UNESCO opportunities and innovations. There are a lot of grants, fellowships, competitions, calls for funding, prizes, and also experts. Sometimes UNESCO will call for experts. One of the key things that we need to do, to look at in terms of governance for culture and to ensure this sector thrives, is that one department or ministry cannot do it alone. This need actually to bring stakeholders together, where we need to have the actors, the government, the parliamentarians. We need to have a collaborative approach, so that even like when we talk of data, where is this data going to be generated from? It is from county, it is from civil society, it is from the ministry, so that now it covers. And this is going to help us as NATCOM when we are reporting internationally to be able to have figures. There are a lot of opportunities for culture, because there's opportunity to diversify our national cultural expressions, for tourism, for better policies. If we actually leverage on the UNESCO policies that are there, the conventions, we can actually be able to improve the status of the Kenyan economy through culture. And my conclusion is that culture has a transversal role across the 2030 agenda. When you look at the development agenda, culture can contribute to a lot of the goals, from education, sustainable education that includes culture, to gender, to inclusive cities, to peaceful societies, almost all of them. And hence, we need to monitor. How do we going to monitor how we are contributing this if we cannot generate data? Data becomes very important. And we will continue as NATCOM to work with other stakeholders to ensure that capacity building is done, and more so to have appropriate policies, because policies that are not informed, like currently when we look at counties, A lot of counties have a budget for culture. What are they using this budget for? Because there are no statistics, one county will just use the money for a cultural festival, others will go for benchmarking, others, they'll just use the money for a football and culture is done. But once we have data, we'll be able to have the correct interventions that need to be made to improve the sector. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I think we wanted to get the wider idea, and then now we can go to National Museums of Kenya to contextualize it, because in Kenya, our cultural heritage is the mandate of the National Museums of Kenya. So I don't want to take much more of your time, just to invite Mr. Philemon to come and present on cultural heritage and sustainable economic transformation. We are... is it Philemon or Hosea who's presenting? Philemon, could you please come to the stage? I can't seem to see him. I think what is important to bring out, Emily, when we were looking at the Kenya Economic Report, we discovered that during COVID, the number of visitors to Fort Jesus declined by 80%. So from the 1 million, which is clearly much lower than the Taj Mahal, we got 80% less with COVID. So how to and support that also would be another approach. If we do not have Philemon, Hosea? Okay. Please come to the stage and introduce yourself. And I mean, basically, I think we want to appreciate the role of national museums in cultural heritage, particularly in promoting sustainable development in Kenya. Karibu, Philemon.
How do I use this?
Oh, sorry.
This side. Good morning, everyone. My name is Philemon Ochieng Nyamanga. I am a research scientist at the National Museums of Kenya. I'm an anthropologist by training with a Master's of Arts in Anthropology. I also have a Bachelor's of Arts in Anthropology and a postgraduate diploma in Heritage Management. We were given a task to talk about the role of the National Museums of Kenya in economic transformation. We looked at all the responsibilities that the NMK has been assigned, and legally we are mandated Well, that's the outline of my presentation, but because of time, I will be going straight to we are looking at economic transformation as an interrelated process or processes of structural change that accompany economic development. And we may not really talk about growth without some elements of change and transformation. But the key element here is sustainability. How do we use our available resources sustainably so that they can be available for use by future generations? The NMK is a multidisciplinary state corporation. The word multidisciplinary is used specifically to underscore that the NMK is a unique institution with nearly all disciplines packaged in a small one institution. We have people in the natural sciences and the social sciences. The NMK provides us with a platform for all disciplines to dialogue and First of the mission is to act as a repository. We have a rich collection of natural and cultural heritage packaged in the National Museums of Kenya. Just for jog your minds a bit, we have close to 60,000 ethnographic collections, which the Department of Cultural Heritage is taking charge of. With the support from Google Arts and Culture in 2018, we were able to have 10,000 of these collections available online for your use. I think that platform, how many have been using it? Google Arts and Culture has given us opportunity to market our cultural heritage. 10,000 of the collections are available online for your use, to inspire you, because our traditional, cultural materials spoke about our technology. People are talking about Africans as being without technology, but we had discoveries and techniques of making life move. We would turn leather and have clothing. Professor Dot talked about a color, that transformation of a color into a useful current footwear is very important. So we thank Google Art and Culture for having allowed us to have 10,000 of our collections and information online for your use. In terms of that, I would also, maybe it's not underscored somewhere, but the NMK gives us opportunity, especially for the artists, those people who are doing art, to exhibit at some small fee their art products. We have spaces for that. Two, the NMK annually gives opportunity for art practitioners to display and sell their products. Over the years, it has been once a year, but this year I understand they have been privileged to have 2 times. One was done in May, which had good sale output, and there's another one later in the year. So as a national repository, the national museums help us to keep our heritage for posterity. It's a place where research and dissemination of knowledge goes on in fields of scientific, cultural, technological, and human interest. It also identifies, protects, conserves, and transmits the cultural and natural heritage to the people of Kenya. Finally, and this is the area which I will be dwelling on in the short presentation, that the NMK promotes cultural resources in the context of socio-economic development. Before I touch on because the first NMK gives us opportunity to promote tourism. As a growing economy, tourism helps us to also market our cultural items to our visitors, helps us also to communicate with the world about our heritage and our heritage products. We have, as Emily has showed us, 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. We're privileged to have that. In terms of intangible cultural heritage, we have about 5. we also have we are privileged to have 4 cultural assets inscribed in the World Heritage Site. Tourism, however, useful as it is in driving the economy, it's a seasonal activity that sometimes could be injurious to people who actually put a lot of emphasis or interest in them. But I will want to underscore one example of a tourism product or a site and South Coast that has had a link with our supporting the needs of the immediate communities. Yeah, used for Jesus, so I'm not going to talk about that. How many of us know about Shimoni slave caves? How many have visited? Thank you. In 2001, the National Museums of Kenya began a partnership with the local communities. This partnership was to help us promote the site and site values, but it also went ahead to promote ecotourism that was also to have certain benefits to the local communities. One of the needs of the local One of the needs of the local communities related to their health. Because of their health challenges, they needed a facility within reach that could give them medication when they were sick from various diseases, which I'm not going to detail. But they were also getting proceeds from the collection from the use of the Shimoni site to provide tapped water that saved the time of women who used to go to collect water over long distances, that they could save now time to do other businesses that would help them to meet their daily needs. There was also emergency medical fund that could help the community members who needed immediate surgery. It also supported education for the needy by paying them school fees and also giving them job opportunities as teachers and as tour guides. Finally, it had a meal program for the school, Shimoni School of the Deaf. The element we are underscoring is that the community is at the heart of our conservation, heritage conservation concerns. So the Shimoni project, apart from highlighting those needs, it also took those people who were challenged, probably living with disability. The other, that is Shimoni slave caves. The other project that the NMK has championed since 1994 is the butterfly farming. The NMK works with the communities to collect butterflies and develop their pupa and sell them to entities abroad, which helps in display of in insect parks. In terms of revenue, the communities have been able to generate about $15,000 US dollars annually. And in 2018, the NMK was able to support 3 schools to meet some of their glaring needs. They needed staff desks and tables. They also needed exercise books and connectivity with electricity. The amount that was spent there was around 750,000 Kenya shillings. That's the butterfly collection. And that's their pupae that are used, exported. The other area that the NMK has been supporting is with beekeeping. One of the realizations that we have is that beekeeping helps us to improve on our health. Honey is medicine, and when we use honey, we are able to improve on our health. The other area is that bees enhance pollination of our crops or plants. So by encouraging communities to take part in beekeeping, we are also helping in agricultural productivity and therefore food security is partly guaranteed. So that is the processing. Okay. Yeah. The other one is mushroom farming. I'm not going in detail about that. These are the mushrooms. The NMK also helps us in promoting traditional crafts and training facilities for communities. We have that highlighted. The NMK also has unique products in our health needs. Apart from doing research in various diseases that are affecting communities today, they have also managed to develop some products which are useful to the community members in need, like the smooth gel and smooth can. When you go to our tent outside there, you'll be able to see some of those products. I said that the NMK has a rich collection, ethnographic collection, some of which have been are made available with support from Google online for us to learn from. In 2018 or 20, we worked with UNESCO to work on traditional games where we were helping community members in Kisumu and Mombasa to use their apps to upload the games that can help us to popularize the traditional games of various communities. I'm not sure if UNESCO has been able to highlight that, but I think we can be able to get something about the communities. Because of time, I think let me. Okay. So some of the challenges that we have seen that are related to this work that we do relate with underfunding. Others, poverty and exclusion, land grabbing. Some of our heritage sites have been threatened with people who would want to take them over and destroy them, put up buildings, modern buildings for other use. But the most important thing that we see today is the challenge of climate change and adoption of new technologies. We have been able to partner with some organizations to help us, like in the traditional games project. We got participants in Kisumu and Nairobi, Mombasa, trained on how they can use their mobile apps to promote the various games of our communities. Sorry, how do I go back? Yes. In brief, the NMK connects with the communities to help us understand how heritage helps us to earn our livelihood today. We have been engaged in various activities using our research process to help the communities to meet and get their livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the pressure. He said it's okay, so I feel less guilty. But I think what the transformative part came up to us, we can leverage on digital economy. So that was excellent. We are looking at what, again, the theme of our workshop is transformative sustainable development. Thank you for that. I will not say anything on top of that because we are really behind time. But we have very resourceful people who accepted our invitation very early, so we are not, we're not skimming on that. So allow me to invite the next presenter, Dr. Wala, who is the founder and chief visionary officer, transformative leadership of Wanderlust Diaries. She will give more background about Wanderlust Diaries, but it's important for us to know that she too was named amongst the top 40 women under 40. So I think the main contribution is because of her contributions with segments on matters of health, because she's got a wide health background, and inspiring confidence in the fact that the country is on the path of progress despite the many challenges, which is an excellent opportunity to leverage on. So with that, apologies for underrating your profile. She's got a massive and excellent profile, but because of time, let's go to the content. So welcome.
Thank you very much, Kinya. Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. I feel we need to energize ourselves, so let's just stand up for a couple of seconds to stretch. I'm a medical doctor, and I know blood is not circulating. We've been seated for a while. So just stretch. Good. I think that's enough. Your heart has woken up. So I loved the presentations that came before mine because I think they've set the stage in terms of what I'm about to say. So I loved Akinyi's presentation. I'm a medical doctor. When we were growing up, there were certain courses that were designed for people maybe who are very strong in academics, and art wasn't one of them. So I really battled with some of those choices, but I realized you can do both. So I do both health and I do the creative. So my presentation is about how you can use the digital space towards creating an economy just for yourself, but also for the country at large. And I'll use my personal experience. I have a brand, Amakove, the way Akinyi has. So Amakove is a brand. I am yet to copyright it, Liz. So I'm going to, I don't know, is it possible to copyright a name? Trademark, sorry, the trademark bit. So it has that R thing, but it's yet to be legal. And it's about the kind of spaces that I've used. So I guess we all have mobile phones that are smart. If you do have one, it means that you have the potential to create an economy for yourself and for the market. And I think COVID has taught us that you need to think differently. The world has become a digital global. So where do you start? You might be asking yourself, maybe you have something that you want to do and you don't know where to start. So first of all is set smart goals. So if you want to do your business online, or if you want to grow your brand online, where do you start? In terms of, ask yourself, why are you there on social media in the first place? Why not put up a shop and go and stay there and wait for people to come? So once you set smart goals, then you're able to move beyond that. If your answer is because everyone is there, then you have the wrong answer. I'll give an example of the brand that I'm wearing. That's Wanderlust Diaries, which is a travel platform. I love traveling, and I think I've visited almost all the museums in this country. And I write a lot. I'm a creative in terms of writing. So I've always been writing, and I found that people are interested in the things that I write because they could relate with them. So during the COVID-19 period, I felt that we were feeling very claustrophobic. Why not start a group on Facebook? And within a couple of weeks, that group had grown to 400,000 members and still growing. So it's within that space. So my SMART goal was create a platform where Kenyans could come together and share. And it's not just Kenyans, it's also people from the diaspora. The second thing you want to ask yourself, who is your audience? So when you have built your brand, what is the solution you're providing to this brand? Again, picking on the Wanderlust Diaries, my audience were Kenyans who felt stuck in their spaces wherever they were because we couldn't move around. So I identified that, and I felt because people relate from social media platforms, how can we use that? Remember, not everyone is your audience. So be very clear about the niche that you're targeting. The other one is be human. So we have a lot of bots, BOT, technology, where, you know, like I was answering something that Safaricom, there's a domain that's down and they've really taken a long time. And I already got a bot from them asking me my experience. And you know, they've not even sorted out my issue. So I really wrote nasty things and I said, you've not sorted out my issue, how are you asking me about my experience? So don't, in as much as you can use some of the technology tools, remember to relate to your audience at a personal level. People want to connect to people, and sometimes you may overdo something in terms of applying some of the technology. So be human. The other thing is seek relationships, not just followers. So I have quite a followership on my page, personal page, but also on my groups. But I think the reason why that has happened is because I talk about my stories, and for those who follow me, there are success stories that I share, and I am not ashamed of putting out our success stories, but there are also failures, and I turn the failures into humor pieces. For example, if I've gone somewhere and I needed to clinch a client and it didn't come through, I will talk about, can you just, you know, say hi or hug a salesperson next to you, because selling is very, very hard, as I've come to know in this space of entrepreneurship. The other one is focus on helping, not overselling. So again, goes back to why are you there in the first place? What solution are you providing to the audience? So don't go and say, I have this music that I want to sell. There's a time someone stopped me on traffic and akasema, mlas, please buy my music CDs. I think at first I didn't remember that my hair is locked, and it's that's the short form for someone who has locked hair. But I felt, okay, there's a connection, but then there was such a focus into why I should buy his CD. Number one, we've gotten into Spotify spaces, yeah? I don't need CDs anymore. I don't need even, what's this, the plug-in thing, USBs. Now everything, music is online, you can buy, you don't have that. So perhaps if you're in that space, how can you say, how will I put my music into the platforms that the followership is there? Then the other one is optimize your accounts for engagement. So we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have LinkedIn, we have, and I think some of these rich people are busy buying them off. But the good thing is, most of them are interrelated. So for example, if I post, like I've already posted about this event on my LinkedIn, it has gone on Twitter. So it means that I don't have to go back again on Twitter and post. If you post on Instagram, you can share it directly on your Facebook or vice versa. So look for clever ways of interlinking those kind of platforms, because the more you share, the more engagement, the wider the reach, and all these platforms are free apart from the time where you have to boost. When in doubt, get visual. So because I'm a writer, I prefer Facebook because it's not limiting my text. But then I still have to be very visual, because our audience has a very fleeting concentration span. You can imagine that same person that you want to target is being targeted by 100 other businesses. So what can you use that will be very creative and capture the moment? And you know, using an image, you're able to do that, and then they're able to click on it or engage on it. The other one is make your presence known. So do not be ashamed of asking your friends, please like my page. And also remember to follow them, because it's a give and take kind of scenario. So ensure that you have, if you have an email address, at the foot of your email, put your social media tags, because people do get curious and can click on it. And just remember that every time someone likes your page, then the rating goes up in the algorithm of the digital space. stay active. So sometimes I usually talk about people's brands on my page, and maybe someone has sold me shoes, and I want to promote them and say, look, I got these shoes from this store. Then I go to the page. The last time they updated was 2019. Yeah, it's very, very, it shows you're not very serious about your platform. So I also checked out KIPPRA's page, and I am very happy to say KIPPRA is active on LinkedIn, which is a government institution. It's one of the very few government institutions I've seen on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, yeah? On Instagram, yes, you're there, and on YouTube, yeah? I'm yet to see a government institution. I remember working with the National Museums of Kenya, and I told them, I'm writing about Kariandusi on LinkedIn, but I can't tag you, you're not there. So eventually the marketing team went on to LinkedIn. So remember that people are checking, and be active. If you can't do it, hire help. Be smart about hiring help. Some of us have content managers, and they're able to do a lot of pre-programmed content, so that just keeps your audience engaged. The other one is create content that people actually want to see. So don't do buy mitumba I'm selling, or buy this art piece. How can you check out and ask for feedback from your followers? You might just run a poll. Nowadays, many of these platforms have that. So strive to post content that feeds into your audience. For example, that's a picture of, what do you think that's a picture of? It looks like a giraffe that's smoking, isn't it? Yes. So that piques your interest, or the interest of that. So these are my Twitter handles in terms of Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. I would say that I jumped into entrepreneurship last year fully from a very, very, very well-paying job. And that's because I didn't feel satisfaction. Sometimes you have that pain point where you have a good job, but it's not getting your creative juices out. So within this period, I have learned, and do not be afraid of seeking help. Ask, ask, ask. I think there are so many programs that are supporting creatives nowadays. That wasn't there in our time. I heard about the trainings that Kinyi's Institute is offering. We never had that our children can actually go to an art school from an early age. So take advantage of those positions. Read about the research. I think Kenyans don't read much, and you don't broaden your mind. Like I posted about people that I was invited here for today's presentation, but I said I want to sit in for 3 days because I want to hear from the other sectors. When they talk about medium-term plans, what does it mean to me as an entrepreneur? When they talk about sustainability or green economy or gig economy, these are the buzzwords that you need to educate yourself about. So I hope that I've inspired you that you don't need to be put in a box. Utilize some of these spaces. They are free. If you want, some of them also have free courses to just get you to the next level. And above all, seek help and create, create, create. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It went back to Prof's presentation. She got happiness from art, even though she's trained in science. So on that note, we want to segue into the panelist session. We will figure out how to manage time. As we do that, there's something that is prepared for you to observe. So I think I'll leave that to the media team and then come back on stage. As that happens, because I'm not sure I'm understanding the sign language, I'd like to invite our panelists. We have Dr. Ezekiel Mutua. I don't know if I should introduce him. Do people not know Dr. Mutua? They don't. They do. Don't say anything else. But just to give you a background, he actually has a PhD in communication. No wonder we know him. There's something that he's trained in that has left us in a level where he's a household name. So we have Dr. Ezekiel Mutua. He's the current Chief Executive Officer of Music Copyright Society of Kenya. We have two Dennises, interestingly enough, just to keep it entertaining. There's Dennis Maura, who's a Kenyan entrepreneur. If you've ever seen a trademarked, I hope it's trademarked, brand leather product called Den Re, that's the Den part of Re. I'm sure anyway. So next is, there's also Dennis Mbuthia. He's in a very innovative area. Dennis, meet Dennis. It's in video gaming. He's actually the head of department of an institute called Africa Digital Media Institute on video games. So heritage, culture, you can see how we can work with that to transform some of our local games into digital media. We also have Hosea from National Museums of Kenya. We have, I'm not giving further background because we have understood what National Museum of Kenya does. We have Tabi Kioko, who's representing Safaricom, but I think what is important to note is that she's worked tirelessly and passionately to develop a diversity, equity, inclusion within Safaricom since 2016. So with that, are we watching something as they come forward? Please come to the stage. We'll just have a mini discussion because we really have to, I didn't come with my time. We'll really have to manage our time, but we really want to engage you on very critical areas. So, karibu. Asante, karibu. So, I think some of the thanks. Some of the panelists will need to reintroduce themselves as we ask the questions, because as I was inviting them, I did not ask them to stand or anything, so you don't know who is who other than Tabi. I think Tabi might be clear, and Dr. Mutua. So I think the first question I'd like to ask, perhaps everyone, because you're all in different aspects of creative economy, is what in your perception, and we are KIPPRA, which I need not to introduce, what in your opinion are some of the policy gaps or regulatory gaps that you have perceived in your industry? So I'll start from the closest to me, which is Dennis, the entrepreneur in leather, as opposed to Dennis, the entrepreneur in gaming, on other sides of the podium. So I think we'll utilize that mic.
Yes, thank you very much, Anne, for the invite.
Thank you for honoring it.
And where I come from, we were taught we first start by appreciating maybe the good things before we list the gaps. So I think I'll start with the government has done a good job in terms of promoting local designs and fashion and creativity in the country, whereby they have asked big corporations like Safaricom to first order within before they go outside. So from that, we've been, let's say SMEs like us, we've had a chance to interact with big companies like Safaricom and the likes. So they're doing a good job. Then on the gaps, I have a list of 4, but I'll start with, I'll do 4. I'll do 3. Okay. The first thing is there lacks a proper plan, I would say, or framework that guides creatives, such that every time there is a new government coming in, policies are changing, because the new person who comes in takes up something different and goes and pushes it. So every time there is different policies coming, it's even confusing. Then the other thing is, as new governments are coming in, there's also roles being distributed to different, let's say, ministries. And there is also lack of proper communication, that this role was moved from let's say, sports, it's now in ICT, and this was moved from this, so that's it. Then the other one is a very interesting one. The creative side grows very fast. It's really growing at a very fast rate. But what's happening to our policymakers? They're very rigid. Are they able to adapt? Are they flexible enough to adapt with the changing times? Then the last one, which is a bit, I would say, concerning, is that when policies are being made, the people involved, Are they creatives, really? I like what Akinyi is doing with the Fashion Council. I'm impressed, and he's trying to involve the creatives in the policy making. And then also, maybe the last one, when policies have been made, what is the government doing to create awareness on these policies? Because there are also very good policies that have been made. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Tabi, similar, but now we can hear your prospects from the private sector. But just to add on your last point, and this is not marketing KIPPRA, but we have a public policy repository that documents policies that is available online, because we also noticed the same gap. Even us as who are doing research, it was harder to get policies, and this made it easier. But yes, there's more that the government can do.
Thank you very much. I think I'll start by saying that a lot of organizations put down policies, and I don't think we have a shortage of policies. But what we lack is the implementation, the execution, yeah? So you'll find that you have it on paper, but is anyone following the execution? And is the execution, consistent? So that is one of the gaps that we find, that, a lot of organizations are caught up in a rat race, because it's a VUCA environment. There are different things that come up every day. You hold this, you touch, you speak about it for a day, and you're on to the next thing. And you leave your audience really, really confused. Yeah, so that is one of the gaps. The other one is on sensitization. We put out things out there, but do we educate our audiences? Do we educate the public about how to translate and to make good of those policies? Yeah, so I see a gap there. So there's a lot of agility, but we find that there's lack of moving at the same pace as the environment is moving. Yeah, because this is a VUCA environment. You touch on something, and the economy is very, very, especially the creative environment, is very, very, and as well as the telecommunication, is very fluid. So you find that you've got a lot of things just left hanging, and the lack of implementation and putting all those things in a in a conduit, in a pipeline that makes business sense to the customer is what is lacking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I never realized that creative economy is as dynamic as telecommunication. Because yes, the government was challenged with M-Pesa, that the product came before the regulation. So, and I think that's when the regulatory sandbox was introduced. So maybe those are some of the aspects that may also be considered for creative, if that's not, if the government is not as dynamic as the sector. Dr. Mutua, you were also in government.
Yes.
And now you're under collective management organization, so you're regulated by government. So you might have a hat on both bases. Maybe you can give us the same, what are some of the challenges on both aspects as relates to the creative economy? I know you know a bit about film, and now you're in music.
Absolutely. Just like the other speakers, let me begin by appreciating the good things. The government has done a lot, and the fact that we are even here, courtesy of KIPPRA, discussing policy and discussing economic transformation, and the many, many debates that have taken place in this hall, is a great thing. And there are a lot of conversations all over the country that are geared towards making people understand the policies that are being put in place. But allow me to single out the lack of coherence in the manner in which different institutions and different policies are implemented, because I think that creates sort of a challenge in execution, like my sister said. That is what is slowing down the execution, because if you do not play as a team, if you do not understand that the very goal is actually to empower Kenyans economically, to ensure that they have money in their pocket, then it becomes a challenge. And someone said, the reason we do so well in running and not in football is because we are very individualistic in the manner in which we do our things. You know, so running is you know, on your marks, get set, go, and you are alone. And we do very well when it is you alone. But where you've got to pass the ball to another person, where you got to know who is in a position to score and pass the ball to them and cheer them up, I think that lacks. And it's part of our, you know, general malaise and moral issues, the conversation that we need to have to build nationhood and unity and see each other as Kenyans playing different roles, but with one common goal to make this country great, because it is. And so that's a challenge. And then, of course, that brings another problem, which is sense of the lack of awareness, because when people think the government is selfish and they're doing it for other purposes, not to help us, people tend to pull out and just complain. I'm seeing that a lot in music. I joined the industry recently, although I served in Kenya Corporate Board for 7 years. But I'm realizing a lot of people are not even aware. Musicians are not aware about the great efforts by the government, particularly the Ministry of ICT, in creating the ecosystem and the infrastructure that they can utilize to develop themselves. And I think that comes because of that mistrust, lack of teamwork, and so on. And we need to promote more awareness to know that government having proper policies alone is not enough. Let wananchi know what those policies are there for, how they can benefit them, and let's translate them into consumable bits. I'm a communications person, and I like simplicity. So these grandiose, big ideas and big language that Mwananchi is not connecting with, like in music, there are so many platforms that we can utilize to grow technologically and post, you know, the TikToks, the Spotify. I'm seeing a young man from Mokambani playing Kungulu Kwangala everywhere, and you hear his song Kungulu Kwangala, and people are just saying it as a joke. And in essence, that guy should be rich, really. So we need to take that. And then lastly, mentorship. We need to have to lay a very strong foundation to mentor our people. Government is not the enemy of the people. The people are not the enemy of the government. That cohesiveness must be the role of government to ensure that it is done and people understand. And then we mentor young people to grow to appreciate the role of government and institutions.
Akini, you're doing a good thing then with the mentorship. It's clearly a gap. So we encourage other industries. Dennis, we'd like to see the Leather Mentorship Club being initiated, and the other Dennis Gaming Club. So, Hosea, we acknowledge that in the Constitution, of course, culture is considered the foundation of the nation or something like that. So I'm wondering what are the challenges as relates to that and the opportunity. Well, we'll go to opportunities next, but yeah, what are the challenges?
Okay, as you said, culture is the foundation of the nation as per our Constitution. So is a central piece in the Constitution. But the issue, I think, is a cross-cutting issue when we are talking about policy and what have you, is the issue of involvement. Sometimes you find that we want to involve everyone. We want to involve the stakeholders when we are making any important decisions. But the challenge becomes how comprehensively can you deal with the stakeholders? How can you say you have had adequate involvement of stakeholders? So sometimes you even get us people in government being challenged that we have not involved communities, and this is one of the challenge we are always facing. Let's say you hold a workshop somewhere, you are trying to sensitize people about something that is happening, but then somebody comes and says, my group was not informed, was not involved. But then the question is, how can you involve all Kenyans? I mean, even when you are dealing with, for example, the Constitution, we did a referendum. but not everyone voted. And again, not everyone is at that age of voting. So that's a challenge that we always get when we are dealing with issues to do with culture. The other issue is expectations. Some people may have varied expectations from the engagement, yeah? And especially in Kenya, we are about money. Yeah? So sometimes you want to engage people, but are you paying them? Yeah? If you're not paying them, they might not come. Or if they come, they want to be paid. So those are some of the little challenges that we face when we are trying to develop our nation in terms of maybe doing less registration or implementing legislation or policies. The other issue is funding. Culture, the culture sector, I think I would be able to say is one of the least funded sector in Kenya. I think the bulk of the budget goes to education, health, defense, and those key areas. But when it comes to heritage and culture, it's like an afterthought, I'm sorry to say. So sometimes you are not able to implement even what we are, the targets that we established to meet in a given financial year, because the resources are limited. So that's a big challenge, the funding. Then, of course, there is the issue of infrastructure. Somebody talked about a school and the professor who teaches at TUK. But how many institutions in Kenya, for example, are dealing with creative industries? Yeah? We used to have BIFA, we have KU, and very few others teaching or capacity building people in the heritage sector. So those are some of the challenges that we have in the country, and I think we need to think of how we are going to be facing them, because from where I come, sometimes most of our projects we have to rely on donor funding. We have to write proposals so that we implement things for our Kenyans, yet the funds are coming from elsewhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. He has brought up the aspect of capacity gaps, which I'm sure Dennis is going to touch on. But yes, we would like to hear from, and you might need to re-establish which Dennis you are so that we can understand some of the challenges that you experience.
Okay, thank you, Anne. My name is Dennis Mbuthia, at the head of department of the Rubica Video Game Development Department at Africa Digital Media Institute. I am a game designer, an animator, and an educator. I teach all the above. And so my focus in this particular area of the creative economy would be within the game space and the animation space. Basically, there are additional parts of the screen that Timothy had already mentioned earlier that is more or less in the emerging market part of it. So you'd find that first and foremost, recognition of the arts is something that's been missing a lot. Like, who here would say has a PhD in pottery or dressmaking or leather making? That opportunity is not there. Even then, when you have the national assemblies during the celebration, Madaraka Day and all, and we usually would have entertainment there, and then you'd find cultural dancers coming there, dressing up in their cultural outfits. When have you seen an animation being played that has a Kenyan theme to it, or gives some indication of cultural preservation that's there? So it's still a means. Another thing is that education institutions don't recognize apprenticeship learning. It's been such a gap. Yes, I understand that TVET and CDAC had been trying to work on a policy or how they're going to do that, but it's taken so long. To a point, if I am a professional in game development, and yet I have many games and I have won awards across the world, I cannot go and teach at a university because I do not have a PhD, so I cannot do a master's, and I cannot have a master's because Again, there's no degree level within that same space. So the education sector needs to be able to give the space for persons who want to pursue the emerging markets. They should be given some scholarship, some foundation, or some opportunities to get to the emerging markets. This actually used to happen back some time back, and I know my uncles, two of my uncles who are beneficiaries of going to Russia and getting to study about Kenya wildlife, I mean how to do wildlife conservation and journalism. But right now, where are we at when it comes to the forefront of emerging markets? We have for traditional, we have for economics, we have for the sciences, but where for the emerging markets and the arts? Then funding is a major issue in the sense that, yes, we have the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund, but you'd find that the creative space has been given only 20%. Yet the sports fund is getting 35. Yes, in all honors, it's great and it's amazing. And the fact that they've even created a section of funding where it can come from, which is at SASDEF, it's great. However, in 2018, only 3% was utilized in the arts. In fact, it gets even worse. There's no data. Where is it even being used? It's not there. So then it becomes a bit of a challenge. The enforcement, for instance, of some of the policies that have already been there, for example, the broadcasting rule of 60/40. Every station is supposed to have about 1 hour worth of content, about 1 hour worth of content, I may be wrong there, 1 hour worth of content of children's content. None of them are actually local animated shows. What they have done is that they have gone for the cheaper side of productions, which are more the animated series. But where is the funding to be able to get to do full-on animated products? Yet people are able to do them. Another thing, still on the funding area, we are being asked by the banking sector on where this is so much risk. You're a creative. There is a lot of risk. But how can we support the banking sector to understand that as creatives, whatever we are doing, yes, it's high risk. We need somebody who's going to have our back. An example in the EU, they have a specific arm that is just for dissemination of the creative fund, and that's called Creative Europe. Specifically, they map out all the sectors and the areas where the creative artists are, and then are able to disseminate that funding and even go ahead to support capacity build and all that. But what we are having is so many stakeholders taking up different opportunities. So we, as Dennis had mentioned, there's no one particular institution that you can say, this is the one that you're going for that is handling the creatives. Kenya Film Commission is doing an amazing job of trying to handle the film sector. But who's handling the performing arts? Who's handling the visual arts? So that's where some of these challenges are coming in. And yeah, just data. A lot of data is what's really missing out on, so that we can be able to show that actually the creative space is creating so much employment. For instance, look at even the posters that you're having, the back banners that we have, as you mentioned, the clothes that we are wearing. All of this, even the glasses that we have here, the bottles, everything has had to go through some element of design. And yet, it's the one person within the room who's been considered as the elephant. No. So, yeah.
Okay, so I can see time is already giving us a head start. So we'll look at the opportunities. And I think some of us are already touching on them. And I think we'll do the same approach. So Dennis, as you're aware, amongst the Big Four agenda, Dennis Leather, sorry. Please send the mic back. As you're aware, amongst the priorities under the Big Four agenda, we might need to... Sorry. Amongst the priorities of the Big Four agenda is obviously textile and leather development, and there's progress with the government. It was the latter stages of developing a leather policy, so there's so in line with that, knowing that government has already acknowledged that leather is a priority sector that could be prioritized, what do you perceive as the opportunities that this conference can take home? I think we can confine it to where your experience.
I think on my side, I don't want
and
to
you might need to reintroduce yourself also so people can understand why I keep on saying leather.
Well, my name is Dennis Moora, and the CEO, I'm the founder and the CEO of Dendry Africa. We mainly deal with leather bags.
Yes.
But I'm not confined to leather bags.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because my interest is fashion. Leather bags is just an entry point.
Excellent. Okay,
it's
so
an entry point to fashion. So okay. I'll focus on the fashion industry. Okay. And from my side, I'm a very concerned party when it comes to the fashion industry, because everyone here is, as Akinyi will say, is not naked. We are having clothes, and most of these clothes are imported clothes. And you'll be surprised, some are not even, it's the imported clothes and they are second-hand clothes. And we have able designers and tailors in this country. I'll tell you, anyone in the fashion industry right now is very difficult, competing with the Mtumba, and also competing with these clothes coming from Turkey. These guys are in the streets. They don't pay any VAT. And when you come now to our side, when you make anything, you charged VAT by the supplier, but you can't be able to claim it. Because when you're selling, you have to be very competitive. You're competing with all these other players. So the government needs to look into those aspects, whereby how will they create a competitive? It's okay, they're supporting Mtumba, is okay. But how are they supporting this other local, let's say, tailor? How can they create a competitive environment also for him or her? I think that's my major point of, let's say, concern.
So yeah, we've taken note of that. I think that's an excellent point. Tabby, I like that you are in a company that is innovative and on top of that has that element of inclusion. So you can help us in motivating us in some of the opportunities in the same as that we can relate for the creative economy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think inclusion is not a destination. It's a journey. So in everything we do, we must ensure that we leave no one behind, and we must make sure that whatever we do on a day-to-day basis incorporates and is accessible to everyone. Let me just double click on some numbers. We have about 5 million, according to the World Health Survey, persons living with disability, persons with disability rather. And when we look at the smartphone penetration, we have 74% persons with disability who have feature phones and just basic phones. So what does that mean? Only 26% have smartphones. I'll let it sink. What does that therefore mean? It means that as we move very fast to develop and to digitize and to come up with various apps and to automize different things, we are leaving a very big population behind. And we need to stop and think of how to include, not just integrate, but to include persons with various disabilities into everything we do. Because as I mentioned, it's a big population. Those are 5 million people. So if you count the lost revenue from those people, that's really a big chunk of money. When we talk about the 26% that use smartphones. It means that the rest of the population that cannot access the information in the form that you desire them to. So there is no consumption. So we have, on one hand, an economy that is creating content in a digital format, but then we have, on the other end of the pipeline, consumers who are unable to access that content. So what have we done? So we need to pause and think. So we need to also look at digital literacy. I know we have made big steps in terms of, sensitizing people and reducing, the number of persons who are illiterate, but we still have a big number of our citizens who are not digital savvy. So we need, again, to go back to the drawing board and ensure that we educate within every forum that we have in terms of making them get digital literacy. When we talk about persons with disability, because that's my area, we look at how many spaces have actually adopted the universal design standards. There are opportunities, yes, for persons with disability, but are they able to leverage on them and create revenue and income from them? Because these spaces are not accessible to them. They have the talent, but the studios perhaps are not, they don't have the right infrastructure to be able to be accessible to different persons with disability. When it comes to the material, is it in the form? We are talking about persons who are visually impaired. Is it in a form that can be consumed by a person with, visual impairment? So we have to really ensure, as a country, as a nation, that we move forward with everyone in mind. And I will not stop to just elaborate how expensive it is for a person who has perhaps visual impairment, how they have to work twice as hard to achieve half the amount of progress a person without disability does. Because assuming they have to have an aide who has to accompany them everywhere they go, so you can imagine they can't take normal transport if it's a person on a wheelchair. So all these things, we have to make sure that as a country, as an economy, we are moving in tandem, with the kind of change that we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I recognize that the creative economy is increasingly digital, so that helps policymakers to recognize that, and maybe private sector to provide platforms that are inclusive. Dr. Mutua, this is a similar context. What are the opportunities, particularly at the aspect of local content in programming came up. So what can we foresee in that, in the music industry?
I think the future lies in technology and networking. But we need to create an ecosystem that also capitalizes in identifying the talents and nurturing them, as business. We have just now become a sensation in 100 meters running, because of Ferdinand. We didn't know him a few years ago. We are discovering that now that guy can make a lot of money. But I was just wondering if somebody discovered him and nurtured him and brought him to the limelight, and they are ancient and they were sharing the money. I think Ghost Mole did that with some of the footballers, and there's a lot of money. There are a number of musicians in this country who are talented. They do one hit wonder, get to the limelight, no financial literacy, no mentorship, nobody to expose them or give them exposure to the world and to how business can be done around the area of music, and what more they can become, apart from just singing, what more they can become. Because if you look at the people who are rich in the world, if you look at Rihanna, for example, I think she's worthy $1.7 billion today, but it's the ecosystem. It's so many things going around her and using the brand. But we don't specialize in that, even with our athletes, you know, with tremendous respect. I mean, a Kenyan runs and they bring the microphone and it's, how did you make it? And there was no preparation. So I ran, I won. And if you look at the guys from other world, they are philosophical. They can be used for marketing. They can be used by companies for many other things. And we just let our guys vanish. Nobody sees them, you know, not just as guys with legs to run, but as economy, you know. And this is where we need to focus on. I am shocked at the level of ignorance in the music industry, for instance. People just don't know. Yesterday I sat with one of my old lecturers who brought his son, who is 35 years, and they came, the mother and my former lecturer, to tell me, did you know that our son is a musician? The guy is 35. So we started the conversation, and the question was, are you a member of MCSK? And they said, yes. What is your number? He can't remember. Then, do you get some money, you know, from Skiza Tunes? He said, yes, I think Liberty Africa pays me. How much? He can't remember. And I was like, I just need to take advantage of this guy and now mentor him. I mean, for me, I saw him as business. That ignorance, for me, is an opportunity. I can't sing to save my life, but he's a guy who has the talent, doesn't know what to do with it. There's a lot of potential to network like that and do business.
Excellent. I think that gives us another, again, Safaricom comes up, how to leverage on the opportunities, because Skiza Tune provides some royalties or earnings. I don't know what the term is. Thank you for that, Dr. Mutua. Hosea, I think maybe your contribution could limit to the county, the role of promoting heritage at the county level. I think there's the role of counties doing county museums established in the current bill, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, the Constitution again devolved culture to the counties. Now the challenge comes, and I think it was mentioned here, how far has the counties gone into taking up the challenge? Somebody mentioned about the CIDPs. The CIDPs, I think every county is supposed to come with a county integrated development plan. So I think the challenge comes in because, again, most of the activities that the culture sector takes are the festivals. We fail to get the various areas where we can leverage on heritage that we have. And I think the issue that would be is that we need dialogue with the cultural directors in these counties, so that everything is streamlined, not that Kwale County is doing their thing, Mombasa County is doing something else. I think we need, though we have different strengths within these counties, I think we will need a uniform way of approaching it as a nation, so that, for example, when you are talking about technology, taking up technology, as Dr. Daktari has said, how far are they going to adapt ICT, for example? Yeah? And I think here we will have to invest on research. We need to invest in research, because the digital world is changing very fast. I'll give you an example. When I started working, we used to save data on the floppy disks. Yeah, then it translated to zip drives, and then it went to CDs. It went to flash disks. Now we have gone to clouds. I think in the next 10 years we'll go to heaven. So we will need to invest in research and maybe do modeling of scenarios or how this technology will evolve in the future. And this cannot be left to a particular country. It has to be a national dialogue, and every county must adopt the model. Thank you.
That's excellent, because we are origin of technology as a continent. We have to acknowledge that. Dennis, again, confine yours to gaming, even though you might have a wider scope.
Okay, so and the opportunities.
Or animation. Yes, gaming and animation.
Okay, so for the opportunities, there are quite a number. Luckily, during the Kalasha international market, film and TV market, that was last week, we had quite a number of persons who came to have a discussion about it, both in the animation, the games, the film, and the education space. And those still for same areas are the ones that I'd still like to talk about. That one, in the visual effects industry, I know this is maybe a bit more Greek, but let me just say it and then I'll explain it. The visual effects industry is able to bring to life things that we can never be able to record. So in animation, what's a main thing? For example, when it comes to the historical sites that could be underground, you cannot be able to possibly get to go down there. You might be have phobia of water, large water bodies and all. So how about getting a camera down there, getting to visualize everything and be able to give you an augmented reality or visual reality experience where you get to experience everything that's down there, but in a safe spot, or where you can just sit down. That's one really emerging part that's coming up. Another one, film productions, still in Game of Thrones. One of the speakers ended up mentioning, one of the scenes, one major scene that was done, it was not created in terms of, it was created and it was not filmed in a natural location. What they had is just a whole area, a green screen room, and they have one person do the acting, and then they replaced that green screen with some footage that was made in a game engine that literally right now is breaking technological leaps and bounds. So and then eventually, when you get to watch it, you don't see that that's what happened. But behind the scenes, a lot of technology was used to be able to make that scene come to life as it is and give you an experience that you'd not experience just by traditional filmmaking techniques. Another thing is on cultural preservation. Still, when we, I'm really happy to have seen that there was a game that was being, that games were being taken up by UNESCO and National Museums of Kenya. I'm really interested in that, by the way. So getting to see that cultural preservation of those games, I have been personally, I have been searching for folklore and opportunities that I can, that have been foreshadowed with time. Those stories that we don't know, the stories that our grandparents used to tell us on the fireside, those stories, can they be brought to life? Can you be able to experience them? There are people right now, the young guys, if you ask them who Luanda Magere is, they have no clue. So that's still an element of cultural preservation. The myths, the cultures that are there, what can we be able to have and let people be able to experience with that? Even with there's a game developer who's currently doing something on dance, and they have something with Teroburu as one of the dances that have been used within the game, where you experience this girl going through an evening to go meet with her past ancestor, like her father who had passed on, and they were using dance to be able to bring encant this person and get to see what the experience is. Then you get to see those traditional festivals and things that are being done. We can be able to see them even if we are not there. Right now, if you go to the coast, you have to go, and you want to see the Giriama dancers, you have to know somebody who knows those Giriama dancers and know where to be able to go for them. But if you have in the same library collection that had been mentioned of the 10,000 artifacts, if you had to have that in NMK, then it's down in their website, you would be able to appreciate that.
One last opportunity. Clearly, there are many.
Yes, there are several. Capacity building and tools in education. Disney has come to the Association of Animation Artists twice in the span of 10 years. And each time they have told us we do not have enough animators to be able to produce a Disney film or a Disney flick that they wanted to produce, and it went. Here is Lion King Tinga Tinga that has been created that gives the opportunity of multiple use of IP that can be spread across, or not just only watching, but also can be used in other distinct areas.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. We had reached 0 maybe half an hour ago, so we are just extending because we did invite you and we do want to experience your feedback. But we unfortunately will have to close this session with great appreciation, and we will keep the discussions going. We keep saying that it's not false. We'll keep the discussion going because it will inform policy, it will inform the whole agenda, because it's clearly affecting every aspect: capacity, infrastructure, opportunities, and the markets and the like. So with that, I wish to thank you profoundly and invite you to continue participating in the other forums. Let me hand over to our moderator. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Anne, and a big thank you to your panelists as well. Let's give them another warm round of applause. All right, we are now coming to a very quick tea break. I'm aware some of you have already stepped out and come back. So I'd like to kindly ask those who haven't already to step out. If you have, please stay in the room just to make sure that we transition smoothly into the next session. A very quick announcement: we'll have the 2 breakaways within the next session. If you're interested in the green economy, you'll head out to the convention center after tea break. The room number is 204. So green economy, room number 204. And if you're interested in frontier products and macroeconomic stability, still within the convention center on that side, the room is 214. And there will be some ushers to show you exactly where you're going. So if you're interested in this too, please feel free to ask at the information desk. For now, let's quickly run out for tea and come back hopefully in 20 minutes. Asante.
I call myself Patty Mali, and today is about my story.
Paddy Ubon is a comedian. Paddy Ubon is an entertainer. My real names are David Omondi Atwenga, but Paddy Ubon means Babademian. When cameras are not rolling, when the pens are not writing, and when I'm not dressed as Paddy, I do carpentry. I do painting. Niko na some charity stuff zenye nafanya. I just always want to interact with people. Some of the people don't know about me. A lot of people don't even know that niko na nywele. Naweza ongea hata Kiswahili hivi. I always tell people I had a very amazing father. He was an entertaining guy. Alikuwa sana guest wakikuja na dance, kumatch mbele ya guest and salute. He used to call me his bodyguard. And then I could notice people are actually even buying me stuff. I remember my first keyboard and nilinunua na cash yenye nilikuwa na get from people. So went all the way mpaka nikafika high school, did drama, it was good. So came out, started doing recordings of music. Nikajipata na work na Mwala, nikajipata na work na Kajairo, did pranks, and then baadaye ndo nilikuja nikakuwa introduce to parodies na vitu kama hizo. The first parody that I did it na Kajairo. The first song was Sauti Soul, Gentleman. Ilikuwa YouTube. The reception was good and it actually kept me going because watu walianza kuni recognize as that mjamaa wa parody.
Chale inapaswa kulambwa. Twist kinywaji ya mgonjwa. Putting mini mtoto.
Nime benefit a lot from the social media. I find people calling me. I want to associate your brand na my brand. And they make it rain. Lazima kacheda kapitie. So I think social media ukicompare na kitambo, the only way we can see you is specific time. Na stima ikipotea, sita kuona, unaelewa. So nowadays, social media imetu expose, imetusukuma zaidi. I can be watched time yoyote. And that's the power that I feel like we have than watu wa kitambo. Mostly you become stronger kama umefight a tougher thing.
You know how I like it when she's riding.
I went through issue na Drake. It was a song yenye nilikuwa nimefanya innocently. I call it Alcohol's Plan. Song yake ilikuwa inaitwa God's Plan. And I was so happy about this song. I'm like, this was the jackpot. Next day naamka kumbe imevutwa. My guy aliweka ni kama rights za hii song zote. Mezangu. It created a very big impact. Everyone wanted to interview me. Kama unafanya ngoma ya mtu, mwachie rights zake. Mwachie, and that's the thing that I always do. I don't make profits from parodies.
2 + 2 is 4. -1 hiyo hesabu peleka kwenu. Hizo brain zenu zimeblock. Na makakis.
The internet iko na spaces enough for everyone. It's all about you creating better from it. Nimetumiwa my pictures of people dressing like Padi, kutoka kwa gender zote na kila kitu. So I think people are consuming me the way I would wish. So sidhani kama niko na boundaries. And I think my mission is to make people feel better kwa hii dunia. Okay, what up? It's your boy Paddy Wubon ndani ya jumbani yake Paddy Kizila mtu. If you want to get me, go kwa Instagram yangu, YouTube yangu, Facebook yangu at Paddy Wubon paka Twitter, kila mahali. See ya. Tokeni hapa.
Present-day Parliament Building along Parliament Road in Nairobi is among Kenya's most iconic landmarks. This Victorian architectural masterpiece is where our elected representatives meet to make laws that affect our country and by extension anyone living in it. But Parliament Building hasn't always been on this spot. The journey that led to the laying of the foundation stone of Parliament as we know it today began over 100 years ago. Being a British colony, the first recorded sitting of Parliament was that of the Colonial Legislative Council in August 1907. It was composed of 7 members and was chaired by the then Governor, Sir James Hayes Sadler. The All-Whites Legislative Council comprised 4 ex officio and 3 official members, all nominated by the governor. This first meeting was held in an old wooden and corrugated iron sheets building off the then White House Road, where the current Railway Golf Club stands, off the present-day Haile Selassie Avenue in Nairobi. For the next 13 years, the Legislative Council met in that humble building or at Government House in either Nairobi or Mombasa. In 1920, accommodation for the Legislative Council was rented in the Memorial Hall, which is today's Bank of India, along Kenyatta Avenue, where it was hosted until 1953. During the period of tenancy at Memorial Hall, various milestones were achieved. In October 1944, the governor nominated Eliud Mathu to represent the African interests in the council by taking the place of one European who represented the Africans. Mathu became the first black African member of the Legislative Council. In 1946, one more African was appointed to replace another European in the council. And in 1948, the governor, who had all along presided over the Legislative Council, appointed a speaker, Mr. W.K. Horn, to take his place and to preside over future meetings. This marked the beginning of speakership in the history of the Kenyan Parliament. By the time the foundation stone of present-day Parliament building was being laid in 1952, the number of African-nominated members had increased to 6, and Clerk A.W. Purvis appointed to the Legislative Council. After over 30 years in the Memorial Hall, the Legislative Council moved into the current location of Parliament buildings in the city square of Nairobi. These buildings were officially opened by the then Governor, Sir Evelyn Baring, on Tuesday, 16th February 1954. In May 1956, Her Majesty the Queen of England gave authority for Kenya's legislature to possess a mace. In November 1956, a mace which was made of mvuli was placed on the table of the House during the opening of the 11th Council. The official mace, made of ivory and silver gilt, was completed and presented to the Speaker by the Governor at the sitting of the Council on 20th April 1958. The mace symbolizes the authority of the House and the Chair and is placed on the table with its head facing the majority or government side. The First Lancaster Conference of January 1960 made it apparent that Kenya would soon attain independence and therefore laid out the constitutional framework for the country. The Second Lancaster House Constitutional Conference of February 1962 bore a new constitution that provided for the former Legislative Council to be replaced by two houses, the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Gentlemen, this conference is of crucial importance to the future of Kenya. Upon the degree of our success or failure will depend the well-being, the livelihood, and perhaps even the physical safety of all the citizens of Kenya, of whatever race or creed.
There were to be 41 senators elected to represent the administrative districts and 117 constituency elected members of the House of Representatives. 12 specially elected members chosen by the House sitting in an electoral college, and the Attorney General as an ex officio member. Each house was to elect its own speaker. In February 1963, final constitutional review and consultations were held in Nairobi. A general election was held in May 1963, in which KANU, led by Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, won the overall majority against the other parties. Kenya's internal self-rule commenced on 1st June 1963, popularly known as Madaraka Day. And on 12th December 1964, Kenya became a republic, with the day now observed as Jamhuri Day. In 1963, it became necessary to enlarge the parliament buildings to accommodate the increased number of legislators and to cater for the second chamber. HRH, the Duke of Edinburgh, laid the foundation stone for expansion on 13th December 1963. The extensions were completed and officially opened by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, on Tuesday, the 2nd November 1965. By 1966, it was apparent that bicameralism wasn't ideal for the needs of independent Kenya. Consequently, both houses resolved upon an amendment of the Constitution of Kenya to merge the Senate and the House of Representatives. This amalgamation gave rise to a single chamber, the National Assembly. It comprised of 158 constituency elected members, 12 specially elected members, and 2 ex officio members, the Speaker and the Attorney General. 41 new constituencies were created for the serving senators. This became effective from 5th January 1967, when the House was prorogued, and upon resumption of Parliament on 15th February 1967, the National Assembly sat for the first time as a unicameral house. The first Parliament of independent Kenya ran from 1963 through to 1969 under the speakership of Sir Humphrey Slade in the House of Representatives and Honorable Timothy Chokwe in the Senate. The first Parliament was dissolved on 7th November 1969, giving way to the second general elections, which ushered in the second Parliament that sat from 1970 through to 1974 under the speakership of Honorable F.M. Marty. Leonard Ngugi served as the first clerk of the National Assembly. His Excellency the President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta died on 22nd August 1978 and was succeeded as President by Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, who dissolved the Third Parliament on 20th September 1979, and subsequent general elections were held on 8th November 1979, giving rise to the Fourth Parliament. Honorable Marty's speakership ended with the Fifth Parliament between 1983 and 1987. The Sixth Parliament that ran from 1988 to 1992 under the speakership of Honorable Moses Arap Keino and later on Professor Jonathan Ngeno was dissolved on 28 October 1992. Subsequent elections held in December 1992 ushered in multipartism in the Seventh Parliament, which lasted until 1997. The Seventh Parliament, with Honorable Francis Ole Kaparo as the fifth Speaker of post-independent Kenya, was dissolved on 10th November 1997, and the Eighth Parliament elected with increased membership of 210 members during the elections of 29th and 30th December 1997. The Eighth Parliament was dissolved on 25th October 2002. The elections of 2002 witnessed changes in the political leadership, where KANU, the ruling party since independence, was defeated by the NARC coalition. This paved way for the Ninth Parliament that ran from 2003 to 2007, marking the end of Honorable Kaparo's speakership. The Ninth Parliament lasted until 22nd October 2007.
maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu, nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Fika Mombasa, wito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Fika Mombasa, wito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya nchi yangu, nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu, nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Na wananchi wote ni sawa tu, wapenda ugali na sukuma wiki. Na wananchi wote ni sawa tu, wapenda ugali na sukuma wiki. Kenya nchi yangu, nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu, nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu, nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Singa bahama yotina kulongama kefasine haya ezuluini. Singa bahama yotina kulongama kefasine haya ezuluini. Singa bahama yotina kulongama kefasine haya ezuluini. We are marching, we are marching, we are Onyono nyono nyono kitende molal kucha. Omar kucha che ibade orundo rundo rundo. Onyono nyono nyono kitende molal kucha. Omar kucha che ibade orundo rundo rundo. Onyono nyono nyono kitende molal kucha. Oklo Jehovah oklo. Oklo Jehovah oklo. Oklo Jehovah oklo. Oklo Jehovah oklo. Umakuja che ibale arunga runga runga. Onyono nyono nyono kitende molal kucha. Umakuja che ibale arunga runga runga. Onyono nyono nyono kitende molal kucha. Oklo Jehovah oklo. Oklo Jehovah oklo. Oklo Jehovah oklo. Oklo Jehovah oklo. Pokane ni Yesu kijongo ngimana. Tobende pokane ni Rabi kiwele ama wasigolo ya. Pile pili kedona tetendwe. Toyawa pile pili lotona. Pokiwe ya wasigolo ya. Pokane ni Yesu kijongo ngimana. Tobende pokane ni Rabi kiwele ama wasigolo ya. Pile pili kedona tetendwe. Toyawa pile pili lotona. Pokiwe ya wasigolo ya. Isetingo tunga malo. Kake tunjoi. Osepayo isewiro ya gimomanyen. Pokiwe ya wasigolo ya. Pokane ni Yesu kijongo ngimana. Tobende pokane ni Rabi kiwe ya wasigolo ya. Pile pili kedona tetendwe. Toyawa pile pili lotona. Pokiwe ya wasigolo ya. Otiota linga linga Yesu tiota linga linga. 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 Sama 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 Yesu tiota linga linga. Otiota linga linga 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 Yesu tiota linga linga. Otiota linga linga
Kichwa cha kitanda changu we. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston asemaje? Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston asemaje? Oh, Baba Gaston. Barua kwa mpenzi wangu Gaston. Na picha yako nilitumia. Iko kwa kichwa cha kitanda changu. Oh, Baba Gaston. Barua kwa mpenzi wangu Gaston. Na picha yako nilitumia. Iko kwa kichwa cha kitanda changu. Oh, Baba Gaston.
Thank you very much, KIPPRA Choir. Asante sana. We've got an announcement for persons with hearing impaired to move to that side of the hall so that they're able to see the sign language interpreter. So if you are on this side of the hall, please feel free to move to this side so you're able to follow the proceedings of the conference. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back. We'll quickly run into the next plenary session of the day, and the focus will be on human capital. This session will focus on the role of human capital in economic transformation, and the chair is Dr. Wanjiru Kariuki. She's the Education Secretary, State Department for Post, Training and Skills Development. Let's give her a warm round of applause as she joins us on stage.
Thank you very much. Can I get a better clap? Thank you. I'm welcoming you to the second session of the KIPPRA conference. We now are going to the human capital theme, and with us we have Ministry of Education officials, very, very senior officials who are here to present. With us we have the CEO of Higher Education Loans Board. We have a representative from TVETA. We have Mr. Patrick Machoni from KATI, that is Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions. And we also have Frida from Kenya Institute of Special Education, and also Mrs. Beatrice from Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. We don't have much time, so each presenter has been given 10 minutes to make a presentation. And because we are short of time, I want to quickly invite Mr. Charles Ringera, who is the CEO of Higher Education Loans Board, to come and make his presentation. Remember, they are discussing how education is contributing to human capital development towards economic transformation. So, Bwana Ringera, the floor is yours.
Patrick is saying he's not yet sorted out, yeah? So Patrick can start from cutting.
Okay, we have made a small adjustment. We are going to start off with Mr. Patrick Machoni, who is representing the Kenya Association of Technical Training Associations. Mr. Patrick, karibu. Karibu, Mr. Patrick. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Patrick Kingoina, representing the Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions. I don't think the presentation that is there is for me. I am talking on access, equity, and the curriculum. So maybe that presentation can be uploaded. So meanwhile, as they upload, I can introduce myself. Yeah, my name is Patrick Kingoina. I am the National Treasurer of Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions, that is KATI. And I'm a principal of Hamed Shahame Mwidani Technical Training Institute in Mombasa. I have been in education for 34 years now as a trainer and as an administrator at various levels. So I am giving this presentation on behalf of my chair of the association. So I'll talk on access to TVET, equity, and the curriculum. I'll be brief in my presentation, just to the point. I'll start with who KATI is. We are a professional body that coordinates technical training activities in Kenya, and we were started in 1997. So we are celebrating our silver jubilee this year, like KIPPRA. The association is a forum for identifying interests of the institutions, determining strategies for improvement of technical education and training in Kenya. Its membership includes the ministries you can see there: Ministry of Education, Ministry of Labor, Kenya Railways, National Youth Service, the Ministry of Industrialization and Trade, Kenya Wildlife, and Tourism and Wildlife, Ministry of Lands, among others.
Our vision, we are dynamic and a vibrant association of TVET institutions in Kenya that fosters globally competitive technical manpower. Our mission is basically to provide a platform for championing globally competitive, inclusive, responsive, and quality TVET skills development through networking, policy, and advocacy. So in access to TVET, basically, this is our TVET is under the ministries that I gave in the introduction, but for the TVET institutions under the main Ministry of Education, we are under the State Department of Vocational and Technical Training. Way back in 2013, there were 56 public TVET institutions in Kenya, and since 2013, the government embarked on providing access to young Kenyans to access skills, and they started putting up new TVET institutions in every sub-county. That is a constituency in Kenya. And to date, we have over 200 institutions that have been completed and operational. Currently, we have 199 TVETs under the Ministry of Education alone who are members of our association. We have 6 universities that have a department of technical training, and we have 27 private and other TVETs in other ministries. Now, access has been made possible through the following activities. One is setting up fees that is affordable to young Kenyans by the ministry, which is capped at 56,420 annually. And through this, the ministry or government gives capitation through the higher education, through the ministry itself to every student. And there is also a help loan of 40,000, and I think a lot will be given by my colleague from HELP. The provision, sorry. Now, one of the major things which I can maybe highlight under access, I heard from KIPPRA, we have close to 4 million youth who require skills. And we need to provide access for all those learners or those young Kenyans to access those skills. Currently, or in 2013, we had a total of 90, close to 90,000 learners in all our TVET institutions. And currently we have close to 500,000. So when you look at 500,000 compared to 4 million, that's a very small percentage of 12.5%. So although government has done a lot in providing quite very many modern institutions countrywide, and also provided trainers, there is still a big gap that we need to look at. On curriculum, TVETs have been having a problem in the past on developing new curricula, but through the TVET Act, TVET CEDAC was set up to come up with a new curricula that is in tandem with the industry requirements. And to date, quite a number of curricula has been developed, up to the tune of close to over 300 programs ready to be offered, and many of those curricula under the competence-based education and training are being offered. They are assessed by CEDAC and certified by CEDAC. So the major challenge basically in TVET is insufficient funding. So in conclusion, as KIPPRA, we hope that these highlights will give you an insight of what is going on in TVET, so that as you bring up new policies, those policies will take care of the challenges of funding. I'll end with this quotation from Nelson Mandela, that education is the most powerful weapon upon which you can use to change the world. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. That was the chairman of KATI, has made a very good presentation. Let's give him another clap. Thank you. And I want to call upon Mr. Ringera. Are you ready? Yeah, Mr. Charles Ringera, CEO, Higher Education Loans Board.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hoping my screen will be up. Caleb? Have you received it? No, that's not my screen. He's telling me it is there. Yeah, but maybe as it comes, Rose, we want to thank you very much for inviting us for this session, for just to give a discourse of what you are seeing in the space of education financing, particularly at higher education level. Of course, as you're aware, basic education is quite well covered in terms of what government is doing. What we now need to focus on is what we do again so that we don't have a lot of leakages in terms of our youth when they complete, higher education. I mean, in post-secondary education, when they complete their secondary education. And part and parcel of that is to look for pathways of where else they can be able to go apart from university. I think that is why government was very emphatic in terms of this expansion of this space of higher education. And I think Patrick has already explained in terms of the development and the changes that have happened in the sector. Back in 2013, Higher Education Loans Board was only funding a very small number of colleges, there were about 48 colleges within the Ministry of Education. And we realized that still there were a lot of youth who were not able to make it to the university and were not having skills that they could be able to feed on. And therefore, there was an affirmative action almost in around 2014 in terms of expansion of TVET. And the numbers that Patrick ran then were what culminated into this TVET financing. I have some slides just before I come to this one that I wanted just to explain. that HELP is really exists to offer finance to grow opportunities for our youth. So we are trying to put education together with finance so that we can be able to create opportunities. And when we create those opportunities, they enhance their skills, they pay back that money so that somebody else can be able to benefit from that money back, that money again. HELP was started way back in 1952. Most of us don't know that. By that time, most of the studies were being done in Dar es Salaam and the Czech Republic, UK, India, and government was, as we're getting into independence, the colonial government was trying to build capacity for Kenyans to be able to, get some skills so they can be able to develop their country. And that went on until up to independence time. Again, remember, we didn't have a university. We went on up to 1967 when maybe University of Nairobi was becoming considered College of Makerere University. So it earned a few of the students. But still that time, we were still giving government support through what previously used to call boom. But come 1974, I think government realized that it was not possible for them to continue running that aspect of boom. And the concept of the loan in terms of a shared manner then came in. And from 1974 to 1979, I'm putting those dates because you do remember that those dates, during those days, there was no actually kind of identification of a person in form of an ID. So to date, actually, we have quite a number of records between 1974 and 1979, who we can only see Rose Ngugi, but we don't know the ID number out of that. I think I have now about 12,000 records. And we suspect some of them are actually dead, and we are not able to identify who are not dead, or some of them are even retired. But come 1995, HELP Act was then commenced on, actually to be precise, on 21st of July 1995. And one of the key things was go back and recover all the loans that had been given hitherto earlier on, and be able to take it back again to the revolving kitty. And that is what we did. We have been doing since 1995, when we became a body corporate, up to now in terms of recoveries. Some of the key mandates that we have been given, first of all, HELP, you realize that it is formed by an act of parliament, and it says that the act says that there will be a board of management which will administer the fund in terms of Kenyans looking for opportunity to be able to expand their education. And Section 11 in particular talks about establishment of higher education loans fund to be managed and administered by a board. And my board is mainly from people who actually where the money goes, particularly from the universities. We have a chairman who is appointed by His Excellency the President. The current chairman is Right Honorable Ekwe Thuro. We have a representative from private universities, a representative from public universities, a rep, 2 independent board members. Again, one is skilled is a lawyer, and another one is a HR officer. The Commission of University Education is also represented on the Board of Health, the PS University Education, the PS National Treasury, Federation of Kenya Employers, for obvious reasons, because that is where the graduates or the people who are graduating are getting into the workspace. And of course, is the Kenya Bankers Association again, who is a board member with the board. I serve as a board secretary just to see and oversee that everything that is intended by the institution is able to run. We currently have a staff complement of about 267 people. We have 28 branches established in Huduma centers. The way we have established our branches is to know where our foot traffic is. So where you find a concentration of universities and TVET colleges, you find that in that Huduma center will be in that center, and we continue to expand on that basis. We currently serve 75 universities in this country, both public and private, because remember now with the Universities Act coming into play, the ground is level for everybody. We also have some students in EAC, or East African Community, that was given by a protocol, and a MAC protocol that was achieved some times back. And although that number is coming down, there's a time we had a high number of about 1,500 students in Dar es Salaam, University of Rwanda, and most of them in Uganda. As you are aware, there are quite a number of students who are attending their trainings in Uganda, but that number is coming down as Kenyan education continues to expand. We also served over 200 TVET colleges, and I think Patrick has already seen about the expansion of those TVET colleges. We also have a number of students in medical training colleges, which are now currently about 85, the KMTCs, and also the faith-based colleges that are spread across the country. Our policy director is the Ministry of Education. with a major funding coming from Exchequer, of course, through the Ministry of Finance. But also now we are trying to build kitties for relevant areas where we see skills are not there. We partner with the funders in those areas, like the way we partnered with USAID to be able to start the nursing kitty. Since inception, we have funded about 1.2 million graduates. 283,000 of them are repaying about 44 billion. And the 1.2 million graduates that we have funded, it has costed Exchequer about 130 billion. We have about 594,000 students currently on our payroll. Those are about, they are carrying about 49 billion. And we have another 254,000 who have repaid loans worth about 26 billion back again to the kitty. But I continue to struggle. Currently, we are running a 100% COVID waiver. And please visit our tent somewhere outside here in case you want us to waive your penalties that you have accumulated because of you are not able to attend to your loans because of COVID. And we'll be happy to serve you and clear you so that you can then have your compliance certificate. So we have about 107,000 difficult accounts that we are trying to follow. Those are worth about 10 billion. Now, specifically coming then to TVET that is here, I think Patrick has already indicated the funding model of TVET currently. So when government decided to start giving loans to students who are going for TVET college, one of the key decisions was to lower the school fees or to cap the school fees to 56,400. 30,000 comes from Exchequer, and that is a grant. It is not paid back. And HELPS gives 40,000 as a loan. For the very desperate cases, we even top up with a bursary. Now, that 40,000 is divided as follows. 26,400 goes to pay tuition, so we pay directly that to the TVET colleges. And that 14,000 or the balance thereon, whether you have a bursary or the balance on the loan, is given to the pocket of the student. It's a major transformation that was done in terms of financing TVET students, because previously they never used to get any upkeep or pocket allowance in their pocket. Now today they can be able to get that, and that has been quite transformation in terms of how we have been funding the TVET students. Next, please. Or is there one that I can be pressing? So this year we will be looking at funding about 169 colleges. We'll be having about 420,000 students, and so far we have awarded them in excess of about 13 billion. And I can see that number growing to about 14 billion. So that is the space of university, medical training colleges, and also the TVET colleges for this year. The total budget this year for students is about 14.1 billion, which we enhanced because of the influx of applications that we just received during this, particularly during this COVID period, where most of the parents could not be able to afford Next. Now, if you look at how then the TVET space has grown over the years, starting back in 2016-2017, we were able to fund about 30,432 at a total cost of about 1.1 billion. Come 2017-2018, we moved that number to 43,000, costing us about 1.3 billion. And in 2018-2019, 67,000 trainees were funded at a total cost of about 1.5 billion. But the major impact came in 2019-2020, when government was able to give higher education loans on about 4 billion to be able to support the student. And that, then we expanded that number to 101,000 students, and it costed us about 4.1 billion. As we entered into COVID, there were a bit of challenges. Remember, this is the time that the schools were closed in 2020-2021. We scaled that number down to about 65,000. Remember, nobody was actually in school, and it costed us about 2.6 billion. At least universities were in school because we were doing online learning. TVET was still not in school because some of the courses they do was a bit of a difficult. Then in come 2020-2021, we spent 2022, we'll be spending about 3.3 billion to train about, to fund about 88,467 students. Is that saying that I'm done? Time is over. What is that? So that I can see how I can manage myself. The time is over. Okay, give me 5 minutes, I shouldn't be done. Now, looking at the demand in terms of these loans, that is how we have moved on. But one clear picture there is that we have a complete, the demand is much higher than, the amount we can be able to fund. Why? Because of lack of resources. And this is what is making us rethink the model for TVET financing. because not even all TVET, the TVET students we fund are the ones, the TVET colleges that are within the Ministry of Education. There is another 40 TVET who are outside there, the Railway Training School, the KWSs, the UTALIs, who we are not actually funding because of lack of exchequer. The current policy from government is only now to fund the ones in Ministry of Education, the 238 Patrick was talking about. But still even funding those ones, you can see we completely are not able to meet demand. This year, in particular, about 60,000 TVET students will go without funding because of lack of resources. They have already expressed their interest in terms of being funded, but we have no funding to be able to extend to them because whether exchequer or any other, we have still a challenge. And looking at the gaps next, looking at the gaps over the period between 2018 and 2019, next, please, Kale. If you look at the gaps that have come out of that TVET funding, in 2018-2019, you find that we are under a gap of about 2.3 billion. 2019-2020, again about 700 million. Looking at 2020-2021, 1.6 billion, we are not able to fund it. And this year, just like as I said, if we cannot be able to access some 1 billion shillings, then we'll have about 60,000 students go unfunded. Next. Now, the way we partner with the TVET institutions, first of all, we start by marketing. And we did, you recall, Patrick, we did a lot of campaign in 2018-2019 because there was this, can I say phobia, or that TVET students are the one, the students who go to TVET, they are the ones that have actually did make it to university. So you look at it like they are failures. But with the conversation of career and guidance now changing at KUCCPS, we have seen quite a bit of change. We are now seeing students who are scoring A's, but they cannot be able to access maybe medicine at universities, now opting to do a diploma in clinical sciences within a TVET college. So the conversation is changing. I think there's a lot of rebranding also by TVET, so that then this is just another pathway of you being able to go out there. So we have done a lot of marketing and working in close relationship with TVET colleges. We have then distributed to the funds to the students. Once we get into memorandum of understanding with them, we share a lot of data with the colleges just to know who is in school, who are the needy students, because those ones need special support even when they are there. There are students who will die in course of being funded by our education loans bond. Unless we get a notification from the colleges, then we might continue funding, ardent students, and eventually that money find itself into unclaimed assets. So again, we work very closely with the colleges so that we can know what is the progress of the students who are in school. Again, the issue of opening dates and so that we can be able to prepare the student money is something we work very, very closely with them. Then there is the aspect of verification of who are bona fide students, because we have also seen the capitation element not being able to follow the student, kind of what I would call ghost, funded student. And for us, at least, that is something we follow through so that we make sure that we are not funding any ghost student out there. Next, please. We normally hold quite a number of consultative forums with the TVET colleges, and just this year we have held one consultative forum, and these are some of the improvements that they are talking about, and we are trying to see how we can be able to improve them. For example, we have quite a number of students who are underage, even as they come to the TVET or the university. What do you do with them? Remember, my loan is a contract. So if you are not of age of majority, then I cannot be able to sign up a contract with you. The law of contract says that if you sign a contract with somebody who is underage, then it is null and void ab initio. So again, how do we bring co-guarantors? For example, the parents, they can be able to co-borrow together with the student until they get to the age of majority, and then we loan that to their loan account. Then the application process, I think it has been noted to be cumbersome, and for obvious reasons, because we are collecting a lot of data for purposes of collection. Then the issue of increasing the amount that we are funding, and as I'm saying, again, resources are the ones that are limiting us in terms of doing some of these applications. Next. Now, during the COVID period, we had to rethink our online application process, and we completely now made it paperless. Previously, you were printing, going to the chief, going to the lawyer for signatures. Now we have made it digital signatures, so you don't have to run around. Again, that was to contain to contain COVID, the aspect of the spread of COVID, so that people are not, mixing with one another. Again, for subsequent, now we have put it on the mobile phone, so we will pay you through M-Pesa or Airtel or Telcom Cash. We have already signed up with all these telcos, so that is how our disbursement will look like come July this year. It will now be mobile-based. Again, that is just improving efficiency. Next. Now, if you look at what Patrick was talking about, there has been major reforms in the TVET space. Next, please. One of them, part of the major reforms that have been in that space has been the reduction of TVET, of our tuition. Next, please. So the tuition, so the reduction of TVET from 93,000, Patrick, that's what it was. And now, to that element of 56,400, I think it has been a major effort in terms of how we can make this affordable. Then the expansion of colleges, Patrick talked about. In 2013, we had about 48 colleges. Today, we have about 238. We have signed up agreement with about 195 of them, because the others, about 40 of them, and they are being still constructed. So that expansion of that infrastructure has been great, and it is giving our children spaces, safer spaces for them to do the learning aspect. And then the equipping of those colleges, it has been transformational and phenomenal. Then the student financing through grants, as I said, what you call capitation, and also the student loans that we are doing, we are giving. Then a major one has been the mindset change, which is the concept of TVET rebranding, and that has been quite helpful in terms of having more students now choose to go to the TVET, because employability for these guys who are coming from TVET is much, much faster than what you will get from a normal social science, graduate. And that is why even as a board, we decided for a TVET, you are funding him for only 3 years. And within the 4th year, they start returning the money. For a graduate, for social sciences, you are taking 4 years to fund them, then give them 1 year to settle in life, not to look for a job. But then if they don't have a job, it takes them longer. So we are seeing people stabilizing, whether they are teachers being employed in TSC, taking up to 6 years since we give them the money. So the board was very clear that in TVET, we are going to see the turnaround of the money come in faster to support the other guys who are then coming through. Where was I told to press? Let me see. Yeah, it is working. Now, for the 40,000 that we give, ours tuition we pay 26,400. For boarding, if you look at boarding on the other side, it's about 15,000. Then examinations vary from 4,000 to all the way to about 18,000. They require books and stationery of about another 10,000. So even the 40,000 we are giving, we are very clear in our mind, it is still not yet enough, and that is why we are looking for more resources to be able to, to fund most of those students. And we are asking for a clarion call here. Is the call to action is we partner with as many organizations as possible to fund this space. For example, we have just concluded a big partnership with Kenya Maritime Authority of funding seafarers. So this year we have funded about 10,000 of those seafarers, and those guys are ready to go to the ocean. Straight away after they get out of school at Maritime Academy, they're able to go to the blue economy, and they start repaying back the money straight away. So we are looking for some of those partnerships which are going to help us in terms of funding this kitty. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ringera. I think I got carried away with your presentation. I even forgot the time. Let's give him a clap. He has really enlightened us on financing of TVET and university education, and we can see how that contributes to economic transformation in the long run. Our next presenter is Dr. Osawa William, who is the Deputy Director of TVETA. Daktari, are you around? Karibu, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. Now, in the interest of time, I would like to move very fast with my presentation. Now, first of all, I would like to indicate the fact that I'm greatly impressed and inspired by all the presentations that I've listened to, both today and on Monday. And I would also like to thank KIPPRA for organizing this knowledge sharing forum. And it is my hope that by the time we leave here, we're not going to be the same again. And we are basically going to ensure that we share this knowledge that we have, because it is only through the sharing of knowledge that we eventually grow our knowledge. So the first thing that I would like to do is possibly to summarize what I will be saying. I might say so many things in the slides, but in summary, I was given the work of talking about the role of TVET in skill development. Now, just in summary, what I'm going to talk about, itakuwa na kizungu ingine, lakini it might not. In summary, TVET basically provides an important pathway for development of skilled workforce which are required in all the sectors of economy that you can think of. If you think of construction, TVET will supply you with masons, it will supply you with plumbers, it will supply you with electrical installations, those who are going to do the installation as well as the wiring. If you think about agriculture, if you think about motor vehicle mechanics, if you think about business, TVET will provide you with accountants. If you think about health, it will also provide you with clinical officers and medical technicians. If you think about fashion and design, TVET will basically provide you with the personnel who are supposed to do that. If you think about creative design, TVET will be able to provide you with that. Again, if you think about the areas of applied science, TVET will provide you with skilled personnel for all those areas. So I will just skip those ones. So basically, when it comes to the background, I will just talk about the fact that TVET has been identified as a principal catalyst for solving the various unemployment problems, as well as overcoming the barrier for economic growth. Now, when I talk about a catalyst, I hope all of you will now be knowing that, at least they will not be having a doubt that I have a degree in chemistry. So TVET is basically a tool for human resource development, and this is actually the first step for sustainable development, as well as mobilization of resources such as natural resources, as well as the financial resources, which are required to enhance economic growth. And therefore, it is a very important aspect in a nation's economic competitiveness. Now, in the skills which are acquired through TVET basically maximizes employment opportunities, and this will result to economic growth through income generation and tax revenues. It will also improve quality, equality, clean economic growth, and that one will ensure that we protect the environment, and eventually we stop these issues of climate change, which is actually a big problem at the moment. Now, it is important to know that if for us to be able to effectively undertake TVET and for the skills to be very fruitful, then there's need for us to involve the industry. And we can do this in terms of using what we call the industry-based or the dual-based training, which will actually make our graduates to be ready for the job market. Now, the government, it is important to know that the government has placed great emphasis to improve access, and this one has already been handled by my colleagues, so I'll just skip that. Now, under the issue of TVET and future of work requirements, it has been shown through research that there are certain issues that are very important for our TVET graduates to be able to work effectively in their work environment. And some of these are workforce and readiness, technical skills, soft skills, which sometimes refer to as the transferable skills, as well as the entrepreneurial skills. A survey carried by the World Bank identified both the technical and personal skills to be required for graduates to perform effectively in their areas of specialization. Now, it is important to note that due to the rapid technological changes, there are wide variations in skills which are anticipated between what we know today and what we require in the tomorrow's labor market. Now, our TVET institutions are actually the major suppliers of all the skilled workforce for all these sectors. And therefore, there's urgent need to incorporate the new technological changes in our curricula. Now, several mechanisms have been established by TVET Authority in collaboration with stakeholders to ensure that we improve the skill development in TVET. Now, one of the issues that have been done is that under the TVET system, all trainees are required to undertake a mandatory industrial attachment. This is expected to expose them to the world of work as well as the emerging technologies in their areas of specialization. Now, another aspect that has also been established is the fact that currently we require all our TVET trainers to be accredited by TVETA and given a training license. Now, this training license is supposed to be renewed after every 3 years, and this one can only be done upon showing evidence of continuous professional development or industry exposure. And this one will ensure that our trainers are actually conversant with what is happening in industry. Now, all institutions are also required to establish IQA. These ones are internal quality assurance offices, and also establish partnership with the labor market. And in this, we expect that they will eventually move to a situation where we have the dual training, where some training is undertaken within the industry and other training are undertaken within the institutions. Then TVETA also undertakes regular quality audits, and where we find the institutions are not doing very well, then we also advise them on the issues that they are supposed to improve on. Now, another very important aspect, which is also ensuring that we improve our skills that are relevant to the market, is the fact that Kenya joined the World Skills International at the 84th member, so that when we attend these skills competitions, our skills are not just national, but compared internationally. Now, recently, we participated in World Skills Africa, where we presented our trainees in 3 areas. And most of them were actually our TVET trainees, except some trainees also whom we got from Dedan Kimathi University in the area of mechatronics. Now, during this World Skills competition, which happened in Namibia, the Kenyan delegation, the Kenyan team, were able actually to get 2 medals. One of the medals we got in the area, gold medal actually, the best, was obtained in the area of restaurant service. Then we also got a bronze medal in the area of cooking. So cooking is not just what you cook around here, but you can go and compete internationally. So in the African competition, our competitor actually got a bronze. In mechatronics, we are not graded. We did not perform very well. But I do hope that next time we are going to do better. The Kenyan TVET system is migrating. This one has been undertaken. The CBET curricula involves this area. Now, those ones has already been done. Now, the government is developing a policy for establishment of commercial enterprises within our institutions. Now, this one is being done because we would like to expose our trainees to the industry, but at the same time, we have also bought equipments which are actually state-of-the-art, which can be used for commercial production. This, we expect, is also going to ensure that the skills for our trainees is eventually improved. Now, the TVET stakeholders, we also usually organize some TVET fairs, as well as what we call the Hands on the Future Skill Shows, which is done biennially. Then we have also established an Odell Center at KTTC. This one has been done by the Ministry of Education, and this one is going to ensure that we are able to come up with content. We develop content, and at the same time we can also be able to do our training online. The online training is basically more flexible, and it can actually ensure that most of our trainees undertake their courses at a cheaper cost. Now, it is important to also note that a significant number of our TVET institutions have already embraced dual training. Now, we have around more than 10 of them there, with the other institutions that they are collaborating with. Now, this is a situation where training takes place within the institutions, and then after some time, they also go to the industry also to undertake training. And when they go to the industry, both the trainees as well as the trainers usually go to those industry, and therefore we ensure that whatever our trainers and trainees get is going to ensure that we eliminate skills mismatch, which has actually been identified as one of the challenges. Now, although we have been having a negative perception for different programs as being inferior, this one is already changing, as has been already indicated. And I would like to add the fact that when you go to some of our TVET institutions currently as we speak, you will find those who have got degree, those who have undergone degree programs actually going back to our TVET institutions to undertake diploma programs. And those who have talked to us usually say that the diploma programs that they normally do in our TVET institutions enables them to get jobs more than what the degree is able to give them. Now, we have some challenges that we have experienced, that lack of competent trainers, shortage. In conclusion, it is important that the stakeholders should increase in investment in to improve the infrastructure or in the TVET institutions. Now, the rapid transformations in the job market require trainers and graduates to continually upgrade their skills and be digital smart. And then finally, what I would like to talk about is the fact that if we can be able to strengthen our TVET institutions and embrace TVET as a major training sector, then it will actually be our major part of achieving the country's long-term development goal of the Vision 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osawa from TVETA. I think we have been enlightened on what TVET is doing in terms of promoting skills development towards economic transformation. We now move on to special needs education, and with us we have Frida Kiambati, who is doing her PhD. She's about to become a doctor. The floor is yours. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Daktari, for this invitation. My name is Frida. I'm representing the Director, Kenya Institute of Special Education. And the discussion of the day for now is on special needs education. That means we are addressing persons with disabilities. So because of the time, I'll go straight to my point. Tabi earlier in the day talked about having persons with disabilities as a significant population that we can't afford to not to talk about. And there is the distribution countrywide. In terms of all the counties, we have persons with disabilities. So why are we doing this discussion? Is there a problem? Yes. Are we engaging these people with disabilities in the economically? Are they part of the economic transformation that we are talking about? And why then are we engaging? I will talk about 3 key items. One of them is the milestones achieved so far with regard to special needs and inclusive education, as well as after the milestones, I'll also talk briefly about the challenges, and then I'll finally talk about the recommendations so that we engage this person with special need. Before I talk about the milestones, I want us to imagine that you are that person that we are talking about. Imagine that you are the person with possibly visual impairment. Visual impairment is not simply just closing your eyes and then opening it. It is living with that visual impairment for the rest of your life. Living on a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Having to now get an interpreter for those who have hearing impairment. So this is the population we are talking about. In the education system, when a child is in class, they also talk about their dreams. They say, when I grow up, when I study, I want to become this and this, just like the other child. So in the education, we have gone so much steps in terms of including the children and learners with disabilities in the education system. And we have come from the special schools. Initially, we usually had the special schools where learners who had a certain disability were put together. Even currently, there are special schools. Then special units came about, and integrated schools also came about. Why? Because the government was journeying towards inclusion, and therefore now we are talking more about inclusive education and less about integrated systems, less about the special units and less about the special schools. And here comes the competence-based curriculum, which has given the learner with a certain disability the opportunity to engage, the opportunity to model that which the others are doing. If it is a person or a learner who has visual impairment, for instance, then the teacher engages. They are given the models. When the teacher is presenting like I am, then the learner with visual impairment is given the model, the actual thing to interact with tactually, using the other senses that are functional. Same case with any other type of disability. So there are so many steps in terms of the education system, including the adapted curriculum, the specialized curriculum. For the specialized curriculum, I'll talk briefly about it because those learners who have to go through the special education, for instance, those who have intellectual disability and cannot sit together in the same class in an inclusive setting, therefore they will need this specialized curriculum. The adapted curriculum is for those who are able to join in the inclusive system and therefore participate in learning just like the other learners, but with adaptations. So the curriculum itself is adapted, and also the assessment by the NEC. So capitation has been given by the Ministry of Education, and therefore in the education sector, there are so many support for persons or learners with disabilities. The second milestone is in terms of functional assessment, and in every county there is an EAC center, And at KISE, where we come from, that is the Kenya Institute of Special Education, therefore hosts the National Assessment Center. And those are the images of some of the facilities that we are having there at Kasarani. You can visit also the tent outside there so that you get a feel of more. I'm talking about generally the milestones that we've gone through. Capacity building, we are here because we want to empower every person economically without leaving this important population of persons with disabilities. So training of teachers to support the learners at the level when they are doing education, when they are going through the learning process, and also there are programs to empower persons with disabilities. There is training in Kenyan Sign Language. Currently, we are collaborating with the National Council for Persons with Disabilities to train the civil servants in Kenyan Sign Language, so that when you go to that hospital, a person who has hearing impairment is able to receive the service. If they are being attended by a police person, then this person is empowered through the sign language, and they are able to communicate. Then at the level of employment capacity, disability mainstreaming, this is where the employers are taken through some steps so that they are able to accommodate persons with disability. This is a session going on at KISE because we have a department of supporting persons with disabilities, those who have already transited from school and therefore they want to acquire entrepreneurial skills and they have a disability, but they do not have the information, they don't know how to go about it. That is how they are given the support. The president has been supporting persons with disabilities in terms of the many areas, including the launching of the 10 centers nationally, and also the status report that was launched in December. So there is a lot that is being done. The legal framework is very rich. That is another milestone. And the legal framework that I put here today is that which supports their economic empowerment. There is a sector policy that has supported them in terms of the journey in the learning process. But there are a couple of policies, a couple of acts, all those legal frameworks supporting persons with disabilities. The question is the implementation the same, at the same level with the level of the policies that are there, because there are many. Of course, there are other support systems, including having so many institutions that are supporting persons with disabilities, starting with the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, which was established in 2003, following the enactment of the Act, and also the Kenya Institute of Special Education, Directorate of Special Needs Education at the Ministry, and many others. I'll focus now on the challenges, and with regard to a person with disability as a human capital. They have gone through education system. They have acquired the skills. Where is the gap when it comes to now them contributing to the economic development? So despite those policies, the persons with disabilities are still finding it difficult to find jobs. Maybe we need to ask ourselves, are we the people who are denying them the opportunity? Or is it their skills that are not adding up to what we are offering at our institutions or our organizations? Another challenge is that despite the fact that there is so much talk about supporting persons with disabilities, there is still data that indicate that these people are living economically, they are below average. So that is one of the things that we need to focus on, so that we lift them from this ladder to the next level. And in terms of their socioeconomic situation, I've talked about it. They are in the level of below their livelihood, the poverty, but I'll talk about the stigma, because this is where you and me come in. Are we the people that are denying them the opportunity? Let me go straight to a few recommendations, Madam Moderator. And the first one is perception change. This is one of the recommendations. This gentleman on the right on this side is a person who has finished, has maybe the TVET, has acquired the skills. And we are looking at a person without disability as an independent person, as a dependable person, and as a contributor to the economy. On the other hand, if we present a person with disability, we are looking at that person as a dependent person, as a person requiring support, and a user. So we need to shift the change, the reasoning, and our perception so that we consider this person to be having, to be independent, dependable, and a contributor to the economy. We also need to map out the needs in the process of transitioning from when they are a child, what are their needs because they are about to enter school. When they are in the education sector, what are their needs? They need assistive technologies and devices, adapted curriculum, specialized curriculums. And at the world of work, we need to give them the enabling environment. Of course, also the assistive technology so that they are able to cope with the changes in the technology. And of course, have disability mainstreaming. We also need to do system strengthening. One of the aspects that I'll talk about is the need to invest in data. There is minimal data on the persons with disabilities across the stages, those who are at the education level, those who are yet to enter school, and those who are exiting to the market. And KISE has taken that challenge and is at the baby steps, but welcoming all of you so that we journey together. Assistive technologies, I remember Tabi was very particular about giving them the skill. And I will also want to challenge the innovators and the youth in the house that we need to also create these solutions, these assistive technologies for persons with disabilities. But it is important that we give the proper technology depending on the type of the need. If it is a person, of course, with hearing impairment, they will need a different technology from that of visual impairment. I have showcased a number of them, and these are in the area of visual impairment, but the massive reader of the Microsoft 365 is cuts across. It can also be used by persons who are struggling with learning difficulties. Accessibility and usability, we make sure our systems, our information systems, our information, the way we package it is accessible to them because that is where they will go to look for jobs, just the same way we do open the websites and the portals to look for jobs, for the career opportunities. Are we providing systems, information in accessible formats? We need to think about that. And finally, as our reflection for today, it takes you and me to make a change in the life of that person with a disability. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida. Tumpigie makofi ingine. Yes, she has really enlightened us on how special needs education is playing a part in building human capital. And we can see the challenges that she has mentioned. And I think in the panel discussion, these issues will be tackled further. We now have our final presenter before we go to the panel discussion, and that is Beatrice Kanini Kule, who is going to present on CBC and transformation agenda, and also CBET in relation to the theme of this session. Karibu Beatrice. And Beatrice is also doing a PhD. Tumpigie makofi.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and the organizers of this forum for giving us an opportunity to share what is happening. As you've heard, I'm Beatrice Chule. I come from Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD. Some people call it KISD. We've never complained, but KICD is a state corporation under the Ministry of Education. And We are established through KICD Act number 4 of 2013, and our mandate is to develop research-based curricula and curriculum support materials for basic education and tertiary education, that is now education below university. So what I'm going to talk about is within that. I hope I will be able to use this. Is it the green one? Simple. Okay, I will be very fast because of time, and I'll just rush through most of these slides. I have just given some background there that we have been having different systems. We had the 7423 system of education, which we did adapted since independent, and later we came to the 844 system, which started in 1985. We all know this, and there have been a series of reviews, not reforms, and advised by, or rather, which making a reference to different evaluation reports. But now we have already started reforming the curriculum. Already we know we are at advanced stage. And why have we reformed this curriculum? One of the reasons is because of the summative evaluation of 844 that was done in 2009. And we noted so many things that were not working. Of course, we are not saying that it didn't work, but there were some weaknesses. For example, we noted that it's exam-oriented, and a lot of emphasis on summative evaluation is opposed to formative assessment. And also the issue of flexibility was missing, and some skills were also there were skill gaps identified in that system. We also looked at the Constitution of Kenya. Remember, we are talking of 844 from 1985, and then the Constitution of 2010, which came up with so many things that needed to be addressed through the curriculum. For example, the national values, issues of indigenous languages, issues that relate to people with living with a disability, and the like. The Vision 2030, we need skills that can help us realize the vision. We have the task force report on the alignment of education sector. That one recommended competency-based curriculum. Then we also have the realignment of East African curriculum harmonization framework. That is, Kenya is part of the East African community. That framework where they wanted some harmonization. We factored that. And then the global standards. HIBE UNESCO recommends that a curriculum is reviewed every 5 years. Of course, we are not forgetting the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, and also the 21st century skills and approaches that need to be factored in the modern society. Now, I have something there briefly that I have put there. Allow me to use it to present. We are talking of, this is something that we always, interact with. Our education system. We have several animals there, and there's an exam which is saying that for a fair selection, everybody has to do what? To climb the tree, all of them. And I don't know whether whoever is giving the instruction is an animal or is a human being, but that is the exam that has been given. Who is likely to pass this exam? Who is likely to pass? The monkey. And if you look at the monkey, well, you'll find he's laughing. Where does this leave the fish? Are you seeing the fish somewhere? Where does it leave the elephant? There are birds there. When they fly on top of that tree, will we say they are past that exam? Because the idea, the exam is you climb. But then we have something there. We asking ourselves, what if this exam was changed and we say, for fair selection, we all cross from this part of the river to the other part? Who will be now laughing there? Who will be laughing? The fish. So now we are saying, this is what we are focusing on in the new curriculum. When you give something that just favors some people, those who cannot be favored by that system, they will always live feeling that they are failure. And that's why Albert says everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. And that is exactly what has been happening in our system. The system has aged so many people out because they didn't measure the standards that were set. And for that reason, they are said to be failure. And today, you find that now they are just living that life of failure. We are changing this through the competency-based curriculum. We want a situation whereby we are not making the fish climb trees and the monkeys to start swimming, because that is not their territory. Can we operate within our territory? Such that now, if I can climb the tree, I can climb the tree. If I can swim, I can swim. That tree, the elephant can bring it down. Other animals can decide to go around the tree and they will have done something. So when you force everybody to do the same, it will be difficult. So that is what we are saying. And for that reason, we are saying in the new curriculum, we are nurturing every learner's potential such that we do not we identify what is the potential of the learner, we nurture it, and those learners will be successful. What is the mission? When we nurture this learner's potential, we are expecting a workforce, human resource that is engaged that they are busy doing something that is contributing to the economy. And they are empowered, they have the skills, they need to do that, and they are ethical. They are doing that with a lot of respect, with the values, which is a key area in this curriculum. Now, that is sums up our curriculum. You'll find that we are nurturing every learner's potential. We are looking forward to engaged, empowered, and ethical citizens. And we have different pillars there, starting with the values, theoretical approaches like the Gardner's theory, multiple intelligence theory, and others. We have different principles which include excellence and issues like opportunity, inclusiveness, differentiated learning, and the like. And also the national goals of education, or our education is anchored there. Different competencies that we are developing in these learners so that they are able to fit in the society. One being digital literacy, imagination and creativity, critical thinking and problem solving, learning to learn, citizenship, self-efficacy, communication and collaboration. Those are part of the 21st century skills. Now, this is just a summary of how we are developing these learners, the structure from pre-primary 1 up to the world of work. So much will be done in there from pre-primary and grade 1 to 3, that is early years. We have middle school, that is upper primary and junior school, and then we have senior, and then we have the universities and the tertiary, and then the world of work. Of course, you can come from the senior and go to the world of work, as you can see the arrow. And that curriculum is age-based and stage-based, so you can see even the learners with the disability, they are part of the people we are nurturing. Every learner, we are not leaving any behind. We have different paradigm shifts, as you can see there. I'm seeing my time is moving. But we want a situation where we are focusing more on the competencies. And we are not focusing on competition, but we are focusing on what are you able to do. Have you gotten the skills? I should not be compared with learner B because I am unique in my own way. So those are the shifts that we have. Then there are so many other things that we are doing in the curriculum in the preparation of a learner who is able to exit with the skills, not just knowledge. So we are saying that we are doing we are focusing more on the inquiry-based learning, where we want the learners, to construct knowledge, but not just relying on how that knowledge, acquiring the knowledge. And we are saying, can they connect with what they are learning? I beg for some few minutes. Yeah, like 2 minutes. So, can they connect with that knowledge they have gotten? For example, we teach about things like sorting and grouping. And we may have learners just sorting using bottles and all that. But are we able to direct this learner to know application of such knowledge? Can they be able to know that this is the same knowledge we use when we are washing clothes? We sort them. This is the same Mama Boga uses. She does not have cabbage on top of tomatoes and on top of potatoes. There's a way they sort. So instead of just saying we have been told to bring bottles and we have sorted and the learners are very happy, can they connect? Can they apply that knowledge? So that is the shift we are saying, the inquiry-based approach, whereby we want them to do things, and this is best done when they are in groups. And actually, even in the working, we don't deliver as groups. We don't deliver as individuals. Okay, I will be jumping several things. So the learning that we have today is centered on the learner, and the teacher is supposed to be a facilitator. Not the way I'm just talking. The teacher is supposed to throw questions for the learners to reflect. That's how they will start thinking. When we don't assume that the learner came to class empty, a tabula rasa. There is something they've come with, some experiences. We are building on that instead of just giving content, and we are saying this is a learning that uses technology that connects the learner locally, internationally, and we are not preparing a learner for just Kenya. We are preparing a learner who can be useful. The skills can be used anywhere where they are. We are focusing on different contemporary issues. We are preparing this learner to know that the things that we are facing today, as adults, they also affect them. And they will affect them when they get to the job market. For example, things like COVID-19, those are things that found all of us here. And many other aspects that are contemporary to us. And as one of the contemporary issues, PCA is financial literacy. We want them to be able to start understanding savings, things of that nature. That is part of it. And then I'm just finishing. The parental engagement, I've shown us that the learner, the school, and the parents, they have to work together. And the attitude of each one of them will affect the success of that learner, academically or through any other way. So how we treat the parents are supposed to take charge. When it comes to the learning of their children, we cannot leave this education to teachers and keep on complaining. Our children are not doing this, they're not doing this. But what the teacher is teaching, as we nullify it, when they come home, they find we are doing different things and the children are confused. They don't know now who to trust. Is it us, the parents? Is it the teachers? And then issues of values. Values are in our constitution. So we are focusing on values, different values, and we want a learner who can fit in the society well. This is what the society expects that learner to be. So when they come to work, are they able to fit in that organization? When they are in the community, are they social misfits? That's what we are saying we are focusing on. And we are saying that this, what they are learning, it should be applied. They should be able to see how it applies in the community, that this knowledge is needed in the community, and they can learn from the community, which means this education is for all of us. We support the learners in acquiring knowledge, skills, and attitudes. Then the other one is that we have learner support programs, different of them. For example, career guidance, counseling services, peer education, mentorship, coaching, and the like. All these are non-formal experiences that complement the formal curriculum. So I think this other one has been mentioned by the CBET. Let me just stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have had the final presentation from KICD. Let's give Madam Beatrice a better clap. We are now going to have a short video being presented as we have the panelists come to the front. The panelists are 5. We have Dr. Dongo Kahehu from KIPPRA, Mr. Joseph Githenji from NEC, Dr. Joseph Ahiti, University of Nairobi, Mr. Solomon Munene, Kenya Private Schools Association, Mr. Ruben Wambogo, Bridge Community Schools. And the person to facilitate, to moderate, is Ms. Mavis Oyusu Gyamfi, Executive Vice President, Asset. Please come to the front and the video can be put up on the screen. Thank you.
My name is Bill Kachege, and I'm a mechanic. I like what I do. I didn't go to school, actually, not because I didn't want, but my parents couldn't afford to take me to school. So after my Form 4, they didn't manage to take me further. Because I had the passion and the desire, I decided I'll go there in the Juakali sector and just start from there. I think I would like to have the formal knowledge because this is Juakali. I learned the practical part of it, that one I have. But when it comes to theory, I don't know much about, though I read books, actually to up my game to be up here. I feel having a certificate would be more helpful because there are clients who want to see papers, and we are in a generation that wants papers. Though it's not papers that work, I know it's the knowledge that works, because it's possible to have papers and not enough knowledge, all the skills, but papers would be good. Having the combination of the knowledge and the papers would be better. I feel like once I get my certificate, I'll be able to work with bigger people, because even applying for tenders, it's hard to get a tender when I don't have papers. So I would like to have it. Yeah, I like it when I make a car and the client is satisfied. Actually, they call me back, like, we are satisfied with what you've done, our car is functioning very well. That one really encourages me. When your mind is positive, you can do anything. Yeah, I would encourage parents not to hold their kids back in whatever thing they want to do, even if it may look out of the norm. As long as it's not evil, you know, they are not going to steal. They are not asking for a gun. Let them follow their passion. I think I'm a testimony of this. I started when I didn't know what would happen later, though I had the passion. But now I'm here and I'm enjoying what I'm doing every day. Actually, I look forward to coming to Garage.
With us, the panelists and I are very conscious that we're standing between you and your lunch, so we will try to be very efficient for this section. So I'm Mavis Owusi Gyamfi. I am the Vice President of the African Center for Economic Transformation. I'd like to begin with an old proverb. They say that if you think education is expensive, try the cost of ignorance. At Asset, we fundamentally believe that any country that believes in economic transformation needs to put skills development at the center of everything to do. It has to be your number one investment because your human capital is your power. And from the presenters today, we've heard the importance of skilling every single member of society from the day they are able to learn. And we all know that that starts in the womb. We have a very eminent panel with us today. Given time, I'm not going to go into your bios, so I will let your answers speak for themselves. So I'd like to begin, given the last presentation was on curriculum, I'd like to begin with Mr. Solomon Muneni, who is the National Vice Chairman of the Kenya Private Schools Association. Given what we heard earlier on about the importance of curriculum, could you tell us how is the competency-based curriculum and competency-based education and training likely to influence or transform Kenya's development pathways?
Thank you. My name is Solomon Monene. I manage a private school from Kirinyaga called Kirigwa Municipality Body Primary School. But I'm here courtesy of being a member of Kenya Private Schools Association, and I'm serving as the National Vice Chairman. So I'm representing Kenya Private Schools. I would say that first and foremost, the new curriculum is good for the child, and from the ground, from the schools where we are with the children, I would want to say that children are happy with the new curriculum. Contrary to the one that are in the 844 system, currently we have class 7 and class 8 at primary level who are still undergoing 844 system. When you compare the two groups, the ones that are in the CBC system look more happy because the mode of teaching and the demands of the curriculum is different. Therefore, congratulations for those who came up with the new curriculum and all that. So I would say that it's preparing the children not only to look for the white-collar jobs, but the new curriculum from the early stage is preparing children for skill-based job market, where they do not just look for a job, but they can create a job. It is also focused on trying to discover the special competencies, or what we can call talents and special giftings in our children, so that through those competencies, their careers can be developed. Therefore, it will be competence-based careers and not necessarily maybe a career for the sake of it. And therefore, it's a good initiative. There are a lot of challenges, and we can talk about them here, but you know, every new system has some teething challenges, but together, if stakeholders can be brought on board, we can be able to surmount those challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Solomon. And I think one of the things we are learning rapidly in the fourth industrial revolution for skills is the competencies are so important for individuals to be able to apply those skills. And as a young man once told me, I am doing a job that did not exist when I was at school. And I'm recruiting people who don't exist, doing jobs who did not exist when I'm at school. We don't know what jobs are coming up. So if we don't train our young people to be competency-based and apply these skills, then we are in trouble. So thank you for that. Mr. Ndungu Kahihu, Executive Director of KAPPRA Youth Employment Institute. So my question to you is Kenya's education system well adapted to maximize young people's capacities for sustainable livelihoods through formal and informal employment and or entrepreneurship?
Thank you very much. I work for an NGO, so we do skills training. So for me, my perspective is from the outside looking in, but it's also an NGO that has worked very closely with the government at all levels. The answer to your question, from where I see it, is no. The reason, and the story of my organization actually proves it. My organization, KAPPRA Youth Empowerment Institute, has worked in Kenya for 10 years. We have used a model that is, to all intents and purposes, similar to CBET for all those years. We have achieved a transition rate from learning to earning that has averaged 80%. So at least the first part of your question, that's the real promise of CBET for Kenya. That what we have achieved can be achieved by Kenya. But only if we resource the institutions that have been created, only if we complete the reforms that was started by the TVET Act of 2013. In my opinion, one of the most visionary laws Kenya has ever passed, with the name of coordinating TVET and changing how it's done so that it is not supply-driven, where you just train people and say goodbye, but it is responsive to the needs of industry, one, to the needs of the nation, number two, our own development. Unfortunately, the experience and my own experience is that we are still taking wrong-headed decisions. For instance, that TVET Act that I referred to created 4 institutions that are meant to coordinate TVET. Only 3 have been established to date. The TVET Fund has never seen the light of day. I haven't seen it. And in fact, what I hear now is the Minister for Education has created a task force to dismantle some of those institutions. In other words, we are dismantling the house before we even complete it, forgetting that we have a lot more to do once those institutions are in place. Our work is not done. It's just beginning. There is one other thing that I think we need to do. Resources are important, but there is also a disconnect in our understanding of TVET in this country. And the evidence is right here. The people who have been speaking about TVET are more or less referring to the top of the TVET iceberg. That's about 30% of the institutions that are controlled by the national government. Our TVET system, you all know, was fragmented by law, by the Constitution. 70% of TVET is hidden, and we like to keep it hidden. It is underneath all those institutions, more than 2,000 of them, controlled by the county government, 47 of them. That has created a very difficult process, a very difficult challenge for Kenya compared to other countries. Unless we shine a light on that hidden iceberg, I do not think we'll go anywhere. When the government announced that help would be given loans to TVET back in 2017, I was one of the people who was very excited. I remember even going to Mr. Igera's office and saying, hey, do you think you'll be able to support the TVET institutions, the VTCs and village polytechnic students, because they are in an even greater need? He said no. He was very polite about it, and he explained, he didn't close the door. He said if the government changes, if the resources are available, yes, we will ultimately come there. It's 5 years now. The answer is still no, I think. We have to really rethink some of these things. I think the disconnect is coming from the fact that we are not acknowledging that the biggest chunk of our institution is county-based TVET, and it has to be resourced, otherwise we are not going to get successful.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think listening to this morning's conversation and parts of yesterday's conversation, our TVET systems are critical for us to transform our economy. So whatever we do, it's great that we've gotten to the top 10% or so, but really reaching the majority becomes important. But there are lessons for us here. And I have to say, listening to the presentations this morning, I was thinking Kenya has a lot to teach the rest of Africa. So it's sobering to hear that we are not there 100%. So I'd like to shift a bit, if it's okay with you. We've talked a bit about TVET. I'd like to go to the other side of tertiary learning and ask Dr. Japhet Awiti, Senior Lecturer at the University of Nairobi, what interventions are most successful in improving enrollment, retention, transition, and achievement of girls and boys in education and training at all levels?
Okay, thank you very much. So, as you have heard, my name is Japhet Awiti from the University of Nairobi. When we want to look at retention and at all levels, we need to ask ourselves, for example, what are the things that make it difficult for the children to stay in school? For example, at the basic level, before you even come to the tertiary level. So at the basic level, I think almost the same factors that are responsible for lack of access would also play a role in retention. The traditional culprit has been the distance to school, of course. If the school is very far and the children are very young, then going to school in the first place becomes a problem. Staying in school also becomes a problem. Now, there is another factor which may not be responsible for access, but then it is actually a culprit when it comes to retention. Okay? Now, we are told that basic education is free. Okay? The truth of the matter that it's only free of tuition. They are the so-called hidden charges. Okay. Costly things that parents have to incur to keep the children in school. Okay. Some of these materials are required on a daily basis. Occasionally, the children are asked to come with this and this item, or bring this, bring that. So those things act as barriers to retaining learners in school. And then I don't know how this can be dealt with. Maybe it goes to the teachers. How do you make school interesting, especially to the youngsters, so that they like being in school rather than out of the school? I think that is something which the teacher training can look at and see how do we make keeping the youngsters in school very interesting, so that every morning they want to go to school rather than remain at home. Okay? Now, when it comes to, this is more of a tertiary, although it may also touch on the basics. There is an issue that may not be a major factor in the Kenyan school system, but it's a factor elsewhere. The safety of the children in school. How safe are the learners in school? If children are playing in a school or in a classroom, then the classroom collapses. Or children are sleeping at night, and then a fire breaks out in one of the dormitories, and there is no way of putting the fire out. Some of the children lose their belongings, even if they don't lose their life. That becomes a concern. How safe are the children in school? That is something we need to think about. I think the ministry has made some strides. I'm sure most of the school managers have been sensitized on the need to keep the school safe and what measures they can put in place to try and make sure that even if a calamity occurs in school, it is not life-threatening. Okay? And maybe the last point I'll talk about is this would apply to tertiary institutions. Okay? Sometimes when the students face challenges, whether they are disciplinary, whether they are financial, what do we do to help them so they don't drop out? Okay? For example, someone has gone through first year, the university, second year, third year, challenge emerges. The challenge could be related to bad peer influence. Originally, the student was doing very well, but somehow because of peer influence, now the student no longer pays attention to studies. They are missing classes, they are missing exams, they are dropping out. What do we do about them? Then there are the so-called disciplinary cases. When students face disciplinary cases at the university and we expel them, are we really helping these particular students? We expel or we suspend them for 6 years. Okay? So when they come back, what do you expect of them to go through? How do you expect them to fit where they were? So that's what I would say to be some of the things that are actually challenges. I think when it comes to the female students, they are likely to face even more challenges. And we have seen this, for example, especially at the universities. They start off very well, but for some reason, maybe demands from the society or the peers, they now start families and so-called. How do we help them to stay in school? I think that's one of the conversations we need to have regarding that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So distance from schools, safety in schools, quality of teaching, and supportiveness of students are things that are important if we are to improve retention. On that point, especially around the issue of distance from school, I'd like to come to you, Mr. Ruben Mwangi Wambunga, Managing Director of Bridge Community Schools. Now, I know Bridge is focused on getting to difficult-to-reach students and giving them that accessibility at an affordable price. Can you tell us what are the most effective approaches for the delivery of locally appropriate, affordable, and high-quality education for children and young people, including people with disabilities?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruben Wambogo Mwangi. I'm the Group Managing Director for Bridge International Schools. And I'll start from where you've talked about the work that we do is running schools at scale, and we are targeting low-income communities, the less privileged and the marginalized. And the reason that we do that is to ensure that we are continuing to extend the access, the need to ensure that no single child, regardless of their background, regardless of the communities where they live, has been left behind in their search and seeking for high quality learning. And from us, the government has put in place a very strong curriculum. CBC, we just talked about CBC. And then we come in to reflect, how can we be in a position to put in place a learning model that then can help each and every other people to be a competitive child in their future. And the way we do that is thinking, one, the demand already in terms of the search for quality learning is quite huge. So you need to think of a learning model that will be in a position to be applied at scale. You need to think about a learning model that is affordable so that nearly everyone in the society, the bottom of the pyramid, can easily be in a position to achieve the access to that kind of a school. And one of the moderators has just talked about how free is the free primary education. There's still some hidden costs. So within a similar amount of the hidden costs that people could be paying in a public school, are you able to sustainably learn a high quality private school? And that is how we do it. And one of the key ways in which we do that is application of technology. Using technology, you are able to standardize and put in place structured learning processes that then can be applied in communities that can extend globally, not just nationally. And those processes will start right from the foundation of teachers have been trained, they have gone through the various teacher training institutes, but how do you onboard them successfully and bring them on board to accommodate their use of technology first? So we'll be in a position to put in place training that then will help them to fit into the culture, training that will help them to be in a position to understand the values that they will continue to embed on the pupils. It goes all the way to how then do you manage the school every day. Remember, curriculum for a given class is a set of a book that has been provided, has been published. Then we have the schemes of work that has been provided. But then is for the teacher to be in a position to design a mechanism on how they are going to instruct their learners so that the learners can complete that curriculum by the end of the year. But do we go ahead and track that and effectively monitor that that curriculum gets to be completed by the end of the year? Use of technology would help you to do so, because then you are able to create a system that presents transparency and accountability in whatever happens in a given class every day. You can be in a position to measure the lesson completion of the teacher and make sure that when you have put in place very detailed teacher guides, that then the teachers are able to access
through a simple tablet that they're using in class, you're able to communicate, and they're able to communicate with you as well. And as you do so, you are reducing the cost of learning at school, because the main costs over and above the technology itself and the books that already exist, the learning of the schools becomes very efficient. And the other piece that I would like to add to that is that the creation of an avenue of feedback, of monitoring, helps in the coaching and mentorship of the teachers as they interact and pass information and knowledge to the learners. Because many might say, how do you balance the role that the teachers will be playing and how you are going to support them? And there's a framework that we use. We call it I do, we do, you do. And one of my earlier presenters had alluded to that. Because the teacher is only instructing like 20% of the classroom time. Then you are allowing the pupils to have a session where they are guided on their own learning and take another 30% of that time. And then you also create independent practice time, where the people themselves are also able to learn by themselves. So you're able to balance on all the curriculum aspects. You're also able to harness the skill development from the learners themselves. You're also able to ensure that the teacher is supporting learners and adapting the instruction to the learner need. Because when the teacher is instructing a class and moving around, supporting, giving feedback, making sure that every other pupil receives feedback for every lesson, what you are doing is that you are able to evaluate that no single learner has been left behind. And that is the measure that then you can use to confirm that the equity and the equity expected in a class, where every learner is given an opportunity to maximize on their capability, you already have data that you can be using to validate that. So that is key. The last piece that I would also touch on that is you need to develop tools of management that then you'll use to gather data that will help you in the decision making. Today, for instance, when CBC was rolled out, there is an area pilot that had been conducted to be in a position to present on how is this curriculum going to fit into the education market for Kenya that will prepare Kenya for the next 20, 30 years. We've just talked about we are training learners to learn for jobs that are not known at this point in time. World Bank has stated close to 50% of the jobs that will be there in the next 20, 30 years, we don't know them yet at this point. So you want to make sure that the learners are equipped with competencies. But how can you evaluate the development and the nurturing of those competencies within a duration that helps you to get the feedback without necessarily going through a lengthy process where the data has to come through a number of people before it gets to the decision maker? And the way you do that is making sure that you can just roll out a low-stake exam. You said to other pupils, within 2-3 days, you are able to evaluate their skill mastery, and you are also able to submit the results to the decision makers as well. So that is the learning model that we integrate into our schools. We make use of technology, we standardize our processes, and make sure that we are closely supporting our teachers and our learners every other day.
Thank you very much, Ruben. Mr. Joseph Kithinji, Head of Business, Technical and Teacher Education Examinations as the Kenya National Examination Council. We've heard about the importance of teachers, and we've also heard about the importance of the competency-based curriculum. Could you tell us how you think the current competency-based assessment being conducted is working? What are its advantages, and what are the challenges on the way forward?
Okay, thank you very much. You've already introduced me. I don't need to introduce myself again. I just want to comment that one of the very important aspects of the competency-based curriculum is that, as mentioned by the earlier speakers, mostly from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, is that we are growing competencies. That is key. And maybe just to mention here, and Dr. from TVETA, Dr. Sawa will agree with me on this, we have borrowed a lot in the CBC from the technical training, because in the technical training is about competencies. When it comes to assessments, we are keen on assessment, not of learning. You know, initially in the 844 system, we have been keen on assessment of learning. That is the summative assessment at the end of the process. This time round, we are interested in assessment as learning and assessment as learning and of learning, not of learning, but assessment as learning. It becomes part of the learning process. That is formative assessment. And why we are doing this is because we want, first of all, and this is key, in CBC, we really integrate ICT. Because we want to work as NEC from our office and try to check how is the learner progressing. So you'll agree with me that basically we are making full use of technology, the use of videos, the use of computers, and therefore, basically we are promoting the interest of technology. Number two, one of the key areas that we are promoting in CBC is science and technology. When you were in primary school, you were learning science. But like now, even the learners who are at grade 6, even when we be assessing them, one of the key areas we'll be assessing them is science and technology. This will prepare them for the next level, where we will be now allowing them to pursue the various lines of technology, metalwork, electricity. Mention even the other areas of interest, like music, drama. We have talked about very many competencies. I like the discussion this morning, where we are talking about we want to grow competencies, we want to grow interest, we want to grow talents. And therefore, this assessment that we are creating together with KICD, actually promoting an environment where each learner individually is being given an opportunity to actually expose his or her talents. My colleague actually gave a scenario where an elephant and a fish cannot be assessed in the same line. That's exactly what we are doing, and therefore we are growing interest. And this exposes each learner to what they can do best. And we are trying to grow that so that as they get to the technological line, and as they go to the various areas that we have not even noticed or learned, like my colleague has just mentioned, as the areas keep growing, the curriculum is open to the dynamics of the outer world. I think basically that is what we are doing as NEC.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the most incredibly knowledgeable and skilled panel with us today, and we could spend another hour talking to them, but we don't have enough time. But if you will bear with me for just a few minutes, I'd like to give everybody one quick question, and I'm giving you 30 seconds each to answer that question. And my question is, we aspire for Kenya to be the golden star for education on the continent, education and skills. So if we all have an aspiration in this room today, is that Kenya is the star on the continent that everybody is looking at for lessons. What is the one advice you would give to the new president that he must focus on and the new Minister for Education and Skills? One piece of advice for Kenya to be the shining star for education and skills for the 21st century. 30 seconds starting now. Can I begin with you?
Thank you. One, education stands, there are three main pillars: accessibility, equity, and quality. So the challenge of CBC now is equity. Let us address the real challenges. I have a whole book here, what the KICD person was presenting, and I hope to appreciate that presentation and other presenters, but the paperwork in Kenya is wonderful, but on the ground is different. If you talk about ICT integration in our education, how many schools have ICT infrastructure? So what they should do, one, public participation. I want to imagine this is a forum of parents, and the parents are the greatest stakeholder of education sector, but unfortunately they are completely left out in the decision-making of education. They are being told, let your child who is only 11 years old...
30 seconds.
Yeah. Number two, investing in education. We enrolled CBC 7 to 8 years ago, but did very little in investing in the physical infrastructure and all that. Now we are rushing the last minute, and therefore the next government must completely invest and allocate funds in the infrastructure in our schools, and I would recommend that the junior secondary schools be domiciled in primary level, not in secondary level, because of the age factor and the reality of the availability of our resources. I would also recommend that P1 teachers are the best teachers also to teach junior secondary schools. You need to change that name to maybe a middle school. If the problem is the name secondary, let us be realistic. Let us go down and contextualize the CBC system to fit the Kenyan culture, the Kenyan available resources, so that we can succeed together as one nation and let the child be the winner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 30 seconds, otherwise they will all lynch us. We are standing in front of their lunch, sir.
Dear Mr. President, during your campaign, you promised to fix all manner of problems. I want to address just two because they are existential. They threaten the future of our country if they are not solved. One, jobs for young people. More than 5 million young people are out of work, and that number increases by close to 500,000 every year. Two, food for our people. Last year, we imported 190 billion shillings worth of food. We are at the point 3 million people are facing hunger today. We are at the point where soon our nation won't be able to feed itself. Luckily, the answer to those two problems is TVET, but you must fix TVET for those problems to be solved. For instance, the reason why we have so many young people out of work is that we provide skills that have no relationship to what employers want. That has to be changed. We have a CBET framework now that's meant to do that. It's poorly resourced and make sure it's properly resourced. We are training only 5% of our students in food, even as we say that food is agriculture is our backbone. That needs to be changed again. I have 3 other quick recommendations.
Oh, sir,
let's no longer do this scratching the surface Band-Aid reforms. Let's address even the structure of TVET. Let's create a ministry of TVET. Move it out of the shadow of the Ministry of Education. If you think it's important enough, resources, its budget has to go up by at least a factor of 10 if we are serious. Let's make the private sector responsible for telling TVET what skills are going to be delivered. It should not be a functionary in the Ministry of Education to do that. And finally, there is a body called KIPPRA that does a fantastic job in policy reform. I would suggest you increase their budget with a new mandate. Let's no longer do any more TVET reform, TVET research. Let's look at TVET audit. If our government knew that somebody will come to check whether the reform that was passed last year is being implemented, they will implement. Today, what we have now, the only reforms or the only policies that are given attention are those that come with money or where the president pays a special attention to it. We need to change that by fixing also that problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So there is a latest World Bank report that states that close to 82% of the sub-Saharan Africa children, they are facing what they are calling a learning poverty because they cannot even read a basic literacy sentence. That is the problem that we are facing in Kenya. That is the problem they're facing in Africa. There is a recent study that has been conducted by a Nobel Prize winner called Professor Kramer. And he was here in Kenya. He partnered with many institutions to be in a position to test. How can we be in a position to standardize education and see whether that would improve on the competencies and the learning gains that pupils are achieving? And that study was conducted in nearly more than 10,000 pupils. A number of them were from bridge schools, a number from private schools, a number from government schools. And that study, the results that he has already published about 3 weeks ago, states that the learning model that Bridge International Academy is using is able to achieve amongst the highest ever learning gains that has been achieved in any of a such scale of study ever conducted in the emerging markets. And the study findings represented that any 2 years of learning in a bridge institution, a child is achieving an equivalent of 3.5 years of learning in other schools, and a child who is also in a preschool for 2 years in pre-primary, they are also achieving a similar gain. What does that mean? It means that in addition to rolling out new curriculums, we really need to adopt learning models that incorporate technology to standardize and structure what happens in classes. And the moment we do that, what we are going to achieve is, based on Kramer report, it states that if Kenya was to adopt such a model and roll it out across all public schools that we have in Kenya, within the 10 years of learning, Kenya would be in a position to multiply its GDP capacity by 3 to 4 times, and that would put Kenya in the level of countries like Peru and Mexico. That's the transformation that we really want to see in the education sector. Let's standardize much of what we do. Let's make sure there is monitoring and clear accountability, and all of us will succeed in the next 15 years.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to mention that research has indicated that there is a lot of congestion in training where courses students take are not very useful to this country. My desire would be that we align training to the market needs, and that said and done, it is important that moving forward, the technical training in this country and the training at the basic education should be streamlined so that there is a seamless operation between the two levels, so that we are not seeing a technical training separate and basic education separate, because for us to have improved technical training, we must have very well-endowed primary school and secondary school training. On top of that, as you had earlier alluded, one of the major challenges in the education sector is the amount of money put into that sector. Much as somebody would say that there's a lot of money, somebody would look at the percentage of the money that is distributed during the budget and see as if education is taking a very high proportion. It is important to realize that Kenya is a growing country, and for us to jumpstart our system, we need to input more in the education sector. Basically, that's what I would say.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will address myself to universities. It's an open secret that the universities have collapsed, especially the public ones. Many people may not be aware, but public universities have actually collapsed in this country. A good number cannot be able to stand on their feet anymore. And the problem is related to financing, especially of university education. So my rallying call to the incoming president would be, one, we need to realize that much as we want to put emphasis on basic education, university education is still important. We still need the high-level manpower to provide the required direction and vision. So we should not allow our universities to collapse. We need to make sure that the infrastructure in our universities is brought up to date, especially now that we are embracing what is called 100% transition from primary to secondary. We need to be aware that in the next 5 years, many of these children in the primary who are transiting to secondary in large numbers will need to come to the university. That does not mean that the other middle-level colleges, which we call TVETs, are not important, but a large number will also still end up in the universities. And the main problem we have at the universities is because the government is supposed to fund the infrastructure in the universities so that the students only pay for the consumables. Unfortunately, that's not currently the case. That's why many of the universities are almost collapsing. So I'll urge the incoming president to come up with what I would call a Marshall Plan for the universities. If we can build the infrastructure in the universities, the cost of university education will come down drastically, so that the students will only pay for the consumables. And because in this country, the middle class is about 45%, people with an expenditure of about $3,900 per year. Many of these people can afford to pay for the tuition at the university. And if they do that, that will leave enough resources, especially from the help, for the really, really needy students. They will not need to compete for the resources with the others. So that's my rallying call. Marshall Plan for the universities, especially in the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I know you're really hungry. So here is our letter to Mr. President. Dear Mr. President, on assumption in power, if you want to transform the economy, you have to invest in skills. And we have 5 requests. Ensure parents are involved in the education system. Invest in education, basic, secondary, TVET, and universities. And support KIPPRA to review progress of what has been invested in. Ensure that the education system is learning from successes such as the bridge schools. Align the training with demand from market. And ensure that we are disseminating our successes to the rest of the world so they can learn from us. That was my addition. I wasn't asked. So on that basis, I know you are all hungry, but they've done a fantastic job. So I'd like you to give a resounding round of applause to our wonderful panel. Have a great lunch, and I will hand over back to Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a big, big applause. Yes, that was a very interesting session. Thank you, panelists. We are about to end our session, and I've been asked to please seek your indulgence for just 2 people to give a 1-minute comment on the issues raised. That is Jacob Ndambuki Ngumi from Elimu Yetu Coalition. And next we shall have Mr. Hesbon Otieno from Kenya National Union of Teachers. So Mr. Dambuki, if you are here, 1 minute, and then we have Nat give their submissions.
Thank you so much. I have 3 comments. I'm Jacob Ndambuki Ngumi. I'm also in the permanent working group on TVET and also the Life Skills Network for TVET. I want to make 3 comments. One of the issues which have not been mentioned here is about the ring fencing, the role of private sector in terms of TVET investment in Kenya. We need to ring fence the private sector employment for TVET graduates. That means every private sector, whether foreign or local in Kenya, coming to invest in Kenya to be able to employ a certain level of TVET graduates. And then that will be able to limit employment which is foreign. Number 2 is offering tax rebates. Tax rebates for the private sector in Kenya for the industry which is supporting TVET. The Minister of Finance should be able to reduce the taxes or refund taxes to a certain percentage to the private sector offering TVET support. Number 3 is the establishment of a national mentorship program for the TVET graduates in Kenya. It is lacking in this country. Then, on the way forward, I have 2 other recommendations. As for us as a Values and Life Skills Network, we need to see awareness creation towards the TVET perception in Kenya. Change the TVET perception. How can we do that? One of the issues we can do that is to ensure that there is a imparting of soft skills and life skills and integrity in TVET. For us in Valley, we support TVET skills, values and life skills in TVET students, which is lacking in that sector. The number 2 is be able to ensure that the fourth industrial revolution is achieved through enhancing access and financing for TVET students acquisition in Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dambuki. Let's have Mr. Hesbon Otieno from NAT.
Thank you. I'll not take much time because the panel has really spoken for me, and I want to thank you. Yeah, 1, for CBC is a good thing, and all of us
as stakeholders, the way it was presented by the good lady from KICD, where we have the parent, we have the teacher, and we have the child. That triangle should not be broken, and any other person who has a conversation that is talking about doing away with CBC, let us condemn it with the best language that we can do. CBC is the way to go. 2, the government, and it is good, I've had it in one of the manifestos of the competing parties in presidential election, the government must invest in employing more teachers for CBC to succeed. Let us not limit ourselves, let us not bury our heads in the sand. CBC has a lot of work that needs to be done. It needs a lot of teacher-pupil contact, and the current ratio is not enough, and so we need employment of more teachers to make CBC succeed. 3, I want to support my brother from private sector, that the junior secondary, let us not bury our heads in the sand. Enough infrastructure and facility is at primary school. Whatever the CS education has launched in secondary school is not enough, and it cannot hold. We are entering into a crisis if we do not address that. We would rather even call it middle school the way you had proposed. That is my 3rd submission. The last submission is on transition. CBC into the labor market. CBC having produced good labor force, human resource, from the pathways and the talents that have been developed. We want them to have a seamless transition into the labor market without a lot of red tapes and licensing that is put by government agencies and other agencies. Like, for example, a person who has qualified from CBC and wants to start a business, you don't need to have that. You register your business, then you have a trading license, then you have a fire license, and you have to pay for it. Then you have to have, I don't know, name a license, you have to pay for it. And the small capital that this person is raising all goes to the licensing, and it does not go to the investment that this person wants to do so that the person can graduate into the labor market. So the government should be very serious. Let us have minimal conditions set for somebody who has graduated from CBC into the labor market. Sinimemaliza. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of this session. It was a wonderful session. I think you can see why education, there's usually a lot of interesting things to discuss because everybody is a stakeholder in education. And today we have had some very, very good reports from our Ministry of Education and from the stakeholders. This is how we work together, giving us feedback, listening, moving forward, and coming up with policies where we can move together towards the betterment of this country. I want to thank the panelists for the very frank discussions and the very frank views that they have given us. Moving forward, I'm hoping KIPPRA is going to give us a report so that we can act on these issues that have been raised today. So I want to stop there and hand over to KIPPRA, and thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the panel. You may have your seats as we break for lunch. Let's give them another warm round of applause for a really engaging session there. So it's time now for us to break for lunch. And as we do that, a very quick announcement. I would like to remind you that the breakaway session that focuses on fintech values and institution will be in room 204. So once we come back from lunch, please make your way towards room 04 in the convention center. That's fintech values and social institution. When we come back, we'll be focusing on the interface between working markets and economic transformation. I'd like to remind you one more time, please scan the QR code on the back of your on the back of your plug, and you will be able to share your feedback on the forum. Please do so as you break for lunch, because we'd love to hear from you. So enjoy your lunch and see you here in 40 minutes.
Present-day Parliament Building along Parliament Road in Nairobi is among Kenya's most iconic landmarks. This Victorian architectural masterpiece is where our elected representatives meet to make laws that affect our country and, by extension, anyone living in it. But Parliament Building hasn't always been on this spot. The journey that led to the laying of the foundation stone of Parliament as we know it today began over 100 years ago. Being a British colony, the first recorded sitting of Parliament was that of the Colonial Legislative Council in August 1907. It was composed of 7 members and was chaired by the then Governor, Sir James Hayes Sadler. The all-whites Legislative Council comprised 4 ex officio and 3 official members, all nominated by the governor. This first meeting was held in an old wooden and corrugated iron sheets building off the then White House Road, where the current Railway Golf Club stands, off the present-day Haile Selassie Avenue in Nairobi. For the next 13 years, the Legislative Council met in that humble building or at Government House in either Nairobi or Mombasa. In 1920, accommodation for the Legislative Council was rented in the Memorial Hall, which is today's Bank of India, along Kenyatta Avenue, where it was hosted until 1953. During the period of tenancy at Memorial Hall, various milestones were achieved. In October 1944, the governor nominated Eliud Mathu to represent the African interests in the council by taking the place of one European who represented the Africans. Mathu became the first black African member of the Legislative Council. In 1946, one more African was appointed to replace another European in the council. And in 1948, the governor, who had all along presided over the Legislative Council, appointed a speaker, Mr. W.K. Horn, to take his place and to preside over future meetings. This marked the beginning of speakership in the history of the Kenyan Parliament. By the time the foundation stone of present-day Parliament building was being laid in 1952, the number of African-nominated members had increased to 6, and Clerk A.W. Purvis appointed to the Legislative Council. After over 30 years in the Memorial Hall, the Legislative Council moved into the current location of Parliament buildings in the city square of Nairobi. These buildings were officially opened by the then Governor, Sir Evelyn Baring, on Tuesday 16th February 1954. In May 1956, Her Majesty the Queen of England gave authority for Kenya's legislature to possess a mace. In November 1956, a mace which was made of mvuli was placed on the table of the House during the opening of the 11th Council. The official mace, made of ivory and silver gilt, was completed and presented to the Speaker by the Governor at the sitting of the Council on 20th April 1958. The mace symbolizes the authority of the House and the Chair and is placed on the table with its head facing the majority or government side. The first Lancaster Conference of January 1960 made it apparent that Kenya would soon attain independence, and therefore laid out the constitutional framework for the country. The second Lancaster House Constitutional Conference of February 1962 bore a new constitution that provided for the former Legislative Council to be replaced by two houses, the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Gentlemen, this conference is of crucial importance to the future of Kenya. Upon the degree of our success or failure will depend the well-being, the livelihood, and perhaps even the physical safety of all the citizens of Kenya, of whatever race or creed.
There were to be 41 senators elected to represent the administrative districts and 117 constituency elected members of the House of Representatives. 12 specially elected members chosen by the House seating in an electoral college, and the Attorney General as an ex officio member. Each house was to elect its own speaker. In February 1963, final constitutional review and consultations were held in Nairobi. A general election was held in May 1963, in which KANU, led by Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, won the overall majority against the other parties. Kenya's internal self-rule commenced on 1st June 1963, popularly known as Madaraka Day. And on 12th December 1964, Kenya became a republic, with the day now observed as Jamhuri Day. In 1963, it became necessary to enlarge the parliament buildings to accommodate the increased number of legislators and to cater for the second chamber. HRH, the Duke of Edinburgh, laid the foundation stone for expansion on 13th December 1963. The extensions were completed and officially opened by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, on Tuesday, the 2nd November 1965. By 1966, it was apparent that bicameralism wasn't ideal for the needs of independent Kenya. Consequently, both houses resolved upon an amendment of the Constitution of Kenya to merge the Senate and the House of Representatives. This amalgamation gave rise to a single chamber, the National Assembly. It comprised of 158 constituency elected members, 12 specially elected members, and 2 ex officio members, the Speaker and the Attorney General. 41 new constituencies were created for the serving senators. This became effective from 5th January 1967, when the House was prorogued, and upon resumption of Parliament on 15th February 1967, the National Assembly sat for the first time as a unicameral House. The first Parliament of independent Kenya ran from 1963 through to 1969 under the speakership of Sir Humphrey Slade in the House of Representatives and Honorable Timothy Chokwe in the Senate. The first Parliament was dissolved on 7th November 1969, giving way to the second general elections, which ushered in the second Parliament that sat from 1970 through to 1974 under the speakership of Honorable F.M. Marty. Leonard Ngugi served as the first clerk of the National Assembly. His Excellency the President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta died on 22nd August 1978 and was succeeded as President by Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, who dissolved the Third Parliament on 20th September 1979, and subsequent general elections were held on 8th November 1979, giving rise to the 4th Parliament. Honorable Marty's speakership ended with the 5th Parliament between 1983 and 1987. The 6th Parliament that ran from 1988 to 1992 under the speakership of Honorable Moses Arap Keino and later on Professor Jonathan Ngeno was dissolved on 28 October 1992. Subsequent elections held in December 1992 ushered in multipartism in the 7th Parliament, which lasted until 1997. The 7th Parliament, with Honorable Francis Ole Kaparo as the 5th Speaker of post-independent Kenya, was dissolved on 10th November 1997, and the 8th Parliament elected with increased membership of 210 members during the elections of 29th and 30th December 1997. The 8th Parliament was dissolved on 25th October 2002. The elections of 2002 witnessed changes in the political leadership, where KANU, the ruling party since independence, was defeated by the NARC coalition. This paved way for the 9th Parliament that ran from 2003 to 2007, marking the end of Honorable Kaparo's speakership. The 9th Parliament lasted until 22nd October 2007, when it was dissolved, giving way to the 10th Parliament. The 10th Parliament, under the speakership of Honorable Kenneth Marende, spanned 2008 to 2012 and accommodated a coalition government. The promulgation of the 2010 Constitution saw the return of a bicameral system of parliament that was witnessed in the first post-independent parliament. It provided for the National Assembly and the Senate. As a result, the 11th Parliament has 2 speakers, one for each house. Honorable Justin Muturi is the Speaker of the National Assembly, and Honorable Ekwe Ethuro is Speaker of the Senate. Every 5 years, there are national elections and a new government formed, or the existing one returned, and a new parliament assembles. Members of parliament come and go, but the traditions, procedures, and duties of our parliament have been handed down over hundreds of years and will be with us for many years to come.
This is power from the earth. It is a geothermal energy that is found deep in Kenya's Rift Valley at the Menengai caldera. There is a massive steam here, and Kenya is banking on this superheated steam to drive her economic engine. Located in Nakuru County, about 150 kilometers west of Nairobi, Menengai is a product of volcanicity that created an empty chamber which later collapsed. The steam is extracted from the earth using these megastructures called rigs. The rigs bore the earth to about 3,000 meters and then capture the steam from a huge reservoir created millions of years ago. That is the beauty of geothermal, and this wonder energy ticks all the boxes. It is indigenous, it is green and clean, it is not affected by weather variations, it has a high availability factor of about 95%. Existing technology is already successful in Kenya, and above all, it is cheap. Proper roads are critical for logistics in a geothermal project. So far, GDC had paved about 50 kilometers of road interlacing this complex volcanic caldera. Another key aspect in geothermal drilling is water. Water is very important because it is used to cool the drilling bit and acts as a suspension that lifts rock cuttings to surface from the well. To deal with the water challenge, GDC constructed these 4 mega tanks of 4 million liters each. The water from this storage then flows under gravity to the drilling operation areas. Drilling operations are some of the most daunting undertakings in the world. It is highly manual, delicate and awfully demanding. But the GDC team has managed to beat all the odds. GDC has been striking well after well after well. Menengai is exploding with steam wells after steam wells. With this kind of excellence, Kenya is on the brink of a geothermal revolution.
Mamangu alikuwa anaishi kwa shida, lakini mradi wa Inua Jamii ulipoingia, mama alipata nyumba, akapata kitanda ya godoro, akajenga kanyumba kasafi, pia na yeye mwenyewe anadona na kuweka pesa yake vizuri, mpaka kaanza kuangalia vitu vingine vidogo vidogo, mpaka kanunua mbuzi, yuko na mbuzi 5.
Huu mradi ninaujua kwa sababu ulinisaidia sana. Nilinunua mbuzi na nikajenga.
Nashukuru. Manake ilikuwa sina la kufanya mimi, hata ilikuwa nimedanganika. Ni makaa ndio yangu mimi ninafanya. Mvua ukinyesha, naingia mashamba ya watu kulima, nilime kwangu, nikalime kwa mtu, ndio nipate chakula. Lakini Inua Jamii inanisaidia. Ingawaje ni kidogo, ile nisaidia kile kidogo.
Majina naitwa Beatrice Charo, ni mama wa watoto 5, ni mjane. Kusema ukweli hiyo pesa imenisaidia kwa sababu kuna kikundi ambacho liliingia, sasa nikipata nagawanya tu kidogo, nyingine nalipia mkopo, nikajenga hata hii nyumba pia.
Jambo moja ambalo tumekuwa tukiwazungumzia ni vile ambavyo kado na kutumia ile pesa kwa mambo kidogo ya nyumbani, waone kama wanaweza chukua kitu kidogo wanawekeza mahali. Na nimefurahi katika zile nyumba tumeenda, na hii umesikia ya kwamba hawa wahusika wanachukua pesa kidogo wanaweka kwa chama, wengine wananunua kuku, wengine wanaweka kwa biashara, na imewasaidia, imewainua kwa ufupi.
The social pillar aims to have a just and cohesive society with a high quality of life in a safe and secure environment. So this is the Inua Jamii program. Inua Jamii is taking care of the orphans and vulnerable children, the older persons, and the persons with severe disability in form of a cash transfer. But the cash transfer is actually a tool to enable them have a higher quality of life.
And they are also now able to come out even in the communities, because they feel now they are now being recognized. People know them as people who have a source of income, and more children are now getting enrolled to school because the government is working together even with the Department of Registration to have orphans acquire birth certificates and value permits for the children who are orphaned, so that they can be able to access other services that are being offered.
As Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat, we are here to appreciate the progress that has been made since inception of this project. We were here about 3 years ago with the board, and now we see a massive improvement in this. One of the other reasons that we are here is to just tell Kenyans that a lot is happening.
This is the Ndongo-Kundu Special Economic Zone that many of us have talked about for a long time. It was officially launched or inaugurated by the President in 2019. It's a huge place. It's about 3,000 acres.
The SEZ is a multi-sector zone. It has a free trade zone, it has industrial park, it has tourism and recreation park, it has conference facility, it has residential areas, it will have schools, it will have hospital. So basically it will be a city where people will live and work.
A lot of times people look at this and you say, what is being done here? What is being done here is very clear. We have already done on paper everything that needs to be done, including doing the scientific work of testing the grounds, testing the soils, seeing what fits where, and also ensuring that the environmental assessment is done to avoid any challenges going forward.
The reason we've come is to make an inspection tour, or a learning tour, if you like, of the Ndongo-Kundu Special Economic Zone, to see how it is progressing, to see the issues that are important here, and to see how we could use the Ndongo-Kundu case to help us start, roll off the Kisumu Special Economic Zone as well.
Welcome to WE Center. WE Center stands for Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment Center, a facility that deals with electronic waste management, the so-called e-waste. E-waste is a growing form of waste globally, and it is the most toxic form of waste that nations, countries, and organizations all over the world are struggling to cope with and to manage. As an organization, we have set up a facility in Kenya that deals with e-waste management at a national level, and we work with a number of corporations and government agencies to make sure that electronic waste is properly managed. And regionally, across the continent, we have partners in other African countries, 18 of them, where we have managed to replicate the e-waste management activities that we undertake here in Kenya. E-waste is a trash, yes, but e-waste is also a resource. So our main aim as an organization is to try and see and to come up with modalities, mechanisms, and programs that enable the youth, organizations, and community members to manage electronic waste in a sustainable manner. We manage electronic waste to protect the environment because toxic components in e-waste harm the environment in serious ways. And we also manage electronic waste to protect human health, that is public health, because the toxins that we get from e-waste affect the health of people. Toxins in e-waste contamination or e-waste contamination affect human beings in too many ways. One is through the food chain poisoning. If you have vegetables and crops and other farm produce grown in contaminated areas, these crops or farm produce will take up the toxins from e-waste. And when you eat them, you get the infections or diseases that are related to poisoning from electronic waste. E-waste also can contaminate the environment through the groundwater, get to the fish, you drink water, you eat the fish, and you can also get poisoning from e-waste. So we work with a number of organizations and local entities, especially the youth in the informal sector, to make sure that this e-waste is properly collected in environmentally manner, and we also make sure that proper transportation, storage, and processing of this electronic waste is also done in a proper manner. Once we segregate the e-waste and process the e-waste, we do treatment for fractions that are problematic and toxic. And this process is also a bit expensive. We spend quite a bit of money to make sure that the e-waste or the toxic e-waste is properly treated. The other element that we look at in our e-waste management program is the social impact. When we engage the youth to process electronic waste, we make sure that the output or the revenue that they can generate from engagement in electronic waste management is something that can improve their social and economic circumstances. They get paid for the services that are they render when they're involved in segregation of e-waste transportation processing. Of course, you're paid. There are also fractions that you can use as spare parts for repair of other electronic devices. And there are also fractions that can also be used as raw materials, like the pellets from the plastic that has been crushed, glass, copper, and many other components of electronic waste. So in general, we operate a circular economy model on electronic waste management, just to make sure that there is zero waste that gets into the environment. And as we engage in electronic waste management, we do management in a manner that protects the environment, improve the social and economic circumstances of the team or the youth or the community members involved in this program. Thank you.
Kenya's Vision 2030's third medium-term plan is ending in 2022. At a time when Kenyans are striving to recover from the economic setback of COVID-19, many will view the economy through the lens of their own pockets and fail to see the larger picture. But if we focus on the larger picture, what can we see? We see new roads and highways traversing every corner of our nation. Over 22,000 kilometers of paved roads so far, bypasses and overpasses in high-traffic cities and towns like Nairobi. We see Kenya leading the continent in terms of internet access, our youth earning revenue through online work via the Ajira program.
The universities have already created what are called Ajira clubs. These are clubs where they create mentorship, where they work together so that they can be able to now show each other all the skills that are needed so that by the time they are finishing their education, they are well able to actually work.
Digitization of various national databases, and we also see the upcoming Konza Techno City. We see the expanded Mombasa port, the renovated Kisumu port, and the new Lamu port.
The port of Lamu is open for business with a now fully operationalized berth 1, and I invite and thank all shipping lines and cargo movers who are already using it and those who are not using it to make full use of this facility.
We see the complete overhaul of the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Kisumu Airport, Isiolo Airport, Nyeri Airport, and other airports dotted around the country. We see the standard gauge railway, the renovated meter gauge tributary lines, and the revamped Nairobi rail network. We see 100% transition from primary school to secondary school. We see over 2,000 upgraded and new technical, vocational education and training institutions.
Ushirika with Alex Chamwada.
It was started in 1972 with a membership of about 700, which has grown to over 63,000 with an asset base of about 40 billion Kenya shillings.
From the SACCO, I'm able to take my brothers to school. I've also been able to build a house at home.
Yes, today we are focusing on Kenya National Police SACCO. The Kenya Police SACCO is one of the leading licensed deposit-taking SACCOs that operate front office services activities, commonly known as FOSAs. It was established under the Cooperative Society Act with the aim of mobilizing savings and providing affordable credit facilities.
The SACCO began in 1972 with a membership of 600, and that membership has grown. Currently we are 63,000. The SACCO is now about 40 billion Kenya shillings. 10 years ago, the SACCO was about 4 billion.
Initially, the society drew all its membership from the National Police Service and SACCO employees. However, the society revised its bylaws to open up the common bond. Currently, the membership includes active and retired regular and administration police officers, civil servants and salaried employees, business community, and spouse or child of eligible members.
Our SACCO's vision currently is to improve quality living for our members. If you can do your research and see how police officers are living now because of the organization, you will find that some of them have bought land, they live in urban centers, built houses in urban centers, bought plots all over. Our members have taken their children the best schools, the universities. It has really changed the lives of the police officers.
Dina Akoth Ogacho, a police officer working at Pangani Police Station, is a proud member of the SACCO, and this is why.
I joined the force in 2002, and while I was in the course, I registered with the Kenya Police SACCO. I'm able to take my brothers to school. I've also been able to build a house at home. And apart from building my own house, I've built for my mother a house also. I'm also undertaking a degree course at St. Paul's University with the same amount of money that I get from SACCO.
The SACCO has a total of 8 branches countrywide in Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret, Nyeri, Meru, Kisii, Nakuru, and Kakamega. One of the biggest achievements of the SACCO is automation of its services. It runs a mobile banking platform known as Mtawi.
Members can get services whether we are open or closed. So basically, members can save, members can borrow, members can access their statements. So basically, it's a virtual branch, and we've seen most of our members having the convenience of service delivery through Mtawi. So wherever you are 24/7, in all corners of this world. We call it a mobile branch because all our members carry it in their phone gadgets.
The SACCO is generally boasting of improved governance and management systems. Cooperative Bank of Kenya has played a key role in the automation of services.
We've done several projects with the Cooperative Bank. The first project is that network of having a secondary bank where you keep your resources. So that is the account we hold with them. Number two, when ATM services came into the industry, we partnered with Cooperative Bank and they were able to help us issue our members with ATMs. And these were Visa ATMs where if you're a member of Kenya Police Sacco, you can still access your money from your account using a Cooperative Bank Visa. We call it Sacco Link. We also have internet banking where we can be able to transfer money and serve other clients, including members, suppliers, through internet banking.
Police Sacco and Cooperative Bank is actually a testimony of what we call one bank, one movement kind of scenario. Members of Police Sacco today can walk to any Coop Bank branch or any Coop Bank kwa jirani agent and be able to transact seamlessly without knowing whether they are transacting inside their Sacco or outside. Same case, Cooperative Bank customers can be served in any of the Kenya Police Force branches across the country.
Mary Owor is a retired police officer who served for 32 years and later served in the National Police Commission as a commissioner. She is a former chairperson of the Police Sacco and she reflects on the old, tedious manual systems at the Sacco.
At the time that I was chair, everything was manual. The checks were written by hand and there were many. There could be more than 200 and there were 3 of us to sign those checks. So it meant somebody has to go around delivering the checks. Now you don't even know what is happening. You want money in the morning, in the afternoon you are told your money is in the bank.
The Kenya National Police Sacco has really improved the image of the police, where the perception the public had that we are so corrupt as police officers. Now we are paying the police officers, getting their money, and they are saving that little money. Our loan book now stands at 3 billion for the police. And this is the money they are earning from their salary.
The headquarters of the Police Sacco in Nairobi's Ngara area is the society's top landmark. It was opened by President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2016.
This building is an asset that is sitting in the balance sheet of the society. And basically whatever it is giving us is the brand capital and changed the face of Kenya Police Sacco.
The Sacco emphasizes that Cooperative Bank has played a key role in the Sacco's financial stability.
Of course, they also give us loans. Actually, it's our main bank, so they've been very handy. In fact, we've been running an overdraft facility with them. Not really borrowing, but at least a facility that in case you move into liquidity challenge.
We are the sole bankers of Police Sacco. We provide them with all their banking solutions and service. And the Sacco has been professionally run to an extent that if you look at their level of efficiency and operations, Police Sacco ranks up there in this market. For all their training needs, we have a subsidiary COP Consultancy and Insurance Agency that does training and capacity building for Police Sacco.
The Sacco has a subsidiary known as the Kenya Police Investment Cooperative Society, whose main objective is to mobilize members' savings and invest in prudently identified ventures in order to create wealth for members. Currently, the investment cooperative is selling plots of land at affordable prices in Kitengela, Isinya, and Kamulu, among other places. Mary Owor is enjoying her retirement thanks to the investments she made through the Police Sacco. She tells me she made improvements to her house in South Sea through Sacco loans and bought some parcels of land.
The Sacco bought 200 acres of land in Kajiado, Kitengela. And then we subdivided the land and I bought 4 pieces of plot there. I sold those plots and bought a 5-acre plot in Kamulu.
The Kenya Police Sacco is a success story worth replicating. It is a unique case of ushirika and, like other Saccos, It has had its share of challenges, but it has managed to overcome them.
In 2019, we are rated the best managed SACCO and we received a trophy for it. Last year, 2020, we were also voted the top award in the SACCO category of ISPAC. And we've had several trophies just because of the service excellence, the great performance, the great service delivery, the efficiency we are achieving, the technology.
Our key pillar here is on corporate governance. All of us, the board members, we have gone through the governance training by Center for Corporate.
As Vision 2030 Delivery Secretary,
habari mbaya zimenifikia, mandugu zangu wananikulia, kumbe sahani yangu misikia, inaniuma sana. Yule mpenzi niliaminia, nikamuweka mbele ya dunia. I must be tripping nikikurudia, umenitesa sana. Nairobi, yule nakupea, pia nanipea, akikuletea, ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Oh, sana Nairobi, yule nakupea, pia nanipea, akikuletea, ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Oh, sana Nairobi, yule nakupea, pia nanipea, akikuletea, ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Oh, sana Nairobi, papara papa papara para, papara papa papara papa papara para, tirintitiru. Marashi yako yalinivutia, siku ya kwanza ulikupitia, kumbe si ni peke nilinusia, Yolanda ya lavenda, na mbogi yangu iliniambia, eti nikusane basi kusikia. I don't wanna do this no my dear. Najuta kupendana Nairobi. Yule nakupea pia nanipea, akikuletea ananiletea, wanakula fea sote tunashare. Ogopa sana Nairobi. Yule nakupea pia nanipea, akikuletea ananiletea, wanakula fea sote tunashare. Ogopa sana Nairobi. Papara papa papara para papara papa papara papa papara para tiriti Nairobi. Yule nakupea pia nanipea, akikuletea ananiletea, wanakula fea sote tunashare. Ogopa sana Nairobi. Yule nakupea pia nanipea, akikuletea ananiletea, wanakula fea sote tunashare. Ogopa sana Nairobi.
Chum chum malo, chum 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 malo. Kenyans build a land. 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 Chum chum malo. Chum chum malo. Chum chum malo. Chum chum malo. Kenya lijenge. Kenya lijenge. Kenyans build a land. Kenya lijenge. Kenya lijenge. Kenyans build a land. Chum chum malo. Chum chum malo. Chum chum malo. Chum chum malo. Let's come together. Kenya. Let's build a land in our hands. Let's come together. Kenya. Let's build a land in our hands. Tuje pamoja. Kenya. Tulijenge in our hands. Tuje pamoja. Kenya. Tulijenge in our hands. Rise up, unite and build Kenya. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. 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 Omako jachien, ibade orunda, runda, rundo. Onyono, nyono, nyono, gitende molwar kucha. Omako jachien, ibade orunda, runda, rundo. Onyono, nyono, nyono, gitende molwar kucha. Omako jachien, ibade orunda, runda, rundo. Onyono, nyono, nyono, gitende molwar kucha. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Omako jachien, ibade orunda, runda, rundo. Onyono, nyono, nyono, gitende molwar kucha. Umakoja chien, ibade rundo, onyo, gijende malak bicha. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo, Jehovah, oklo, Jehovah, oklo, Jehovah, oklo.
Pokaneni Yesu,
kijongo gimana.
Wende pokaneni Rabi,
kiweyo ya mawasigoloya.
Pile pili kedona,
Jetenlwe,
toyawa pile pili lochona.
Pokiweya wasigoloya.
Pokaneni Yesu,
kijongo gimana.
Wende pokaneni Rabi,
kiweyo ya mawasigoloya.
Pile pili
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda
daima.
Kenya nchi tunayoipenda
daima.
Kenya nchi tunayoipenda
daima.
Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka
daima.
Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka
daima.
Kenya nchi yenye baraka
daima.
Kenya nchi yenye baraka
daima.
Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote
daima.
Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote
daima.
Mtu mwenye kutenda haki
daima.
Mtu mwenye kutenda haki
daima.
Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani
daima.
Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani
daima.
Hatutaki matata Kenya
daima.
Hatutaki matata Kenya
daima.
Mwenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Mwenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya
kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Na tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu,
mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Hata nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi,
mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Sitadanganywa kamwe na wageni,
mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Ala sitapotoshwa na wabaya,
mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi
kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda
daima.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda
daima.
Kenya nchi tunayoipenda
daima.
Kenya nchi tunayoipenda
daima.
Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha
daima.
Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha
daima.
Tutaishi katika Kenya
daima.
Tutaishi katika Kenya
daima.
Mwenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Mwenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu,
mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Hata nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi,
mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Sitadanganywa kamwe na wageni,
mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Ala sitapotoshwa na wabaya,
mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda
daima.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda
daima.
Kenya nchi tunayoipenda
daima.
Kenya nchi tunayoipenda
daima.
Wakenya tuna furaha kwa taasisi ya KIPPRA
kupeleka Kenya mbele.
Wakenya tuna imani kwa taasisi ya KIPPRA
kupeleka Kenya mbele.
Wakenya tuna baraka ya taasisi ya KIPPRA
kupeleka Kenya mbele.
Wakenya tuna baraka ya taasisi ya KIPPRA
kupeleka Kenya mbele. KIPPRA kufanya utafiti, KIPPRA kufanya uchambuzi, KIPPRA kufanya utafiti, KIPPRA kufanya uchambuzi.
Wakenya tuna furaha kwa taasisi ya KIPPRA
maendeleo Kenya.
Wakenya tuna furaha kwa taasisi ya KIPPRA
maendeleo Kenya.
Wakenya tuimbe leo tukifurahia
kuwa na KIPPRA Kenya.
Wakenya tupige vigelegele tukifurahia
kuwa na KIPPRA Kenya. KIPPRA kufanya utafiti, KIPPRA
kwa utafiti na uchambuzi.
KIPPRA hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele.
Kuhifadhi mali za utafiti ya nchi ya Kenya.
KIPPRA hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele.
Hoye
Kenya, tunasonga mbele.
Hoye
Kenya, tunafurahi.
Hoye
KIPPRA inafanya kazi.
Hoye
Kenya, tunafurahia.
Kuhifadhi data za utafiti na uchambuzi.
KIPPRA hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele.
Kutoa ushauri kwa serikali nchi ya Kenya.
KIPPRA hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele.
Hoye
Kenya, tunasonga mbele.
Hoye
Kenya, tunafurahia. KIPPRA inafanya kazi. Kenya, tunafurahia.
Viongozi wote wanaongoza vizuri sana.
KIPPRA hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele.
Na wafanyakazi wanafanya kazi vizuri sana.
KIPPRA hoye hoye.
Let's appreciate the KIPPRA choir. I could see some people at the front trying to stand up and dance. I should have given you a chance, especially some people on this side. Maybe if we close on time, we'll get you to stand up and dance a little bit. Welcome back to the afternoon session, where we will be having the first plenary session looking at making markets work. The first session will focus on the interface between working markets and economic transformation. The chair for this session will be Daniel Mbithi. Daniel Mbithi is the Chief Executive Officer of the Nairobi Coffee Exchange, where over 80% of Kenya's coffee is auctioned. He has served as Chief Executive from the year 2013 to date, and it is during this time he upgraded the trading platform to enable farmers allow the auction process from the coffee growing regions, as well as oversighting further transformation into an online trading where the auction can be bought remotely. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the chair of the session, Mr. Daniel Mbithi.
Thank you so much, the MC, and a good evening. It was meant to be an afternoon. I think we have already got into the evening. And I want to welcome you back from lunch. This is the most difficult session to lead because I know you've eaten enough and you must be feeling sleepy already, but I want to believe we are going to have a very exciting session, interactions from all of us. And as this MC has just said, we are going to be discussing the interface between working markets and economic transformation. And to begin the sessions, because we want to really rush after time, we'll be hearing from Willie Kimani. Willie Kimani is the Chief Commercial Officer at Naivas Limited, and who is also a member of the Retail Trade Association of Kenya, and he will be discussing retail and wholesale markets. And so I'm going to ask Willie Kimani to come over. Let's give him a clap as he walks here in the next 15 minutes. Thank you so much, Willie. Welcome.
Hi guys, good afternoon again. As the chair said, this is going to be a tough session. It's the afternoon, and I'm also seeing a lot of my potential customers who need to visit my stores for dinner or the early drinks for the weekend. So definitely I'll try and make sure that I shorten the process. So my name is Willie Kimani. I'm just the immediate chair of RETRAC, Retail Traders Association of Kenya. And over and above that, I also work at Naivas Supermarket, where I'm the Chief Commercial Officer. I'll really be waiting for the presentation. I think if the media team can have that up. So, as that is actually happening, so retail has been that place where, in most cases, you'll always find that anybody, as long as they do not get any qualifications in school and all that, that's when you start saying supermarket, are you in the supermarket? So I'm actually happy to sit here as a graduate of the University of Nairobi. And I'm also happy to say I'm an alumni of Lenana School with a valid degree. It's been a tough time. We have had stores coming in, stores shutting down, people asking where exactly is the Kenyan retail going. We had the Nakumats of this world, we had the Uchumis of this world, the Tuskies of this world. We also had some international brands coming up, but we also still have very many growths. So in fact, in a nutshell, retail has actually been growing. We're not in a crisis as such. What you have had is a lot of in-depth, smaller players actually having key critical problems when it actually comes within their own corporate governance issues, within unlucky, unfortunate times, like, for example, having your main store being messed up, for example, like whatever happened at Westgate, infrastructure changes and stuff like that. People going to other markets and actually having that cost up and all that. I really need the presentation up so that I can start my presentation if we don't take more than the 15 minutes given. No. And in a nutshell, what is retail? Retail, I think exactly after what we all do, we study, we go everywhere, we come up with products. Finally, these products have to be broken bulk. This is exactly what we actually do as retailers. It's a final channel of the distribution where all the small quantities of goods and services are sold directly to the actual consumer for their own use. And we are very important for everyone, including from the manufacturers, for their customers, and to the Kenyan economy. And I'll actually tell you for sure, the actual moment of truth for your product is actually at the retail level. That's where people know, whatever you have actually gone and worked for research, where exactly you are at that particular point is what matters at that point. The moment of truth for a consumer good is at the retail store. And ultimately, everybody has to eat. Everybody today has to eat, and that product has to have been bought somewhere. There's actual retailing going on. And happy to say, that retailing in this country is actually the second most developed in Africa, with the first being South Africa. So right now we are doing 33% modern trade versus 67% general trade. And on the other side, we actually have an inverse. Someone like South Africa is around 60% modern trade. But in essence, we are quite developed. All those mom and pops, yeah, thank you very much, at least it's up. So, yeah, so all the mom and pops, and as actually said, we are the final destination, and it becomes a very big asset for the economy because we are providing jobs. Second, we're actually adding to the GDP, and also we are the fun part of it. In most cases, when most of the shoppers go to a supermarket, not a bank, they'll be begging and writing papers, tafadhali tusaidia na pesa yetu. In retail, that's where people actually give in cash and like, I want the service, why haven't you? You know, that is actually a moment of truth where customers come out, spend money, bring it all out, bring all these innovations. And one of the key things that retail in this country has been done, it has been forgotten. But happy, this is actually the second session, and we are so proud of KIPPRA. You guys don't know. We are so proud of KIPPRA and what KIPPRA is actually doing, because we have also started now engaging us as the retailers to actually be able to create the next phase. If you go to a Naivas store right now versus how it used to look like and all those other things, those are developments we're doing on our own, yet we can actually do this in our own Kenyan way. Because they always say when you go to a village, you get a villager to show you around. And for that to happen, we have to build our own things and all that. And we need quite a bit of that actually to happen. And it's for that case, we actually the third largest contributor to private sector employment. Actually, the wholesale and retail trade, we have employed more than 238,500. I think that number goes up because I open a new store, my 85th, very soon. And we account for 8.4% of the Kenya's GDP. You can actually see we are to 30 to 40% of trade in this country is represented by us. But we are forgotten. Retailers are forgotten. The last time people actually sit down and speak, we all speak about how we are going to export our goods, how we are going to get. Nobody talks about local consumption. Why is local consumption in all this? When all this work that is actually being done here to actually develop these markets, where exactly is this? And what are these markets that are supposed to actually be doing the same? So we are very important to the, retail is very important to the country. One, the sales measures we are performing, the performance of the retail industry. The sector also holds key to agriculture and industrial development, all your products, and this actually includes all the way. I've had a courtesy to actually pass by and I've seen the KVDA, honey products and all that. It was actually sad to hear that they don't sell to any modern retailer. They're just going from government office to another government office. Come on. That's why we need to develop this sector. That's why we need to actually empower. Most people actually have that part-time job in the evening, whatever passion the guys have. Guys actually doing their cosmetic items. Where do we develop this market? Give an enabling environment. And I liked what one of the aspirants today for the presidential election actually said. We need to enable industries that actually laying the golden goose, the goose that lays the golden egg, rather. And where do we take those products? It's us in the retail economy. We are the ones who are actually driving this particular bit. We need to drive consumption in this country. And the retail and wholesale industry are one of the biggest contributors to the GDP, as we had actually said. And compared to the past, we actually are a very big force to actually reckon with. I'm happy as never within the next, by what? The next financial year will be 100 billion business. And I'll be employing more than 11,000 Kenyans. Right now I'm at 8,400. All that growth is actually not coming because of anything. It's actually coming by virtue of just our own capuche within ourselves. But what if it was developed? What if we actually increase that bracket of actual proper governance, proper taxation bit, just improve it and actually give an enabling environment? And according to one of the policy objectives of the trade policy was, of course, to develop and implement an enabling business, as I've actually spoken about, and business-friendly legal and regulatory framework for both the formal and informal retail trade subsector. This included the rationalization and harmonization of national and county government business licenses fees and other charges, and subsequently establishing a one-stop office. A normal typical retailer will be right now having more than 13 licenses. You even have to have a license for selling fish. For me to sell doom, I have to have one from pest control guys. Before I play music, I have to have from Prisk, who and who. By the time I'm moving from one county to the next county, I have to pay branding fees for my trucks. There are cars coming in. When you actually talk about even our own guys coming in, the stalls paid for fruit and veg. Just the other day, Farmers Choice was actually increasing prices because of even how pigs have to come in and all those. They have to pay county by county. Those are the kind of things we just have to say. We are discussing about creating an African economy where all the retailers can actually work. Yet, locally, we can't even move from one county to the next county. Come on, guys. Another policy objective was to promote business management and entrepreneurship skills, training and development of ICT platforms for retail outlets. And by strengthening and redesigning the business management and entrepreneurship programs within technical institutes and universities. We have no one who actually trains the supermarket guys. Nobody. Most of the guys. And this industry has grown. By the time you're actually talking about who is your butcher, that butcher guy, you have to come train him. What if you just did this within the TVETs? And I loved what the pre-lunch panel was actually talking about. The TVETs actually coming in there. Even the art of actually doing retailing and actually buying products and all that has actually not been envisioned. Those are the kind of things and kind of platforms and very, very nice modern places and things that we can be able to be doing and actually get our TVETs and all that. We need to start empowering our retailers. And I am a big boy in retail. I have the best Microsoft product. I have one for warehousing, one all that. What about Mama Kamau's shop? What about Mama Uti's kiosk pale Kondele. How do we get him that technology, that advancement, so that we actually develop all these guys? So there's that part, an element of actually developing our own, creating stuff, also trying to actually come up with training people and policies, helping them on shrinkage. The other day we were quite heavy on news when we were really accused of that one person has actually stolen from Naivas and we should have let him free. So someone paid for him as a shoplifter, he was free, and the very next week after he was free, he came back to steal. You know, how do we, that is in Naivas. What about the guy down there in Eldoret? How do we sit down and come up with things of how to deter? Because we are now having guys from Ukraine and everybody coming in to give us all these technologies of how to stop shrinkage and stuff like that. So quite a bit of work to be done there. So what's our way forward? If I was actually to actually say, one, we have to start, we have to start incorporating a structured tax system that is actually appropriate for all retailers. Right now, we are just in the process of actually implementing the new KRA devices, which means now we have to actually receive all our goods by GRNs, by good receive note, because now at least finally the import, when actually the input tax from our side has to be reflected with the same one that my supplier on the other side actually gave to KRA. It's a very good and innovative thing, but I will be able to go buy the devices. The smaller retailers don't have the ability to actually buy the devices. How do we now create all those particular frameworks? Give it time, give out all those structured approaches and those other things. How do we bring it all out, that the tax system is all appropriate for everyone out there? Because unfortunately right now getting your tax returns is such a big problem. But well, I've been given a solution by KRA, but what about the other smaller players? Develop and inculcate a suitable training curriculum, ideal for retail and wholesale markets. We require that specialized skill set that they must actually, and everybody must actually invest in. Nakumat tried this with JQuat, and unfortunately did not work well. I think the program actually stopped after like 5 years or something like that. It's something that we should actually be thinking about. How do we bring this back and just see whether that can actually work? And instituting the one-stop licensing offices to reduce the cost of doing business. When the Kanjo guy leaves, the fishery guy comes in. And then the pest control comes in, and then the music guy comes in. And by the time they're actually leaving, the carrier guy is on his neck, collecting tax for the parking. As in, we need a one-stop licensing offices. We need to make businesses easier. We need to make the way of paying taxes and collecting taxes and making compliance easier. We need to go forward from just, our institutions need to move in from just being noisemakers to actually being enablers. You know, we need people to enable. We need to see someone coming in from the Ministry of Agriculture to actually tell us how about our cold chain and meat and everything. Not when a guy is coming in, he's just coming to check whether, oh, nyama inakaa kama imeoza. Jaoza ni aged. There's something called aged beef. As in, so if the person from Ministry of Agriculture doesn't know aged beef, who will know? Updating the national trade policy to reflect the changes in the sector post-COVID-19 pandemic, that will be very important, and thank you very much for including us in that particular discussion point. We really love that. And of course, to roll out the KS1 1758 food safety standards countrywide. My time is over. My parting shot is just to say that retail is at a point where that, if not supported well, we'll have foreigners managing retail for us. We are Kenyans, we know how to do retail. We know how to buy, we know how to produce, we know how to sell. It doesn't make sense that every corner you look at, you have a foreign supermarket, yet it's serving Kenyan people. That is the challenge that we have to take up as a nation. We have to produce well. We have to start looking at the whole bit of how we particularly engage. Listen to the young guys who are singing here, Kenya kipenzi yetu. Tupende Kenya yetu. It starts by pendering our own supermarkets. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you, Kimani. And your presentation full of questions and reflections. I think that's a way to go. Unless we ask ourselves questions, we may not have any answers at all. So thank you so much. I was about to ask you, could the questions you're asking, the reason why we have seen so many of them come down, but I think we'll give people an opportunity later to ask those questions, and maybe you'll be able to give us an answer as to why you'll be seeing most of this go under. And thank you so much. Let's give him another round of applause as we invite now, as we get into understanding how to stabilize the market. So market stabilization, we are going to be hearing from the people who have been in the market for the longest I can think of. That is the National Cereals and the Produce Board. And we are going to have Noah Koske, who is the Corporate Planning Manager. Let's give him a hand as he comes and gives us a presentation for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also want to thank KIPPRA for inviting us. I know we hardly miss the media. National Cereals and Produce Board, we are always in the media. And you'll understand why we are always in the media, because we have a lot of fights. You realize that National Cereal and Produce Board was established a long time ago, and this is a state corporation, and being a state corporation, we are saying that it is categorized as a commercial entity, and we are excluded in exchequer, so we don't depend on funding from the government. So we generate our own funds and revenue. Quickly, you realize that this was started in 1939. You can see how old we are. And during this regime, we are saying this was more of a controlled maize purchase and sales. In 1967, there was a merger of Maize and Produce Marketing Board. And in 1979, we are saying the merging of the Maize and Produce Board with Wheat Board actually now gave birth to National Cereals and Produce Board that we are in right now. Though there are reforms that are taking place, we might be still changing to a new organization as we adopt the technology and the dynamics of what we have discussed since morning. Our vision, you realize that we are a trusted service provider, and we really write on this as an heritage because we are really trusted by the farmers and any other stakeholder would want to interact with us. That's why they feel so bad when we are not giving services as expected because of the so many challenges that we face across. Our mission is to promote food production, trade in agricultural products, and also promote premier warehousing. This is where we are, the premier warehousing we provide across the network. We have our core values, our core mandate, and within our core mandate, we are saying that we must trade commercially in agricultural commodities, especially grains and farm inputs. You realize that we interact both with the farmers in terms of produce, and at the same time, we provide farm inputs. So our kind of interaction is a two-way. So we interact with the farmers when they produce their products, because we have other services that we provide, and at the same time, we supply products, various agrochemicals across the network. We offer a lot of post-harvest management, and this is where most Kenyans don't understand what is actually the main mandate of National Cereals and Produce Board. You realize that most farmers experience post-harvest losses because they lack or they are ignorant that this service is provided in a very affordable prices by National Cereals and Produce Board. So like the fumigation, the drying services, the cleaning, the storing, and even weighing and bagging of all your products. These services are provided by National Cereals and Produce Board at a very affordable prices. Again, we manage the National Food Reserve on behalf of government, and at the same time, we are a member of the Food Balance Committee. This is a committee that has been formed to manage the food situation in the country, and one member is National Cereals and Produce Board. We have other members. Again, we provide logistics support, services on food security, and also we carry out market interventions on behalf of government for grains and farm inputs, like what is going on right now in terms of subsidy programs. So we are saying that this is why you hear us every day. We are present all over, to the very end of the country. And we are saying we are in all the counties. Our presence is there. And you will experience that whatever is happening at the coast might not be the same thing happening in Lake Western or in Garissa. Different dynamics, different environments, but we ensure that all Kenyans are served well in terms of farm inputs and supply of food. Again, we know very well our commercial arm. We still have our own commercial arm because we are a commercial entity. And in that note then, we are saying that, again, even we provide National Food Reserve services on behalf of the government. So these are special programs, like if we have droughts in the country, we make sure that we supply food using the various agencies like Red Cross, through devolution. Again, this is where I really want to emphasize in terms of our services. We have a whole unutilized arm of clearing and forwarding. We clear and forward, in Mombasa. We provide also warehousing receipt by providing the warehouses. And we have earmarked warehouses there. You can, utilize the warehousing receipt across the country. Again, we provide storage facilities. Like most of these millers you see around, they store their maize in our silos so that they have them actually, use them to, as storage facilities as they produce, as they mill the flour, as they, engage the supply chain. We provide also laboratory services in terms of grain handling, moisture content, aflatoxin testing, and so on and so forth. And again, fumigation services. Most schools utilize our services, hospitals, and most people don't understand that we also provide fumigation services. So if you are in need of fumigation services, they are there. And this actually enables a lot, even the millers, when they store their maize in our stores, those are the kind of services that we provide to ensure that we meet the quality standards of the grain while in our stores. We also give out stores. We were asked by the government to lease to the private sector some stores, and we have various government institutions, MDAs, utilizing our stores that are underutilized or are not capacity. Weigh bridges, we also provide weighing services. So you don't need to go to a private sector. You can come to our premises where we have weigh bridges, and they are actually calibrated and they meet the standards, the KIPPRA standards. Again, we can do the bagging. So you can have your bulk harvest, and you can still come and do all the quality checks in terms of drying, cleaning, and making sure that you have the proper product kept. Again, if we go the strategic direction that we want to have, I'll be very fast here. We have two divisions where we have the National Food Reserve, and this will be managed from our premises, as well as the National Zero and Produce Trading Division, which now we will have. So that is the strategic direction that we are taking. And in this strategic direction, we want to utilize two avenues. I want to just go straight to what we call the agricultural hub. We've heard of agricultural hubs, but then most of the agricultural hubs in Kenya now are virtual. But we are presenting now one that is physical. Already we have identified 5 good locations. One is up and running in Eldoret. We have another one in Nakuru. We have in Webuye. We'll have in Meru. We have in Timbilia already. We'll have one in Nairobi. And this is the kind of interaction in summary. This is where the hub, and this is the direction we are going, and we have done it. Right now we have more than 100 stakeholders operating from our stores and physically existing and selling their products. And this is the kind of interaction where we have the banks, we have the mechanizations, we have agrochemicals, we have advisors from government, and we provide, yes, quickly, in conclusion, our services are provided there around in terms of the weighing, the barking, and the rest. So to conclude, we also provide markets, because you see, once we have maize in our stores, even the schools right now are picking maize from our stores. So already there will be a market for your produce in our stores. So to quickly conclude, we have also launched the warehousing receipt system I've shared, and this is how it operates. The warehousing receipt system, the concept is that you, as a farmer or producer, once you produce your products, you don't need to rush where the traders will actually take advantage of you in terms of the prices. You can place your products in our warehouse, where we'll subject with all quality parameters and store them as you wait and anticipate for the prices, like what you are seeing today. The maize is retailing at around 6,000 per 90 kgs. I want to stop there, and I want to say thank you, and God bless you. And as you leave, don't go and stay hungry tomorrow. There is some rice here at our stores. I've seen some people have bought quality rice from where? Just behind the stores. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Noah, for such an elaborate presentation. I'm surprised to know that you have covered the whole country. Actually, it's very surprising to know that you are all over. One time I was in Kitale and it was just about to rain. I got the biggest surprise to realize that there was actually maize on the road dry, and at the same time, in Kwale they were dying because there was no food. I could not understand that. I'm yet to understand exactly how we can create that connectivity where we are saying we can be able to connect we create a balance between those who have and those who do not have. But maybe we will be able to help us even understand much better. And when I actually sought to understand why that was happening, I was told is because the stores in Kitale are full. That's why they could not take that maize anywhere. And I was asking, then it means if I had the money, I could have bought this maize and be releasing one by one later at a whatever rate I want, because I have just to rescue the situation. But I want to thank you for helping us to understand what you're doing to stabilize the market, and thank you so much even for speaking about the warehouse receipt system, a wonderful system where farmers, and especially where grain is concerned, we can be able to trade with our receipts. And I think that's an innovation that we may need to actually pursue and make use of, because it's an innovation from the government and we can be able to make use of it. Thank you so much. I'm just informed that we're actually live on KTN News. So if you are very far, we may not see you. So that explains why you may need to be closer so that we can be able to see you live through KTN. Thank you so much. Now we want to get to the next item, which is our third and last one, which is labor markets. And to discuss this, we are going to be led by Eric Mutesia Moisio. Eric works for Sky Garden, and he will be able to help us to be able to understand this issue of labor markets. Welcome, Eric. Let's clap for him as he comes over. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. So, next. Okay. Hi, guys. Thank you so much to KIPPRA for having us here. My name is Eric Mutisia. I'm the commercial director at Sky Garden. We have a brief presentation. I was clearly told I shouldn't go over 15 minutes, so I'll keep it 15 minutes. Hope we can enjoy. And I've made it purposely the topic to cover mostly on Sky Garden, so let's jump right into it. So just to define what labor markets are, and yes, so it's basically, how you can term it easily, these are job markets. So it's basically creating supply. So this is by employers, and creating demand, this is now by the employees, to have that balance. So a balanced job market or balanced labor market basically means having this balance between supply, demand and supply. So for staff and for the employers to create this demand. Yes, so the most important thing is for now what you can call the employees to use the inputs so that you can, using tools and equipments to get outputs. And without employers, basically employees won't have work to do, and without employees, these businesses and companies cannot earn profits. So whether it's goods or services. And I'd like to take this to Sky Garden directly what we do. So a brief introduction is we are an e-commerce company. So basically, the easiest description or definition of an e-commerce company is buying and selling products online. So we are an automated e-commerce platform offering an end-to-end solution. So from buying of goods to payments of vendors. We offer a marketplace, so where customers buy from, and then we offer what we call a seller center. So a backend where sellers are able to upload products and sell them. The images, sorry, let me go back. So the top image is the marketplace, so where customers can buy stuff from. The lower image, the seller center, the backend. So it's through this tool, we are able to offer jobs to we are able to connect 10,000 merchants to the marketplace. So when COVID-19 came, we saw a lot of businesses going online. Even companies which never had websites were out there creating websites, downloading applications. So what we did at Sky Garden, we went out there, had all these guys who are not anywhere selling online to just come online. It's very easy on board. Download an app, upload your product, promote it, it's out there and customers can buy. So through that, we have about 10,000 merchants, so people who sell on the platform across the country. They are able to reach thousands, if not millions of customers in the platform. We work with 13 courier partners, so this is in two ways. Regional, these big guys who everyone knows, the Fagos, the G4S, PDAF, so on and so forth. And then local. So these are the local courier partners that we work with, just on time, people like Sandy who are now doing the business that we are in. So through that as well, we've been able to employ close to over 50 people. We work with a lot of other service providers, banks, telecommunication companies, fintech companies. For example, banks, when we do payments, customers paying using cards, telecommunication, M-Pesa, Airtel. Fintechs, we offer loans to our sellers. So we get an average of, for example, how much you are selling month on month. With that, we are able to give you a loan. So doing a lot of things, advertising companies, agencies, we work with those as well. And yeah, so I'll briefly take you through just how, yes, so how to sell on Sky Garden. It's very, very easy. So 6 steps. Creating a free web shop, download an app or go to Seller Center, sell.sky.garden. Add products, so list your products there. Where you can put as much content as possible. As they usually say, people buying online need information because they don't see these goods physically. Then you promote. So basically, Sky Garden does this for you. Customers come to the platform, so we do a lot of marketing. I'm sure most of you have seen us on our Facebook, on an Instagram, YouTube ads. We also do ATL, so billboards, stuff like that. We work with a lot of influencers. Customers buy, then we have the partners, what I was talking about, the courier partners, where we've been able to employ quite a number of people. So apart from the sellers, we have a lot of guys, the guys who we know as Boda Boda and do the guys. Then you get paid, it's very easy. Deposit money to your account. You are able to withdraw this to your bank account or your M-Pesa account. And that's it, basically you own Sky Garden and you are selling. So I talked about financing. So through the data that we get with the sales that you make on the platform, you are able to get a loan. So most of these businesses struggle with, say, capital. We want to expand. So with that sales data, we are able to give you loans. Yeah, so in conclusion, and I think this was mentioned by Willie in terms of the percentage of business which is in retail. This according to some data I got from Kenya Labour Market Information System. Although the data is from 2019, which is the most recent on that website, our government agencies clearly need to up their game when it comes to content online. So retail trade is the largest economically in the country, economic activity in the country. So the mama mbogas, and what we've come to do as the digital businesses is bridge this gap. You've seen what, for example, Twiga is doing with farmers down there, and those guys are basically online right now. So retail is evolving. Brick and mortar stores, we are not yet there where we can say e-commerce, marketplaces, social commerce can replace brick and mortar. But within a short period of time, we've seen these guys as well going online. Naivas is a very good example. They have a very nice website where you can check out your products. Basically what you are doing, but a little bit different because ours is open to anyone and everyone in the platform. So that is in a nutshell it, but I'll also take this opportunity to mention some of the frustrations we've lately been facing as the digital economy. All of you guys know what KIPPRA is doing. Those guys are on our neck. Emails, they're basically asking for details of these sellers. So most of the sellers in this country don't own KIPPRA PIN and stuff. Those guys literally want us to provide them data with sales of these guys. So we are in communication with them, but those are some of the frustrations. Got another one lately from Kenya Data Commission, where they say we need to sign up with them, so on and so forth. But I think the government should be there to complement us, and KIPPRA for thanks to KIPPRA for creating this opportunity. And I think this is where digital economies, private sector, and government meet and discuss some of these things. Yeah, that will be it for me. Thank you very much. I'm the only speaker to do it under 15 minutes.
Ricky, thank you so much. They need to understand where we come from. We always run to make sure that we eat for the day because we do not have a lot of food. Yes, so thank you so much. Let's appreciate Eric for the good presentation. Vera, are you here? Ah, okay. Thank you so much. We want to get to another presentation, and thank you for saving time. I think all of you are on spot as time is concerned, and thank you so much. We want to hear a bit of aggregation and even about the role of the cooperative movement. I think majority of our farmers, actually this is where they aggregate their products to be able to make them marketable. And so with that, we want to hear from Vera Sharon Ochieng. Vera comes from the Kenya National Farmers Federation, and she's a young, enthusiastic agricultural economist. Young, listen to that, enthusiastic agricultural economist, but with a vast knowledge and training in agricultural rural development, project development, monitoring, and evaluation. And therefore, let's hear from this young, energetic, and enthusiastic young lady. Welcome, Vera Sharon Ochieng. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon once again. I'll not reintroduce myself. He said, well, my name is Vera Sharon Ochieng from the Kenya National Farmers Federation. I'll take a short time. Thank you, KIPPRA, thank you, Edie, for this invitation. My presentation outline is as, sorry. Oops. Could you kindly help, please? Meanwhile, I'll just say a brief profile of what KNAF is. Kenya National Farmers Federation is a apex umbrella organization, essentially the national farmer organization that represents, protects, promotes, and articulates the interest of Kenyan farmers in Kenya at Pan-African Farmers Organization and at the World Farmers Organization. So this is the umbrella organization that represents farmers and articulates their issues. Our mission as a Kenya National Farmers Federation is to influence transformation and growth in the agricultural sector, to accelerate improved incomes, livelihoods, and promote food and nutrition security for farmers in Kenya. That's the outline of my presentation. I've already given a brief profile. Speaking about cooperatives and the role of aggregation. We all know that, in case someone doesn't know, I'll still repeat the common saying that agriculture is the backbone of our economy. We all agree. Without agriculture, I think none of us would be alive. We all eat, we all survive because of agriculture, and its role in contributing 26 and 27% directly and indirectly, respectively, to our GDP. So when you speak about cooperatives and their role in aggregation, in spurring economic transformation, we talk about the role of farmers, the role of agriculture, and the role of cooperatives in spurring economic growth. So I didn't get this, sorry. Could you just let me know how to move ahead? All right, great. Just the cooperative model, that's just a definition of what it does, and a brief background of cooperatives that dates back to 1908, back then being a preserve of the whites in Kenya, and just to develop and market the agricultural crops. So currently we have various categories of cooperatives. I will major on the agricultural cooperatives from my end, but we do have SACCOs in housing, in marketing, and in so many other areas. The savings and credit cooperatives that we have. Those are the principles of cooperatives. I'll give a focus on cooperation amongst cooperatives, democracy, economic participation. Then I move to, let me just move so that I save on time. What do agricultural cooperatives help with? Their members. And their members allow me to have the bias of farmers. And improves access to credit. This is because the members actually contribute to the capital formulation of their cooperatives. They are member-based. Improves savings and deposits. Increases the farmers' bargaining and purchasing power, collective marketing and production. This is where aggregation comes in. Smallholder agriculture in Kenya and in sub-Saharan Africa essentially is dominated by smallholder agriculture. The operations are fragmented and the scale of operations is quite small. Therefore, they are unable to tap into the opportunities that come through when it comes to agricultural development. This is whereby aggregation becomes an essential part of cooperative development. Why? Because if I produce in an acre, she produces in 2 acres, 100 of us have 2 acres each, and we collectively aggregate our produce, we are able to have better prices from the market when we do collective bargaining and selling. And by coming together, we build our capital, develop our infrastructure, and as well be able to participate in other things like value addition, for example, access to finance, access to insurance, amongst many other imperatives that we need for economic development when it comes to cooperatives. Well, some of that I've already mentioned. When it comes to the agricultural sector, which is faced by a myriad of challenges, top to it being markets. When you speak about making markets work. Markets in terms of access. Markets in terms of missing markets. Issues that hinder market development. For example, information asymmetry, for example. Farmers do not know. The markets might exist, but they do not know how to access, or if they know, they are unable to, due to a number of reasons. So aggregation and cooperatives being a major agent where they aggregate and be able to sell and improve their economic well-being really serves as a center of development. In what ways? They are able to access easily services like extension service provision, mechanization, for example. If they want to receive, get loans, for example, for mechanization that is required to be able to produce efficiently, they need to be in a group, for example, in a cooperative, because that way they are bankable for a smallholder who is unable to access some loan. Being together, that collective action enables them to have access to what, without which they would not be able to access. That's just a continuation. I'll move next to role of cooperatives in sustainable economic transformation, a major topic of today. Cooperatives help us in addressing some of the market inefficiencies that affect markets. Information asymmetry, as I mentioned. They improve domestic savings and investment and capital accumulation. I think from the research that I last read, they contribute about 30% of domestic savings and investment, just cooperatives alone, and they open access to external markets. Giving an example of the most recent example whereby the direct sales of 134.4 tons of coffee beans to South Korea that was facilitated by KIPPRA Coffee Cooperative that shall see about 9,582 farmers receive, from the South Rift receive better earnings, more than 40 shillings per kg. How is this possible? This cooperative is a conglomerate of about 56 cooperatives. And through cooperation of these cooperatives and being able to sell together, they are able to fetch better markets, improve their incomes, and spur development. They also promote social inclusion and economic empowerment of the marginalized, promote gender inclusion and empowerment of the underprivileged. Membership, if I could go back to I won't go back, but amongst the principles are free will to join, for example, without discrimination. So in a cooperative arrangement, all members are able to have access and be able to benefit from the cooperative benefits that everyone else gets without discrimination. There are pathways to achieving the sustainable development goals. So many of the goals, if I could mention from 1 to 17, at least in a way or the other, improving incomes will help in alleviating poverty, for example, no poverty, food and nutrition security, sustainable consumption, sustainable production. So cooperatives have a way of helping to achieve the SDGs, the Agenda 2030, the economic pillar in the Kenyan blueprint. That's just a continuation, and research and practical experiences has shown that in cooperatives, when we have people coming together, collective action will enable them to have access to better services, finance, insurances, and many other services that you would not be able to access individually. I think I had mentioned already that I don't know why it's not moving. But I could continue. The next slide would be about some of the challenges that I wanted to move ahead. Yes. Some of the challenges that cooperatives face that still hinder the ability to harness their full potential to contributing to economic growth. Part of it being poor leadership and governance. No problem, poor leadership and governance, stiff competition, financial management, and the dynamism of membership being the structure that you can get in and out. If they don't keep their members engaged and they see the profitability and sustainable membership, they tend to have the up-down difficulty in maintaining their memberships. So what can we do to harness the full potential of cooperatives for economic transformation? First of all is to address the gaps that I've already identified that still hinder full potential of cooperatives. Firstly being strengthening capacity building of cooperative management for effective governance. Governance is a very important factor for any organization. Therefore, organization development is very, very important. If that is strengthened, they'll be able to prosper. Fostering a conducive enabling environment for them to thrive. By environment, I mean the institutional, legal, regulatory, and policy environment. Thanks to KIPPRA that does research, if that goes ahead and we are able to lobby and advocate the governments and cooperative being a devolved function, for example, we're able to lobby at national and subnational levels for cooperatives to be able to thrive in a conducive ecosystem. Incentivize the cooperatives. Provide support to the cooperatives. We have issues to do with cess, for example. When farmers are trying, you'll excuse me, I'll have a bias to farmers. When farmers and people in the value chain, the various players, are trying to foster value chain development, challenges of taxation environment. Moving from Kisumu County to Nairobi County, you'd have to pay a lot of taxes. Every other county has its own cess on the way. Such issues should be addressed so that you have a conducive environment for cooperatives to be able to thrive. Developing and using innovations that are able to give cooperatives a comparative advantage. What are these, for example? Making use of market intelligence, digital innovations, get the markets. Nowadays, somebody mentioned previously that you do not have to take your goods directly and not sell to come back with the goods. However, the ICT platforms that you could utilize effectively and efficiently to be able to market, for example, employing viable dynamic market development approaches and building strong business development skills. In conclusion, is that cooperatives play a significant role in spurring economic growth, rural transformation and development through jobs creation, improvement of livelihoods, providing access to finance, alleviation of poverty, and promoting social inclusion, cohesion, and integration. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera, for such a wonderful presentation, helping us to know the importance of aggregation and how that is being carried out under the cooperatives. Thank you so much. And as you cited, I think in the sector that I work in, one of the biggest challenge has actually been governance. And I wish that can be addressed and see how we can take advantage of the synergy that is found in coming together. I was in one place, actually last week I was in some of the places you have mentioned, and I realized as much as around that particular cooperative union, they have up to about 100 and almost 150 aggregation centers. Only under 40 are actually dealing with that particular union. And I was asking them, why is the issue here? Because I think there is a strength in numbers. Why are the people running away and going to other private drivers of the industry other than using your own facilities? And I think those are some of the questions that we may need to even interrogate and see how we can be able to strengthen that model of the cooperatives. Please, I need to seek your indulgence in allowing somebody who just missed in the program and who is very critical. I did mention about the warehouse receipt systems, and I know there is already a commodities exchange in place, actually, which was born not more than 2 years ago. And we have somebody from Kenya National Multi-Commodities Exchange, where they can be able to share how these receipts are being traded. And I'm going to be asking Rose Adika, who is a manager training and research, to come and share within some 10 minutes. Let's clap for Adika as she comes. Thank you.
Good evening, all. As you have heard, my name is Rose Adika, Manager Research and Training at the Kenya National Multi-Commodities Exchange. I'm here representing the PS for Trade, Ambassador Johnson Weru, and the Acting CEO for COMEX, Mr. Jared Nyaundi. I will start presenting. As you know, we are the new kids on the block, and much is not known about COMEX. I will now tell you more about COMEX so that you may know it is a commodity market in the offing. So the Kenyan Commodities Exchange is a project under the State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development. It is designed to promote agricultural and non-agricultural commodities, especially the mining sector in the country through structured trading. COMEX project is part of the government's Big Four agenda on food security and manufacturing. We envisage that the first pilot phase will be launched on October 2022. And COMEX takes a multi-sectoral approach where we have the advisory committee which advises on the board on what to do on bringing both public and private sectors actors together. About the exchange, we define a commodity exchange as an organized marketplace where buyers and sellers come together to trade commodity-related contracts following rules set by the exchange. The exchange provides an efficient, modern trading system that protects the rights and benefits of sellers, buyers, intermediaries, and the general public. And when we have this exchange, we envisage to have the following elements. It will provide a trading platform, which is either physical or an electronic trading system with an intricate set of trading rules. It will provide standard contracts rather than letting buyers and sellers determine all contract provisions themselves. It will provide security on the quality and the quantity of the commodities traded by setting grades and standards, and the exchange will be tightly regulated. And this we mean by that the Capital Markets Authority is our regulator, and it will deal with that function. So we see the benefits of a commodity exchange. It enhances food security. And here we see that it cushions farmers from post-harvest losses and stress selling, which is avoided. And number two, quality standardization and guarantee. Here we mean that there is transparency in our methods of trading. Number three, there is efficient price discovery. This is determined by market forces, the demand and supply forces. Number four, contract risk management. It deals with the systemic and operational risks, spillover effect of the commodity exchange. This includes storage infrastructures, improvement of value addition and processing infrastructure, emergencies of services like cleaning, grading, packaging, and collateral management, which has already been told by NCPB, Mr. Noah, market information systems, financial inclusion, and access to finance, as alluded by the cooperative lady. Now this is the structure for the commodity market. It will deal with agricultural products. Initially we are starting with the grains, and later on we'll introduce minerals and metals in our trading, and then energy and exotic products. This is the regulatory interface. We have Agricultural Warehousing Regulation 2019, controlling the commodities exchange. We have the quality certification agencies by Kenya Bureau of Standards. Warehouses approved for the commodities are the National Cereals and Produce Board. And now the trading platform, which is regulated by the Capital Markets Authority, and the clearing banks by the central banks, and banking laws applicable. We go on to the progress. We have seen a legal and regulatory framework in place. We have reviewed existing acts and regulations. We have amended existing laws. And recently, COMEX was categorized as financial institution. We have memorandum and articles of association. We have a regulatory oversight, the CMA, commodities markets regulation developed, rule book of the COMEX developed and reviewed by the CMA, warehouse receipt bill drafted And lastly, agreements with service providers through MOUs. The funding model and capitalization structure. We have a funding model developed, projected financial statements, information memorandum. And number 3, market operations guideline, listing of the commodities, membership of the COMEX trading system, market supervision, risk management, and clearing and settlement. 4th, we have the training materials developed, and we are working closely with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development on that issue. And here are the selected commodities for trading. Selection criteria for the commodities to be traded. It will include coffee, maize, wheat, sorghum, millet, tea, cowpeas, dry beans, groundnuts, and pigeon peas, rice, pulses, beans, chickpeas, green gram, groundnuts, pigeon peas. But this will go in phases. Not all of them will be traded. At the first trading, we anticipate only the grains or the maize commodities. We have harmonized of standards for 18 commodities within the Northern Corridor Commodity Exchange Cluster. Inclusion of metals and minerals will be done at a later stage after COMEX stabilizes its operation in agricultural markets. So we see the collateral management operations, which has been discussed by the National Cereals and Produce Board, where we will do the processes of receiving, weighing, grading, receipting, storing, inspection, pest control, and record keeping. And this is mainly through the Warehouse Receipt Council. Here are the 6 warehouses for COMEX initial setup: Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, and Karatina. Commodity Exchange Technology Suite. This is the online trading system, which I've told you earlier on. And it will have the interface for trade and broker platforms, training, interface commodity deliveries. The ownership patterns, as at now, it is government owned, and we are adopting Ethiopia Commodity Exchange, or emulating the Ethiopian Commodity Exchange, the Dubai Gold and Commodity Exchange. And in future, we will demutualize the exchange to be like the National Commodity and Derivative Exchange in India, which is a public-private partnership. There is also the Multi-Commodity Exchange India, Auction Holding Commodity Exchange, Malawi, South Africa Futures Exchange, which are privately owned. The proposed ownership, after a feasibility study done in 2014 by Stalwart Consultancy, it proposed that Kenya Commodities Exchange be formed where no single entity should own more than 10% of the shares, as shown below. Government of Kenya 10%, farmers 10%, individual investors 30%, institutional investors 30%, financial institutions 10%, and foreign investors 10%. So we have the certificate of incorporation, the ownership, shareholdings, the cabinet secretary, the national treasury has 4 nominal shares, and Nairobi Stock Exchange has 1 nominal share. The board members are the principal secretary, national treasury, PS Trade, PS Cooperatives, PS ICT, CEO, Nairobi Securities Exchange. It has co-opted the PS for agriculture, PS mining, and PS for public works. The key milestones is that we have seen the Warehouse and Receipt Act being reviewed, and we have seen the capitalization of the exchange ongoing, where the World Bank IFC group will partner with COMEX on capitalization issues, and then warehouse refurbishment and certification. We call in private investors, collateral managers, NCPB, KNTC, and KEBS to come and join in the exchange trading. And then another milestone is licensing by Capital Markets Authority, which is ongoing. Commodity Markets Regulations 2020 have already been done. And then procurement of Market Information System and COMEX website have already been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you so much. Let's give her another round of applause. And I know with the 5 presentations that have been done, you may have come up with some questions. You may have some questions that are arising from those presentations. We want to invite all those presenters to come forward here. The reason is because we may not have the panel, because the majority of them got some issues and they were not able to come. And so we are going to ask them to maybe some few questions within maybe 10 minutes, upon which we will we'll be winding up our session. So I'm going to ask all the presenters, please, let's have Willie Kimani, let's Vera, Noah, Eric, you're still around, okay? And then Andika. And please make your presentations brief, because we have not more than 10 minutes to do this. So please, thank you. So please, if a question that you wanted to ask has been asked by someone else, don't ask again, because we do not have the time. So just be straight to the point, and again also say who is being addressed, so that they can also be able to respond to the same. The floor is open. Somebody to have the mic? Okay. Okay, we have one brother there. Do we have another person? Okay, another one and another one. We can begin with those 4, those 5, and then we can be able to, you will see whether we can get another round. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
My question goes to the first presenter, just near there is, I want to ask.
That's Willie.
Yeah, Willie.
Yeah.
Why is that we have, you say that there are so many warehouses for storage and facilitation of distribution of food. And every time we hear that people are dying of starvation in Turkana, what is your action and your response to that problem? Thank you very much.
I think that's for Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
All right.
We can, I think, get to the others. Yeah, you can just come down here. There's somebody in a white KIPPRA shirt.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas. My question goes to Willie Kimani. What programs are the supermarkets doing in order to take the products that are produced within Kenya in the aspect of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My question goes to the NCPB. In many occurrences in Western Kenya, people are opting to sell their products at lower prices. This is because the NCPB also take the maize in lower prices. And also, when we say that the warehouses are full, you as NCPB knows that in such a region, there is this number of people who are planting this crop. So you as NCPB should have that mechanism saying that in this area we need to have this amount of quantity and at least plan on it. Why are you not doing such a thing? Thank you.
Okay. pass it on to?
My name is Marianne.
Okay.
So I think this question goes across to most of you. So the biggest challenge right now is governance. It's bringing down a lot of organizations. So basically, it affects most of you in terms of, on average, corruption. So what are you doing as an institution to just cap that? So that at the end of the day, with the young generation that you're actually growing, don't grow into the same term of corrupt institutions and all. Yeah, thanks.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Mahat, a lecturer at Garissa University. Thank you, KIPPRA, for organizing this very enlightening. And I would like to thank these presenters for having enlightened us very well on this. I will have asked just simple question. Today you have shown a lot of presentation of which, in fact, most of them have been very important, and I have taken note of it. Now the question is, what measures are you taking to market the functions of this, all these good things? How is the Kenyan public receiving this information? Because most people are dark about it. Thank you very much, Santena-san.
We want to, to Madam Rose.
Yeah, thanks very much for the very good presentations, stimulating our minds on really what's happening on the ground. I'm happy to learn that COMEX is actually just about to kick off. But most importantly is the element you have brought in that it will start with maize. I know that maize is a key element of NCPB. And this question actually is for the two. How will NCPB work with COMEX? And will this take away the role that NCPB is expected to play in terms of market stabilization? Do you see a situation where maize prices in Kenya will stabilize more or reflect more the market prices with COMEX? And to the NCPB, why do we always have issues of bumpers of maize and the like, and the prices fluctuating, yet the key role of NCPB is actually to stabilize prices in the market? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you can start with those ones, and I think a lot of questions have been thrown to you, Mr. Kosgei, and I think we can start with you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to start with the program. You've talked about starvation. We have always responded to distribution of food, especially in the ASAL areas. There is a policy as well in the government where they changed and started providing cash for those areas that at times they feel they don't need to have the same food that we are in possession or we can supply. But what we are saying is that we provide in case of any situation where we feel, not even we feel, it is our mandate to ensure that nobody dies with hunger or food, lack of food in the country. Unless exceptional cases where the information gets to us when it's too late, but we always respond. However, anytime, even if it's at night, we always respond to that. In terms of the prices, you realize that the price stabilization, we have the private sector, and we are encouraging the PPP arrangements. And we are saying that the traders actually go especially to the markets, where when we discover, for instance, now at the onset of harvest, you realize that the traders actually take advantage of the farmers. And we always intervene in terms of pricing, and you've seen what happened, like even this season that passed on. We actually reacted, and you saw the prices coming from as low as 1,800 to where it is right now. So what we are saying is that the interventions are there, and we are responding to all the needs of the farmers in this country. In terms of the what measures to ensure that the people are not in the darkness, I want to encourage that when we are at our rural village, we encourage people to participate in public participation, because those are the only avenues that we reach to the people in the village through the public participation, and using other avenues like even the county governments. We now have the CECs, agriculture. We are in touch with them across the country. We discuss and we own everything that is happening in this country in terms of food matters because of the CECs, agriculture in the various countries. How will NCBB look with COMEX in terms of COMEX? You realize that we are a warehousing operator. COMEX will come in not only because of NCBB. I think she demonstrated that we are not the only ones running the warehouses. We have seen KNTC and other private sectors in terms of warehousing operators. The warehousing operators will be licensed by AFA and Warehousing Receipt Council for us to be able to store items. Now, that's where now the trading starts in. When we have the receipts ready, then the COMEX comes in and takes over from the platform where they have the trading in terms of the receipts. So we are just warehousing operators, and we are saying we have set aside warehousing receipt stores for NCBB. We have our own commercial, and we still have the hub that I've just discussed in terms of the warehouses. So we have separated all our businesses lines in terms of commercial, in terms of warehousing, and in terms of the hub business model. And as well, we still have stores that takes care of the food now, that is the emergency relief foods that responds to emergencies in the country. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can go to, let's hear from Naivas, addressing the matter that was so directed to you.
Yeah, thank you. One of the key things is our first question was on local purchase. What do we need to do? Problem we have with most Kenyans is when your neighbor sets up a good car wash and it's successful, you set up one next. And that's the same problem we are facing when now about local products. So when you bring me a biscuit to list because now you find that you're going to be cheaper or something, that's not a reason to list, because your competitor will just reduce the price. The key issue is before someone innovates, we want people to go out there, innovate and ask themselves, what role is my product going to play? Is it an entry-level product that's going to sort out a particular market need? Is it a mass market? Is it a premium? Is it an entry-level premium? Those are the kind of questions you need to ask. It's not always about margins and prices. It's about the role of what the product will do. And when it comes to agricultural product, one of the key headaches we are facing, unlike our other competitors who actually buy from, they buy from one aggregator, as we buy from individual farmers, if people can take the cooperatives serious, if we can actually have, because someone has like a small farm, but he wants to supply Naivas. You can't, because it's too small. But if you combine with your neighbor and the rest and everyone, then you become consistent every day and all the time. You're able to all work together and you're able to give me fresh produce and all that. Our first preference, in fact, we don't import anything. We want to work with locals. We are locals and we have to be grown by locals. And one other key thing, which is corporate governance. Corporate governance has actually brought out and brought down very many of the retailers. Corruption, shrinkage, and unfortunately most of the shrinkage is not about the shoplifter who is actually taking something and putting in the pocket. It's actually those paper thefts and the like. You know, price fixing, what all other things, unfortunate bits that actually have been there in the market. And one of the best things of actually, by having boards, by having proper boards and bringing other people, and especially family-owned enterprises, bringing in other investors who can actually be able to bring in controls, governance, reporting, and structures around everyday ways of working. Unfortunately, if we don't do this, we are going to be in a lot of problem because we need to, one, sort out corruption at the entry level, sort out corruption at the store level, sort out corruption at the management level. And for example, we always ask ourselves, why did one of the retail chains that closed down, it had a supermarket in the border near South Sudan. It has left everywhere else in Kenya, everywhere else. You've gone to set up in another country. And when you start tracing back, a big store has nothing. There's someone who got some money somewhere into his pocket, and now you're just wasting everyone. Corruption has to be addressed. It has to be addressed all the way from our leadership structures, who we elect, who everybody. We have to nail this corruption, but otherwise you're not going to go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we hear the same from Vera? Because I think, and why we are actually not even getting the products from these cooperatives could be because of the same reason. But let's hear from Vera and see how you are addressing the issue of corporate governance.
First of all, to mention is that part of what KENAF does, besides lobby advocacy and policy action and farmer representation, is organizing farmers into groups, producer business groups, pre-cooperatives and cooperatives. And part of our member services, since we are a member-based organization, is to build the capacity of our members. Once we organize them into groups, be it pre-cooperatives, cooperatives, farmer unions, for example, we offer trainings, capacity building sessions and convenings. We build the capacity on organizational development, skills development, and governance, for example. And this is a continuous process that even when the leadership changes, the ideas and the principles are still maintained. They always have continuous training and capacity building on such issues. Also speaking about, he asked about how the information trickles down to others who are not in this platform. For the Kenya National Farmers Federation is member services. We always engage the farmers in several activities, farmer field days. We also have partnerships with NCPB, for example, whereby we are soon, they're soon rolling out, scouting out of aggregators, for example, for the cereals. So we partner with them to improve awareness creation about this activity. So yes, they do cascade down as part of information dissemination that we do to our member farmers and affiliate members. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Vera. I know there was no question directed to Eric, but I think there was a general question coming from my brother at the back there, generally about corporate governance. Do you have anything to say about corporate governance from where you sit?
Yeah, I think Willie has pretty much covered it well in terms of we need to nail this corruption. It's happening in private sector. It's not as public as it is in public sector. A lot of people actually think there's no corruption in private sector, but it is there. And especially this paper stealing, just someone seated invoices, LPOs, so on and so forth. So as much as we like to condemn the government and our leadership, political leadership, in terms of corruption, even in private sector it's there. So we need to deal with it both in private sector and in public sector. As much as in private sector, there's usually no news about it compared to public sector, but it is there. It is a monster we're also fighting.
We are in essence saying, then let's begin with the leadership. Let's begin with the political leadership. The moment they're going to actually show the way, the rest of will be able to follow. I keep remembering when the NAC government came into being in 2002, yeah, around that time, nobody could ask you for anything. Even policemen were scared of us. What can take us back there? I think because I think we just lack the confidence that the government is going to support us whenever we take action. And therefore I really support when my brother Willie says that we need to really fight it. And we must begin the fight from where it rests. Majorly is where we can see it in a big way, and especially in our political leadership. Now, time is not on my side totally. Any burning question just like this, I see. I will use my intelligence to know who was a burning question. Anybody? I can see one mom there. Anybody else? I think we'll go for mom. Yes, we'll go for her. And then after that, we are going to have somebody from Kenya Union of Nurses just to say something. I'm going to ask her to come forward around here so that we don't spend a lot of time. Give her the mic, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for me to ask my questions. I'm Margaret Maumba from Pest Control Products Board. I think you've heard it being mentioned by our presenters who are in front there. I have a question to NCPB. I know your fumigation services, you have people who go through specialized trainings, and I saw you had a bullet on extension services. I don't know, have you engaged qualified people now that we have very many university graduates in that area? Then to the cooperative lady, I have a concern. What is being done about procurement in the cooperatives, especially concerning inputs? We've had a few cases there related to maybe quality aspects. I don't know if something has been done that has streamlined, or what is the status? Then secondly, you've mentioned of farmer trainings, that you raise awareness. Does it extend to safe handling and use of pesticides currently? I remember some time back we used to work with the organization. Then we have a new approach to safe use of pesticides where we are training youths to be technically qualified to be handling that. And I know you have a big group of farmers that you handle. So we have cooperatives who are partnering with us. They organize farmers who can be trained, and then they can offer services to the others, or they can be trained themselves to be aware of how they are to handle the products safely. Those are my two questions to the cooperative lady. Then Naivas, getting visits from PCPB is not selective for you. It cuts across anybody who is handling those products, and it's for our good because we are looking at what do you have, then are you handling it properly? So it's what the law has, and it's for the good of what you are also doing and offering to your customers. Maybe to add on to NCPB, your extension group, maybe you can also consider that approach we are using now of training specialized groups. They are taken through a 1-week training so that they are very conversant with all issues to do with pesticides. And we have done like a few counties. It's more or less pilot. It's a bit expensive, but there are partners who have come up and we've done some numbers. It started around 2016. I don't know whether you are aware of it, but that's my contribution to the discussions. And I think KIPPRA has had us being mentioned. We are in the same group with NCPB. I hope next time you will put us in the program. Thank you.
Kuchipigania. Thank you. Let's hear from Koskei. Some 2 questions thrown to you.
Thank you, Margaret. You know very well that we have our teams across the network that are well trained, and they always, every 2 years, we subject them to trainings for refresher courses. And I'm glad that you are saying you have a program. I think we'll get back to you so that we engage more of our staff so that we can expand the network and the workforce. And thank you. I think that one we will get back to you. So with the qualifications, we cannot engage people who cannot handle our chemicals. You know the kind of chemicals we use. Yeah, so we have them, we have qualified. But again, as you have said, we will engage your organization so that we see how we can collaborate and work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from Vera. There are also 2 questions. The first one is about procurement of inputs and whether there is a transparency there, and also the farmer training and whether you also have self-handling of the chemicals.
Thank you for the question. Beginning with, you asked whether the trainings extend to handling and the rest. Yes, it does. We've worked with you before. We'll be very much willing to engage again so that we have a wider reach as usual. And also, we do this not solely as KENAF, as much as we also offer technical advisory services, as you know, to farmers. Yes, it does, so that's a yes to you. And you also asked about procurement. One of the ways to curb this is to develop structures for procurement that are institutionalized so that we have transparent processes and ensuring that procurement procedures and manuals are developed and followed to the latter. That way, we are able to avoid such kind of issues that you mentioned. And allow me to respond to the other question that was speaking about corruption, for example, and issues of governance. An approach that we employ is do farmer-driven civic education. We train them, we create that awareness, and so that the farmers are able to know that they should hold their leaders accountable. For example, what do you expect from your leaders? Stemming from your MCAs to the MPs, to your local leaders, anybody in the public, seeking public seat. What do you expect from them? How can you hold them accountable? And also improve public participation, as he had mentioned before. This way, they are able to know what are my rights, for example. Can I go in and ask, this project is supposed to get to me, to these value chains? I'm in this value chain and I don't know about it. What is the progress? How much are the billions so far doing in my county? So that farmer-driven civic education is very important in improving governance, for example. Not just as an organization, but nationwide, for example. That is something that we do that helps to improve accountability in management of resources, for example. Yes.
Thank you so much. I think there was a question thrown to Willie?
Maybe even to add on that, I think we have provided hotlines. In case you see any corruption, you are always free, and hotlines are there in our, Yeah.
Where are they? Where do we see them? We need to do this. Where do we see them? In your website? Okay.
Okay. We have the question, if I can take it in a larger sense. The issue that retailers are raising is not necessarily the visits. We need compliance. We need everybody coming to comply. But can you train? Can you enable retailers? And can we not have, for a person to trade, he has to have more than 13 different people. One from liquor, the other one from pest control, the other one from fisheries. by the time you're finishing all, even to play music, another one, there's so many. One day anybody who will actually come, one day Maendeleo Wanaume will come up with their, you know, guys, we need to just simplify the way business is done in this country. The same way people say when they go to Rwanda, they get all the licenses quite fast and everything. Right now here the problem is, by the time you're trying to lodge one particular license and then the next license and the next license, you just list for one retailer, and then how much is going to be still again be taxed over and above? What is he doing there? That is a problem that we have. Can we have the teams that are actually involved, like from pest control, coming and training people and telling people, do not come and talk to the buyers who buy the particular products. This is what you should be looking for. Otherwise, right now, they all have to wait up to what the manufacturer says, this has a stamp from your body, and then that's the only way we actually say it's okay. But do they have that knowledge? No. We want government and government institutions to be enablers of business. That has to work. And marketing, of course, of our services and everything, as you had actually asked over there, I think it's very important for us to market Kenyan and Kenyan ways of doing things. I've actually learned today about the bulk grains and all that, but I know about the Tanzanian one, because some of my competitors are actually doing their private labels from those particular, they buy from the common markets, the one that we actually just raised on the issue. We want these things marketed to Kenyans. Let's, within ourselves, create an ecosystem of consuming what we are all producing. It does not make sense for people to be buying grains and doing private labels in Tanzania and in Uganda. Yet we have the capacity of the people eating here. Why is that Kenyan shilling going out there, then bringing in back goods? Let's be enablers. This Kenyan, the amount, I'm sorry, as the last one. If I was to look at something like just juice, the number of, we don't have fruits in this country. Can I tell you that more than 70% of the fruits that you're actually seeing even on my shelf are actually imported? 70%? And then after that, yes. Okay. We don't have apples, we don't have oranges, we're getting them from Egypt and everywhere else. We don't have grapes.
Your neighbor there produces mangoes.
Aitoshi. Okay. Alafu mwenye anaproduce ni moja na ikimaliziwa kesho hakuna. So even by the time you're not even saying this is locally produced orange juice or something, the pulp is actually not even coming from here. We are not importing the whole pulp, then having hot fields, and then bringing all those other things. Like, guys, we need a national conversation. The other day we were actually exporting meat, and we don't even have meat. This is the only country where chicken is more expensive than beef. How? A chicken takes 32 days to be good, to be ready, and it's selling at 370 per kilo. A cow takes more than 2 years, and it's selling at 350. Guys, are you understanding, guys? As in, we have a way, we have to start changing the way we guys are. Yes. This market needs a change. Sorry for that.
Thank you so much, Willie. You know, Daktari, what I'm hearing is 3 days are not enough. 3 days are not enough. I know you must have been very tired to do 3 days, but we may need to extend to 5 days, and we have more of this kind of a conversation. Yes, because these are the people on the ground. Majority of us may not actually know most of the things that are being said here. And I want to thank you, the panelists, thank you, presenters, thank you for such an enlightening discussions that you've shared with us. And we are waiting for the next time so that we can be able to hear much more. I'm waiting to know where you are. I want to hear more of these things. Because we could be struggling to do exports when we actually have a domestic market. Exactly. Enough for our products. And we are keeping on, rushing and try to push for the export market. It is good because you give us extra dollar, but I think it's also good to create that safety, because with the moment those guys close it, then where do we take it? Coffee, we are doing 95%. What if they say they are not going to take more of our coffee? What is going to happen? Yeah, it is going to be another very risky adventure. So thank you so much, and I'm going to ask that we give them a warm round of applause for their good presentations and giving answers to the questions. We just have to finish. And just before we finish, we want to hear from the lady for 2 minutes, I don't know where you are, the representative. You are already here. Thank you so much. Maybe within 2 minutes, and then after that, I will give it back to KIPPRA. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Wherever you are, just stretch. Just stretch a little bit. Stretch. All right, thank you so much. My name is Peris Wanjiku. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Most importantly, I'm an advocate and a legal representative of Kenya National Union of Nurses. I work in the health sector. Today was to share my perspective or our experience each and every single day in the health sector. We all understand that everywhere in the world, health is a critical function. Without health, we will not be here. If all of you are not happy, all of you are not well, we will not be the drivers of economy. We here talk about sustainable economic transformation, and human work is a factor of production that is extremely critical in everything. And for this, first and foremost, let me appreciate the government, let me appreciate KIPPRA and every other stakeholder that works in health. Health sector has the best policies in the world. It's the best funded, we have sufficient funds. But the question comes in, why is it that economy is not being driven by the health sector? We have focused, even the Big Four agenda, health is a key sector. It's one of the funds, the government funds actually head to the health sector. But what have we forgotten? We have forgotten about the drivers of economy. We've forgotten about the health workers. We have forgotten about the doctors, the nurses, the medical practitioners, the clinical officers. I know I represent nurses, but being that I'm the only representative, I wish to represent both the doctors who are not here, the medical laboratory technicians. First and foremost, health begins at the lowest level, at the clinic, at the simple dispensary, at the hospital. That is where health is, because that is the immediate place that you rush when you're feeling unwell. And here is where we work. If you look at all the policies, they are very good in paper, but they seem to have forgotten to implement the economic transformation down at the level. Our health workers, where do they work? The simple hospital, how does it look? Where are the human resources for health? They have been forgotten, or they are not trickling down from the top level to the lowest impactful person, the simple doctor and a nurse. If you walk to so many clinics today, you will not get all the medicines, there will be a shortage of something. The World Health Organization has given so many recommendations of how many doctors to treat a patient. For instance, a nurse, there should be one nurse for every 4 patients, minimum. But right now, walk to the most critical, just any casual clinic, you will find more than 50 patients in one nurse. Or there are no doctors. There will be no medical staff, no medicines. There is so much work and very little labor. Nurses are overworked, they are tired. Health is the only sector in Kenya that runs 24/7. If you work an 8 to 5 job, nurses and health workers work from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. From 6 p.m. in the evening for the night shift all the way to 8 a.m. in the morning. That is a 12-hour shift. They will not have breaks. They will not have even a simple thing. The same clothes we are wearing today, they are not so much hospitable in a health facility. They need better clothing. Nurses do not have simple thing as a uniform allowance. They are only given 10 shillings. Do you know how many patients they attend to? A patient can decide to hit you. They have their medical emergencies you have to attend to. How are we taking care of our health personnel at the ground. Another major issue is the shortage of health workers in Kenya. It is so diverse. I heard someone saying that we've recruited something about 20,000 nurses in the past few years, and that is not the reality at the ground. There is such a huge shortage. We've been building infrastructure, health infrastructure, bringing in equipments, but we've forgotten to bring in medical personnel, training. How can you work at one hospital for 10 years? Your salary and allowances have never changed. You earn the same amount. You hire a health personnel and you pay them only 15,000 shillings. It's such a frustrating thing to the young and incoming health personnel. So I think it's very critical that we reconsider where we are placing what we are doing to the human factor in the health, the nurses, the trainings that they require, the policies that we have. We need to improve them, and we need to take care of that one nurse. A closing thing, health workers work in the medical field, but do you know that you have better health insurance covers than a medical worker? Your health insurance cover is way better than a nurse's. Your health insurance cover is not yours, but it's yours and your family's. You work in such an environment, there are so many medical and biohazards, infections, you have to go back to your family. You have a medical insurance cover that is just basic. It cannot cover you, it will not cover even your children. You go to a hospital, you're told, no, this medical cover will only cover you and 4 children. The rest of your children will not be considered. You're not paid enough to cover for that. So, as we look at the policies in the health sector, let us look at the human resource. Let us think of our medical personnel. They are the drivers and the engines of sustainable economy and transformation. Let's start with the human capital in Kenya. Thank you.
All right, let's give her another warm round of applause. Thank you so much for highlighting the plight of the health workers. One of my chairs perhaps left a phone. Is it outside? All right, let's stand up and stretch a little bit. It's been a long afternoon. We have one exciting session that we're going to have right now on the future of work. I am happy to see that there's very many young people here, and this is your session, of course. And I would like us to stretch a little bit. Hands up. All right, you can take your seats. I'd like to now welcome Janet Onyango. Janet is a communications lead at KALA. KALA provides several services, including innovation management, building and launching digital and data platforms, research product design, product platform co-creation, digital transformation support, and data analysis. As she comes to the front, I'd also like to invite her panelists to come and join her right here at the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for patiently waiting to join us here this evening. We're very glad to have an audience. It's been a long afternoon. So we're going to make this short, but as informative as we can, because this is a subject that we feel very, very deeply about, and I'm sure you do too. It involves all of us, and most importantly, it involves our children and our children's children. We're talking about the future of work. And so, not everybody is in agreement about what the future of work is going to look like, but I think most business leaders are in agreement that it's going to involve tech. We're looking at a tech-driven future workplace. But what does that mean at policy level? What does that mean in terms of hiring practices? And what does that mean in terms of skilling young people to be ready for this tech-driven workplace? And so to have this discussion, I am going to introduce my very well-placed panel. You're going to see why I'm saying they're very well-placed to discuss this. But before I do that, I'd like to just say thank you to KIPPRA for enabling us to be here today to participate in this event, but also for helping us to put together today's panel. So I'm going to start by introducing Dr. Shiko Getao. She is the CEO, as you've heard, of KALA. KALA is a digital innovation company that catalyzes digital transformation capabilities for organizations across Africa. In simple English, what that means is that KALA works with African enterprises to accompany them in their journey of digital transformation. That means from the beginning right to the end, and that's everything from developing products that make sense for that company, that make sense for the audiences that they're targeting, right down to processes and everything that is involved in really owning the digital space. And that goes beyond just having a website and trading on a website, right? It's a little bit more than that. So, so that's Dr. Shiko Getao. She has over 10 years of experience in the research, design, implementation, and management of digital technologies. She has established expertise in both African and emerging markets and is specialized in solving problems in agriculture, in education, in health. We've just heard an expose on what is going on in the health sector, on payments, in retail, and in renewable energies. She's an extremely well-recognized authority in the digital transformation space. To my left is, I'm sorry, just give me 1 second, is Jessica Colasso, who is the co-founder of Brave. Brave is a human resource company that serves tech companies. So she recruits and identifies excellent C-level, senior, and mid-level talent just for tech companies. And previously, she was the COO of Amitruck, a digital logistics startup. Our final guest on my extreme left is Dr. Humphrey Njogu. He is a giant of public policy in the area of information and communication technology, ICT. He has held several roles, such as cybersecurity researcher, ICT trainer, and software engineer, among others. He's here today in his capacity as the ICT policy analyst for KIPPRA. Please welcome my panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, just manage all my bits and pieces. So I'm going to start this question, this discussion with a question about what we're talking about really. What that workplace of the future and that workforce of the future, what is it going to look like? And I'm going to address this question to Jessica as a HR specialist.
All right. Thank you, Janet. Just to be clear, I'm good on the talent acquisition side of the HR vertical. My purview on what the work, two questions, right? The workforce and the workplace. So I'll start on the workforce. Well, the digital economy really in 25 years plus from now will actually be driven by the digital world. One example I'll give, and Dr. Shiko Getao can actually attest to this, is that actually 12 years ago, the word data science was a very, very novel term to a lot in the technology world. We didn't have courses around data science 10 years ago. But today, we have a master's in data science in some of the universities, and even on the online platforms, you can actually learn data science if you have an interest in it. So the workforce 25 years from now will really be shaped by the digital economy. And let's look at Africa specifically. The population will actually grow Right now we have 1 billion, and in 25 years will be 2.5 billion. Really, 25% of the future workforce will come from Africa. And we actually, as practitioners, as players in this industry, we have to be prepared from it, from government to academia to industry and all the other stakeholders. Why I say this is, look at Tesla. When Tesla first started, they actually had to find interesting engineers around manufacturing, around creating the electric cells and things like that. So I believe in 30 years from now, the African continent will actually have new verticals of work coming up, such as manufacturing for self-driving cars, creation and self-maintenance of like a cell for new electric vehicles that come into the market. That's for the workforce. So the digital economy will evolve the workforce, and talent pipelines and education institutions have to be prepared for this. And industry has to create talent pipeline, and people need to mentor and coach each other so we are keeping up to the trends with the skills that are required. When it comes to the workplace, we've already seen what COVID has done in the last 2 years to the workplace. Virtual meeting, actually face-to-face meetings are close to becoming extinct right now. We will have a hybrid working model around the workplace where we have in-person and online. Again, back to the workforce. A lot of Gen Zs and millennials will constitute the workforce in the next 30 years. And these are people who are used to online interactions, working in a very agile, distributed manner. So we do have to change our habits around the demographics, the habits around how we interact with each other when it comes to the workplace. So ladies and gentlemen, there's change coming and we need to embrace it. Thank you.
That's right. Change is definitely coming. So I want to open up this question to the rest of the panel and hear what they have to say about the workplace and the workforce of the future. No, your mic is not on.
So I wanted to jump in and just give some data for perspective, yeah? By 2050, and every time I say this, people think 2050 is 50 years from now, but go back to your maths. 2050 is actually 26 and a half actually years from now, which means these children are already born. Africa is going to be the workforce of the world. So you remember when we used to say everything is being manufactured in China? All the knowledge workers in the world are going to be based in Africa. And people ask why, but we are like the back and beyond of the world. Everybody hates Africa. Disease, it's actually health, disease, and poverty. I mean, poverty, something, the combination, you know it. War and poverty. But you see, Africa is the one continent that is still procreating, yeah? We're still giving birth to a lot of children, yeah? The rest of the world is actually dying off. I mean, COVID showed us Italy lost a good chunk of its population because its population was young. So we have a young population, and by 2025, 2050, as Jessica has said, it will have more than doubled, yeah? Which means that these young people will be available to the world to work. Yeah? And all of us, 2050 is in our lifetime. So think about yourself 25 years from now. You'll still most likely be alive. And the people who will be working for you, changing your cell for your self-driving car, changing your hearing aid thingy, yeah? All of this will be young people. But are we preparing them for that? The future of work has changed already. I always tell people, when I was doing my PhD, I talked about cloud computing. And you know, when you're doing those PhD presentations, I mean, you've done a PhD, there's a professor somewhere who's going to ask you, are you sure you're not mad? And I remember presenting about cloud computing, and then I'm going to use it for my PhD, and one of my professors was like, cloud computing is not going to take off, it's still an experiment to the world. Look at it right now, everything is running off the cloud. That is less than 10 years ago, yeah? Look at it right now, and where we are going. Yeah? So most of the careers that are coming up in the next 5 years have not been invented. We were running this study, and Dr. Njogu knows about this study, where we were talking about trying to categorize what are the types of digital jobs that are there. And then somebody said social media influencer, and we were like, oh my God, that is actually a job. There are people whose full-time job is to be a social media influencer. It's digitally driven. It's a job that their mother will never understand. If my mother does not understand what I do, can imagine trying to explain to a mother that I sit on the internet and post pictures on social as a way of a livelihood, and they make very good money. Yeah? So the type of work that is coming is going to be very, very different. When you think about metaverse, we were talking about NFT earlier, and think about these things. Who is there? Who are we preparing our kids to be able to engage and trade in the metaverse, to create NFTs, to be in that web 3.0 that everybody is talking about? Number two is the nature of the workplace has changed completely for good. The place of having a nice building with nice desks is gone. Yeah, that is going to be the what is it called? Not the norm, the other one. The
alternative.
Yes, it will be not. I'll be coming to the office for just to meet people, but my primary place of work will be at home. I always tell people that when COVID hit, I moved to Nakuru to be with my mom, and I stayed in Nakuru. I came from Nakuru this morning to be in this session, hence my winter jacket, because it was very cold. So you have to understand that the workplace has changed completely. People will be working from anywhere. So it's not just working from home, it's working from anywhere. So what I'm seeing now, employers doing, they're saying boundaries is you have to work in the same country because of taxation and all these policy things. But even that one is going to be fluid very soon, because I want to work from Tanzania. Kenyan government and Tanzania, you figure out how you're going to share taxes between you, but I'm going to work from Tanzania. You have to figure it out. So that's my segue to passing it to Njogu to talk about policy.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Njogu.
Okay, thank you very much, Janet. And I want to echo the words of Dr. Shiko. Yeah, I think looking at future work, I think it's something that is very exciting. And I just want to reflect on the last 20 years, when I think most of us, we are very young. We had parents who were working, and I can tell you, if you look at the nature of job they were doing at that particular time, either they were teachers, or they were nurses, doctors, police, or working with the military. I mean, those were the very basic jobs they were doing. And if you look at the pattern of these jobs, they were actually working for their lifetime. I think it's very difficult, I think it's very rare that you could find, at that time somebody changing job, after one or 2 years. Today, we are in a different world where we have young people who have many opportunities. They're actually working for a company maybe for not even a year. And especially like the industry that you are in the digital economy. You find somebody actually working for 1 month, they get another job, and all that. So what are we seeing here? We are seeing a pattern of a dynamism in with the nature of job. Now, again, look at what we have actually been advocating for. Jobs being created by some sectors like manufacturing. Yeah, one, I would say, okay, we've done quite well in terms of generating jobs, but again, also look at the way we have also degraded our environment. So these jobs, as we are generating them, they're also coming with some other consequences of harming our environment. So long are the days that we used to think of jobs can only be created by those companies or those industries that are producing smoke. Today, we have an easy way of generating jobs that are actually not generating smoke. Now, looking into the future, I'm actually saying there's a lot of huge potential, jobs being generated by the service sector that are driven by technology. For instance, look at the 100 billionaires that we had actually like 10 years ago. They were all coming from some sectors like energy and all that. So today, as you're speaking, the top 10 of the billionaires actually they're actually coming from this service sector driven by technology. So for me, I think I really see a huge potential in this in the future for our generation. And actually now this is actually taking me to another stage or another step of it. Just try not to analyze what will you need. So there are many things I think we also need to think about as we prepare for that future, because I don't think the skills that we do have today are enough to actually help us to meet the needs of our future. I think this is maybe I think an issue is I think we still need to think about. I'm happy because I think the government is very keen in terms of trying to do some steps towards building that initiative. So, for instance, we have seen the Ministry of Education. They have now introduced the coding syllabus, which that's a step forward in addressing the needs for our future generation. I think there are so many things that I think, Janet, I think I can talk about those ones.
Yeah,
we're
going to address them in due course during this discussion. I just wanted to ask the audience, are there any employers or colleagues here who've noticed this, the trends that Dr. Njogu and Dr. Gitao have highlighted in terms of a workforce that is highly mobile, highly dynamic, very, very tech-focused, and not necessarily skilled enough in terms of digital skills? Okay, so I would also the next thing I would like to address is the issue of skills that Dr. Njogu has just highlighted, and I'm going to direct this question to Dr. Gitao. In terms of developing these demand-driven skills, what can be done? Dr. Njogu says there are not enough young people with enough skills to meet this future that is coming. What can be done?
So I'm so happy that we're doing this within KIPPRA, because KIPPRA is actually the advisor to government when it comes to policy. So what else skills being relevant is the policies and programmatic and funding cycles that are there. Yeah, so we know that funding cycles for Ministry of Education are done like maybe every 5 years. The curriculum development is done, like the CBC was done, and it's still being implemented. It will take maybe another 5 years or 10 years for anybody to look at it. All these cycles in funding and programmatic development is what pulls back the relevance of skills, because when CBC was set up maybe 5-6 years ago, half of the careers that are there right now did not exist. Social media influencer did not exist for sure. Yeah. So when you're putting a curriculum to prepare for us for skills of the future, when that skill has not even been thought about, it becomes a little bit redundant. So what should happen? Policy making and programmatic operation should be agile and speedy. Yes, we recognize that there needs to be these 5-year funding cycles, there need to be all these things, but within the policy itself, there needs to be put a place where we are able to say every 6 months or every 12 months before the starting of the academic calendar, can we relook at our curriculum? Is it still relevant? Bring in stakeholders from industry and the private sector, the actual employers. Bring them in the room and say, are you hiring for this? Do actual research, and it's very simple research. I've seen Dr. Njogu do some research really quick, fast. He's doing like a web crawler and seeing what are the jobs that are being posted out there. What are the skills that are being looked for? And then look at our university and our TVETs. Are we preparing our kids for these jobs? And the answer is usually no. And then saying we are going to adapt some of these skills because you're saying, so we're going to adapt these skills because we are seeing that is what employers are looking for. And I'll give an example. There's this young man. I always give an example about him. He's called George. George scored an E in his Form 4. So he knew he was not going to university. What he did is went to a cyber cafe and became a cyber cafe attendant. And I liked his learning journey because he started learning to code in something called PHP and doing online gig work. So going on Upwork and learn and giving and coding for people. Then when he told me, then he started seeing what are the skills that people in Upwork are looking for that I can learn. And he started picking some of those skills and learning. When I found him, he's a top 5% developer in the world in a technology stack called Magento. And he was saying, I was asking, how did you end up with this? Because there are not that many people said, no, because I was seeing it is highly asked for and it pays really, really well. But our government and our teaching institutions are not doing that, yeah? We're saying, okay, we have curriculum for 5 years, it's good, but young people out there are already self-teaching themselves and following trends and following demand and following where the demand is for training. And I think we should follow that same route in our policy making and programmatic and funding, because training has to go hand in hand in funding. And of course, partnership with the private sector being the underlying and anchoring pillar to that.
I would like to address as a follow-on on that, actually, I'd like to speak to Jessica about that. In terms of hiring for the tech space, what does this mean? The example that Dr. I always want to call her Dr. Shiko, Dr. Gitao is offered in terms of young people who are self-taught in this space. What does this mean for your hiring practices? How are you finding these young people who are self-taught?
That's a tough one, but finding a gem like George is probably like finding a needle in a haystack. I think probably need to address that the current ICT bill is draconian and will hold back a lot of self-taught developers and product people like George to get these kind of opportunities, because a lot of the brilliant talent that we find out there actually do not have degrees, they do not have diplomas, they actually probably sometimes another degree, chemical engineer or political science, and then they've self-taught themselves how to actually do like data science or data engineering or full stack or back-end engineer. And a lot of the young talent, when I say young talent, the Gen Zs and the millennials, some of you are actually here in this audience, they are like the Georges, right? They actually self-learn and they get that certificate from Coursera, from Udemy, and things like that. So normally what we do is we actually, like Dr. Njogu, is that we actually have a crawler that goes on different platforms, and not only LinkedIn, but a variety of other community platforms like Stack Overflow, Meetup, and things like that, and we look for interesting profiles. And then from there, the technology that we build actually sieves through these profiles, and then we have talent analysts reaching out to these candidates and asking them a little more interesting questions apart from how did they get into like technology and product and what opportunities they are looking for. So finding this talent can be automated, but I tell you, the automation is probably at 20% of it. The 80% is actually doing the hard work and going down to the universities, the potential meetups that do happen in the technology ecosystem. And these young people and also senior veterans in the ecosystem will be at those events, and just networking with them and asking them questions, you find that there's 1 degree or 2 degrees of separation. People are hungry for opportunities. So it's a mix of, again, a hybrid way of getting this talent. Yeah.
Thank you, Jessica. So Dr. Njogu, my next question, I'm going to direct it at you. If the school system is not supporting this pipeline that we need for the future for the workplace of the future and for the workforce of the future, and if the young people who are taking it upon themselves to make themselves ready for this future that is fast approaching, that is already here at our doorstep, then what needs to be done? What can be done at policy level to overcome this problem that we have of 5-year funding cycles, 5-year review cycles? What can be done at policy level?
Yeah, thank you very much, Janet. I think this is a very tough question. I happened to do some research in terms of just understanding, do we really need to have degrees to work. And the data, or there is the findings that I actually got indicate that really you don't need to have a degree. I think this is one of the things that I think we really need to embrace as a country. I've seen with the likes of Google. Google is one of the leading companies globally. Microsoft, they are looking for graduates. I mean, for people with skills, not necessarily graduates. And I think this is one of the things that I think we really need to echo and go for. Now, I just want to give an example of what is actually happening locally here. I have so many friends who have qualified to go to the university. They have scored A's. They're admitted to go and do bachelors of computer science, the engineering. But you find that they're actually opting to go for some specialist courses, some specialist schools. A good example is we have a very good school. I'm not actually marketing for that school. It's called Moringa School. So Moringa has actually stolen a lot of our potential graduates. And why? It's because they have actually identified a gap that our universities are not able to fill. So once you join there as from Form 4 or from even Standard 8, you are taken through hands-on training. If you want to become a programmer, actually you're taught very well, you have good skills. By the time you're finishing 6 months, we're not talking of even 4 years, 6 months. So you're well equipped even to start your own company, a software company, and all that. And I'm happy because, in fact, when the graduates actually finishing their program, 6 months, 3 months, they have already gotten good opportunities. But unlike when you go through the 4 years in a program and you end up again half-baked, you don't have skills. I think this is maybe one of the ways that we really need to encourage some of these upcoming schools that have identified that gap of training our young learners, giving them, equipping them with skills. And I think this is also what even some innovation or some inhibitors are actually doing. So we really need to actually think of some policy initiatives, some laws, so that we're able to recognize some of these young brains that can actually be able to help us to take advantage of the future jobs. We all know very well that it's said that about 45% of the current jobs will be disrupted by the technology. So meaning that those jobs actually will be rendered, they will actually become useless. The likes of, secretary, driving and all that. So all those jobs, I think that's what Dr. Shiko was talking about, that we have some jobs that have actually become so, redundant and, we can still automate them. So why can't we start now being proactive as a country so that we're able to prepare our youth with those skills that they need so that they're able to prepare to perform these digital jobs. And I think also more important is that apart from just digital skills, we also need to bring to other skills. So there is the aspect of business skills. So we're not just going to bring programmers or just the technical people, but they also need to have that angle of business. More importantly, the soft skills, because we also again do not want to produce or to have future workers who are not able to have those soft skills. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask Dr. Getao to wrap that up.
I really need to jump. I love what Dr. Njogwa said, that his study from KIPPRA indicated that, I'm just quoting so that I've been told that we're on TV, I'm just quoting. KIPPRA found out that you do not need
a degree.
No. Okay. So you actually do not need a degree to actually perform your work well. True? So if you don't need, and there are all these other use cases around, what is it called? Moringa, Akira Chicks. There's another one, Gibea, Lusudi. they are producing amazing young people who actually we are pumping into the marketplace. There's an ICT practitioners bill that is there. I'm very passionate about this because I work with 70% of these people who are coming from Moringa and Akira Chicks and all those people. They don't have degrees. But if you're going to registrate them out of employment, we are doing them a disservice. Again, looking at 2050, you have to always focus in the future. Let's not look at here and now. Let's look at 2050, yes? And look at 2050 being that we are going to be the future workforce of the world. If we start registering young people out of a job now, your child or your grandchild who is being born now will not have a job because they will need a license to actually do a job that my 6-year-old is able to do on a phone right now. There's all these like Scratch that young children now writing code at 6 years old. We can't license being able to participate in an economy that is thriving by itself. I needed to say that because it's very important. I'm very open about it. I'm very loud about it, that we cannot legislate being able to work in the digital economy because you're going to start, it's just a rabbit hole that we'll not be able to get ourselves out of.
Thank you, Dr. Getao. Jessica, do you have any last words for us before we have to go?
Yeah, I have a question for the young people in the audience. How many you self-learn or use self-learning courses online? Like, put your hand high up. Come on.
Wow. So on Udemy, on all these platforms?
Yeah, that's testimony. Like, that's enough testimony for me, for this panel, for everyone here to see where the future is going. The young generation is overtaking the economy, and the economy needs to keep up with this. And we need leaders in place who are forward-thinking and can keep up with the pace of these young people when it comes to policy, when it comes to academia, when it comes to industry and all the other relevant stakeholders. So my purview is to everyone in all these verticals, let's work with the youth and let's move forward with them to enable a better future workforce for this continent and this country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to my panel. I'm getting a signal that it's time for us to leave. Thank you very much, Dr. Njogu. Thank you, Dr. Getao. Thank you, Jessica, for being here this afternoon, for sharing your insights. And I hope that the message is clear. The workforce of the future is already here. I think that message was very clear. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I know we are almost done with the session, but let me just clarify that regarding whether you need a degree or not, I think those are my observations, not from KIPPRA point of view. Thank you.
And there are studies that show it's not just Dr. Njogu, it's just I was happy that somebody has said, I was going to say it. There's actually studies, there's an university, there are people who are paying children to get out of university and go and do learning. A lot of these programs, there's a program in the UK right now that is live, that is taking kids from high school straight to the 6 months programs and into working to Google, Apple, Facebook. So they're saying we are wasting kids' creativity in those 4 years of doing university common courses and stuff. So it is not just his personal thing, but there are many courses that are coming out that are, studies that are coming out and saying the exact same thing. Even there's a professor who posted today, Business Daily today, that says the exact same thing. If you look at the Business Daily today, there's actually data on that, the same thing. So it's not a KIPPRA thing, it is an observation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Clearly that is a topic that needs a lot more time, so hopefully Next time we'll open it up a little bit more. Let's give our chair for that panel, Janet Onyango, and her panelists a warm round of applause. Definitely a conversation that needs to be taken forward. Thank you so much. All right, we are now coming to the end of our conference. So this marks the beginning of the closing ceremony. And in the interest of time, I want to quickly call up Kenneth from KIPPRA, who will be giving us a wrap and a way forward and the presentation of the conference communique. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Terry. KIPPRA Board Chair, Dr. Benson Ateng, KIPPRA Executive Director, Dr. Rose Ngugi, all protocols observed, distinguished ladies and participants, good evening. Good evening once again. You look tired. Okay, so my name is Ken Malot. I'm a policy analyst at KIPPRA, and my work today here is simple. I'm going to go through what culminated from the conference that we have had from Wednesday to today. I'm going to give a summary of what has been agreed. So without further ado or wasting my time, I'll go straight. So we, the participants of the 5th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, held at the Kenya School of Government, Nairobi on 15th to 17th of June 2022, express our gratitude and appreciation to all partners who have supported KIPPRA in organizing a successful conference. The conference brought together state and non-state actors to exchange views towards building robust foundations to accelerate economic transformation. This is in line with the Institute's mandate in providing platform for public policy dialogue. We acknowledge the importance of the strong foundations in propelling and transformation of Kenya's economy from low to high productivity. In the last 2 years, the country has experienced the effects of COVID-19 pandemic and the climate change as a result of the extended drought. Such exogenous shocks have emphasized the need for economic transformation, for inclusive, sustainable economic development. As the economy continues to recover, solidifying our economic foundations has become priority to sustain the momentum. The key areas of discussion in this conference were categorized into 8 themes, namely the creative economy, green economy, trade competitiveness and frontier products, the gig economy and digital transformation, financial inclusions, values and economic transformation, human capital, making markets work, and youth side event. Having had a successful discussion, the conference makes the following resolutions. Number 1, the National Assembly, the Senate, the county government, National Youth Council of Kenya, National Council for Persons Living with Disability, religious organizations to strengthen inclusivity of the marginalized by enforcing laws, providing oversight of the representation of the PWD's interest in economic, social, political development activities, and supporting public engagements with the key stakeholders on PWD matters. The national government and county government to work together with the private sector to foster a supportive business environment for formalization of the informal sector, SMEs, and also create opportunities for the marginalized groups engaged in the informal sector to earn a decent livelihoods. The national and the county governments to look at the inequalities and the marginalization across gender, age, and access to opportunities. The need for a strong multi-sectoral inclusive approach for effective transformation and investment in youth where the focus is on entire life of a person, that is from health, pregnancy to good nutrition, right parenting, language training, transition and adulthood, and into the labor market. The actors for these are the national government, the county government, and the National Assembly, Senate, and also including the private sector. The national government, in partnership with the private sector, need to consolidate the position of the county governments in promoting the issues in environment, agriculture, trade, and cooperative societies as bases for sustainable development and key drivers to the country's economy.
The National Treasury to increase county allocations to enable counties to attain their development goals. The allocation to also cater for shocks such as fuel price crisis hikes, inflation, climate change, disaster risk management, and the youth bulge. The National Treasury to expedite the transfer of money to counties to avoid delays in the implementation of the county's flagship projects. The Kenyan government also to focus on diversifying the economy to avoid over-reliance on imports of essential products such as petroleum and food products to be able to cushion herself in times of shocks. The national and county governments to work together in the development of the essential reforms in the energy transition and economy diversification to boost the private sector investment. Proper implementation of the Sessional Paper number 8 of 2013 on values and principles of governance, which set out the national values as building blocks to the national identity, effective representation and leadership, equitable distribution of resources and opportunities, good governance, and sustainable development. The national and the county government to consider the needs and aspiration of the marginalized and disadvantaged groups to reduce inequalities in the county and promote inclusive development. The national and the county government are encouraged to develop specific policies aimed at accelerating inclusivity in both representation and access to opportunities of the marginalized. The national government and the county government to increase investment in the renewable energy that is geared towards stimulating green economic development by reducing the pollution emission and increasing production efficiency, thus promoting economic growth. The national government and county government to create a conducive environment and boost uptake of renewable energy through their tax regimes in line with the international commitment to the Paris Agreement on climate change. The national government and county government and private sector players in the export trade to promote, incentivize, and adopt value addition in the country to reap from the export earning within the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The national government through the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency and private sector to undertake export promotion in the countries to promote Kenyan goods abroad. State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development in collaboration with other agencies and private sector players to consider carrying out market intelligence surveys in other African countries to see where Kenyan products can be marketed. The national and county government need to stimulate innovation through the intellectual property right management, research, co-creation, ecosystem, and funding scheme at both levels. The Ministry of ICT need to develop framework that will facilitate timely detection, prohibition, prevention, response, investigation, prosecution, and international cooperation on computer cybercrimes. The Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology, ICT, needs to develop a resource portal for people to contribute ideas and share knowledge on different services. The Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives, the county government, Farmers Association need to adopt and implement the village-based advisors model to boost the already struggling service sector. The financial institutions in the county need to integrate internet e-banking, e-commerce platforms that are friendly with people living with disabilities. The national government and the county government to deepen collaboration and synergy with private financial sector players to manage the emerging risk on the fintech such as cybercrimes. The private sector, national and county government are encouraged to promote the sector on creating enabling environment through financial and infrastructural support to develop the industry. The national and county government to develop a clear structure for the screen sector through regulation, provision of incentives such as tax reprieves, develop infrastructure, engage in international partnerships with niche market, develop a film fund and a creative guarantee scheme. Increasing collaborative synergies between the national government, tertiary institutions, and private sector in organizing of joint fashioned events to promote Kenyan textile products. The national government to review intellectual property statutory fees that are often high for businesses. The actors for these are the national government, county government, and the private sector. Also, the national government to allocate more funds or resources to accelerate implementation of the competency-based education training and accommodate more students. The national government to extend student funding for students in private TVET institutions. KIPPRA to develop policies that will help the national government in mitigating the challenges of funding for the TVET institutions. And Ministry of Education through the trainers, lecturers, and teachers to prepare students with skills that can be applied beyond Kenya. So having said that, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPPRA, commits to ensure that these issues raised are communicated with the relevant agencies identified within the communique. The Institute also commits to follow up on the actions proposed during the conference and report on the progress made towards the implementation of these resolutions. Thank you, and back to you. That is what we captured from what culminated from the event.
Let's give Ken Malot another warm round of applause for taking us through the presentation of the conference communique. I'd like to now welcome our Executive Director and host, Dr. Rose Ngugi, to give us the closing remarks. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
Good evening. Yes, I think I want first of all to thank all of you for being patient, having energy to stay up to this moment. I want to acknowledge the board chair who's been with us since the first day of this conference, and he's still with us today. Just a few points. One is to say that when I look at the objectives of our conference, I feel that we have achieved a lot. One of the things that we aimed to have is engagement, networking, and exchanging ideas among the stakeholders. And what I have seen is that we have all agreed that we are stakeholders in the public policy space, and I was very happy to see even exchange of business cards as participants were actually on the stage. That to me is a clear indication that we have achieved what we were looking for. And I was also invited for a conference from meeting somebody in this hall. So for me, that is a very good achievement. One of the things that I also want to let you all know, and Mr. Ken Marlot has indicated, is that listening to various teams, listening to various individuals, and hearing what they are asking KIPPRA to do, is that, 3 days, we can do as much. And as I said in the beginning, this is not our conference. This is as KIPPRA, we only provide a platform for exchange of views among the stakeholders. But I think one of the things we've learned is that we need to move the next step and have focused discussions. From what we've learned here, can we follow up with focused discussions in various areas which you are not able to go into depth, so that we can manage to crystallize on the issues that are coming up in the various sectors. In addition, there was a request from one participant that it will be a good gesture for us to give the participants certificates of participation. And I've agreed to that, and we shall be sending them to you. Finally, I think we've been challenged on the transformation issues. We've come up with aspects that can drive transformation. We've also seen sectors that we need to transform to drive the economic agenda. But we have also seen emerging issues that need to be taken into account for us to realize the economic transformation in a dynamic environment. And for me, that is a major take-home, such that as we sit down to look at our research agenda as an institution, we know where we need to begin. So with those few remarks, I want now to welcome the board chair of KIPPRA, Dr. Benson Ateng, to close the conference for us. Karibu sana, tumkaribishe. Paka afike hapa. Asanteni sana. Karibu sana. Do you have a... No. We have to take care. I always joke with them that they are young. They can survive.
Thank you. It is good to be young. Now, I see that a good number is still here. Let me say good evening to all of you. It is with great joy that I'm here with you at the closing of the 5th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, whose discussions, as we all know, centered on the foundations for a sustainable economic transformation in Kenya. As the ED has just said, I've been with you here since the start of the conference, and therefore, whatever I say, I can say it authoritatively, because I watched it for myself. It is not something that is reported to me by those who are there. I would like to sincerely thank all the delegates for your participation and engagement throughout the conference. I really liked the quality of your interventions. The kind of questions that you were raising showed that you not only listened carefully to the presentations, but you also have a lot of interest in the subjects that they were discussing. And for that, I say thank you a lot. Also, your sacrifice has made this conference a success. During these last 3 days, you have stayed here for long hours. And in spite of that, you are still attentive, because even during this last presentation, the kind of questions that you were raising showed me that you were carefully listening to what they were talking about. Thank you so much for the sacrifice that you made
during the last 3 days. In addition, I would like to appreciate the session chairs. They did a wonderful job. It is not easy to control the flow of meetings, especially in a large conference like this, where you have so many participants, people coming from different backgrounds. As you, as chair, you have to make sure you control them to keep time. So chairs, you did a wonderful job. We really appreciate that. The presenters and the panelists were marvelous. The quality of your presentations and input, which have provided learning opportunities and food for thought as we deliberated on how Kenya can build robust foundations to accelerate economic transformation. I was very amazed to see the quality of all presentations. I could not come up with any presentation that I would say was not of good quality. All of them were very good. Whether they were coming from young people, middle-aged people, old people like me, all the presentations were of excellent quality. And that is to be congratulated. And I say thank you very much to the presenters. You must have spent a lot of effort and time in preparing those presentations. I can only say this: let us continue with this conversation, even through the social media, so that we solidify our ideas for policy advice. This is not the end. This is just a beginning. So let us continue with this conversation, even informally. If you come up with some ideas that you need to share with KIPPRA, please feel free. You can send a WhatsApp message, a text message, an email, a phone call. KIPPRA would appreciate all such interventions. I wish to note that this conference has been well attended with diverse representation. You may not know the numbers, but the numbers were recorded. We have witnessed an average of over 400 participants for each day. That is a rare feat. Not many conferences can attract that large number of people and to keep them throughout the day. We really appreciate that. Now, I've told you on average, we had over 400 participants each day, including about 40 presenters and 40 panelists covering the 8 themes of the conference. That's another major achievement. In addition to that, we also had a youth side event that attracted 199 university students. Some of you might have not seen that because they were in another place. And that was also another very, very interesting set of discussions. The conference, therefore, provided a good platform for policy dialogue. And you know, KIPPRA is there to advise the government on policy matters. Your input in this conference will go a long way in enhancing, in improving the quality of policy advice that KIPPRA gives to our government. As we end this conference, it is important to note that the country is on the right track in implementing policies towards the realization of a sustainable economic development. That said, we need to ensure we have the right policy measures to sustain and secure the gains that have been realized. The recommendations from this conference will go a long way in informing various policy documents as the government makes interventions to put the economy on a sustainable recovery from the shock brought about by COVID-19 pandemic and the prolonged drought. Let me also appreciate the work of the organizers. It is not easy to conceptualize, organize, and implement a conference of this magnitude. I told you there were over 40 participants and about 40 panelists. To be able to attract that large number of presenters and that large number of panelists says a lot. What it tells me is that KIPPRA has a good working relationship with the partners, with all of you. You see, you came from various different backgrounds. And it tells me that over the last 25 years, KIPPRA has been able to penetrate various corners of this country, various sectors of our economy, various experts that we have in the country. And that is why all of you were able to respond positively to the invitation from KIPPRA. With that, it is proper for me, as the chair of KIPPRA board, to say thank you to the executive director of KIPPRA, her management, and staff for organizing such a successful conference. And I hope they continue with such wonderful work, and the good relationship that you have with them will only continue to improve for the good of our country. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those few remarks, I declare the 5th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference now officially closed. We look forward to engaging again in the 4th, 6th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference that is planned for June 2023. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you all and travel home safely.
I'd like to call up for the vote of thanks Samuel Givinji from KIPPRA.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The KIPPRA board chair and the executive director, Dr. Rose Ngugi. I'm privileged to be here to give a vote of thanks on behalf of KIPPRA and all the participants of this conference. Our chief guest, Honorable Ambassador Okuru Yatani, who was represented by the Chief Administrative Secretary, Honorable Eric Wafuko, the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, who was represented by Mr. Henry Obino, the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Planning, Mr. Saitoti Torome, KIPPRA Board Chair, Dr. Benson Ateng, KIPPRA Board members present and those who were able to attend the conference, the KIPPRA Executive Director, the Kenya School of Government Director General, Professor Ludeki Chwea, Chief Executive Officers from various organizations present and those who are represented, our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to extend a vote of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of the KIPPRA board, the KIPPRA management, the KIPPRA staff, and all the distinguished contributors and participants of this 5th annual conference, I wish to convey our appreciation for the great contribution and participation towards making the 5th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference a successful platform to share and exchange policy thoughts on the theme of foundations for a sustainable economic transformation in Kenya. Clearly, we've learned a lot, and personally as well, I've learned a lot. It was quite a lot, but we say learning never exhausts the mind. A big thank you to the chief guest, Ambassador Honorable Ambassador Ukur Atan, who was represented by Honorable Eric Wafuko, for the great support he accorded to the Institute in organizing and making this conference a success in fulfillment of the Institute's mandate of promoting public policy research and analysis dialogue in the country. Additionally, I would want to especially thank the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, who, through the representation of Mr. Henry Obino, they really supported this conference, including providing exhibition at the exhibition booths. We also extend our gratitude to our Principal Secretary, State Department for Planning, Mr. Torome Saitoti, who gave us great insights on the milestones that the government has made in pursuit of the development agenda as outlined in the medium-term plans and Vision 2030. He indicated that most of the plans, government plans and reports are in the website of the Ministry, of the State Department for Planning, where we can be able to see what the government is doing towards promoting a sustainable economic growth, economic development in the country. I know the chair has thanked the presenters and speakers. I wish also on behalf of all of us to thank our guest speakers, who are almost 40 of them, including the representative from the IMF, Mr. Tobias Rasmussen, Mr. Kizito Angalwa from representing the Council of Governors, Professor Odok Pido, a great representation which when I was seated there, I wanted him to continue with that presentation on culture and heritage. And also we had a very great presentation on national values in socio-economic transformation in the country. And clearly we can see that national values, that's family, societal, and national values are critical in ensuring that we have good foundations of socio-economic transformation in the country. I would also want to thank all our valuable guests from the ministries, departments, county governments, state corporations, diplomatic representatives, non-governmental organizations, universities, policy think tanks, development partners, the students. They did a good job, and they have been very supportive to the Institute, especially during the KIPPRA mentorship program for university students, where we've been able to engage with the students and get a lot of policy ideas which KIPPRA is exploring as it does its research. I would also want to thank the exhibitors. I think this conference had quite a number of exhibitors as compared to the previous years. So we really want to thank the exhibitors for working with us during this conference. And also some great sponsors who managed to give financial contribution to KIPPRA, specifically NCBA, the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, and the AFC, and the Agricultural Financial Corporation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to honor individuals who worked tirelessly to make this conference a success, led by our KIPPRA Executive Director, Dr. Rose Ngugi. And we also had a very great chair of the KIPPRA Conference Committee, Madam Jane Kenda. I think they are planning and making sure that they have a bird's eye view of the conference, made this conference a success. We appreciate the KIPPRA Conference Committee members. They did a lot of work to ensure that this conference was actually a successful conference. I'll not forget to thank the KIPPRA staff members. We had great sign language interpreters who made sure that our brothers and sisters are able to follow this conference without any hindrance. Our excellent moderator, I think that was a good organization, so we really thank you. And I think I have another special vote of thanks to the KIPPRA choir. this is the first time they have performed, and I think they did an excellent job. We need to clap for them. And I must say, since this performance, they've gotten a lot of requests of people wanting to join the choir. And hopefully, I think I'm one of the members, but not very active. Now I'll be a very active member, henceforth. As I conclude, Chair, I would wish to assure the contributors and participants from this conference that KIPPRA will publish the conference proceedings and action points to address the identified gaps in our website. We have a very vibrant website and also a very vibrant KIPPRA repository where we are able to publish all these conference proceedings. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to thank the Almighty God for giving us a good life, even with COVID, and for granting us a successful conference. And with that, I think we can clap for all of ourselves for making this conference a success. Thank you very much.
All right, I guess on that note, it is good night, goodbye, and God bless you. We need to close with a word of prayer. Daktari, will you come and close for us?
Let us all stand up. Let us believe and pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, we come before the throne of mercy with thanksgiving for this far you've brought us. When we started, we invited you with the Holy Spirit, and you have taken us through this conference from the first day to the third day with no hitch, and that's why we come back to you to give you all the glory and all the honor. We thank you for all the presenters. We thank you for all the coordinators. We thank you for the KIPPRA board, KIPPRA management, led by our executive director. We thank you for the moderator. We thank you for the students who came and all the participants. Lord, as we depart and go back, we pray for journey mercies, that Lord, we may go safely, and that you will give us another opportunity that will meet to continue to support the development of our great country, Kenya. We thank you, Lord, that even as we progress to influence the policy space in this great country, that, Lord, you will continue to give us the strength, the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding, and the capacities and capabilities to be able to see the future so that we may be able to give appropriate policy recommendations and also to have impact and influence. We thank you, we honor you, for it is in Jesus' name we've prayed, believed, and trusted. Amen.